Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Alexandra. The apartment is smaller than I imagined, but the view makes up for it. 23rd floor, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a snow-dusted cityscape that sparkles under the afternoon sun. Nicholas presses his face against the glass, breath fogging the pristine surface. "Can we go outside, Mama? Please?" I drop the last moving box with a thud. My back screams in protest, but his excitement is infectious. "Give me 10 minutes to unpack the essentials." 5 minutes. 8. Deal. He races to the pile of luggage, digging through until he finds his winter coat. The puffy red one that makes him look like a tiny marshmallow. I can't help but smile. This move terrified me, uprooting our entire life, leaving behind everything familiar. But watching Nicholas vibrate with pure joy makes it worth the risk. We make it outside in 7 minutes. The cold hits like a slap, sharp and clean. Nicholas doesn't care. He's already scooping handfuls of snow, packing them into misshapen balls that crumble before he can throw them properly. "Look, Mama, it's so white. It's everywhere." "I see it, baby." He flops backward, arms spread wide, and starts making snow angels with so much enthusiasm, he barely makes a dent in the powder. Other kids play nearby, their laughter carrying across the small courtyard behind our building. Nicholas watches them with wide eyes, too shy to approach, but clearly itching to join. "Go ahead," I say. "Go play." He doesn't need to be told twice. I settle onto a bench that's been half-heartedly cleared of snow, brushing off the remnants with my gloved hand. My phone feels heavy in my pocket. I should be unpacking, organizing, making our new place feel like home. Instead, I pull up my browser and type Neon Investments. The move happened fast. Too fast, maybe. My boss at the firm called 3 weeks ago with an opportunity I couldn't refuse. A major client needed a forensic accountant embedded on site for what could be a career-defining case. The money alone would have convinced me, but the chance to work something this high-profile? I couldn't say no. I didn't ask enough questions. The company website loads, all sleek design and corporate buzzwords. Innovative, forward-thinking, industry leaders, the usual crap. I scroll past the mission statement, the values page, my thumb freezes. Leadership team. There's a photo. Professional headshot, tailored suit, that same sharp jawline that used to make my stomach flip. Eric Gagliardi, CEO. No. The words come out barely above a whisper, but they feel like a scream inside my skull. I stare at the screen, at those blue eyes that haven't changed, at the confident smirk that still makes me want to throw my fists into a wall. 6 years. 6 years since he walked away without a backward glance. 6 years of raising Nicholas alone, of scraped-together childcare, and sleepless nights and doing everything myself because he decided we weren't worth the effort. And now I'm supposed to work for him? My hands shake. I grip the phone tighter, knuckles aching inside my gloves. Damn. How did I not know? How did I not think to check who ran the damn company before accepting the position? "Because you were desperate," a voice whispers. "Because the money was too good. and you wanted to give Nicholas better opportunities, and you didn't think your past would follow you to New York City. I scanned the page for more information. Eric took over as CEO 2 years ago, after his father passed. The company has grown exponentially under his leadership. He's been featured in Forbes, Bloomberg, all the major publications. He looks successful, polished. Nothing like the 22-year-old who promised me forever and then disappeared when things got complicated. When I got pregnant, my jaw clenches so hard my teeth ache. Nicholas shrieks with laughter, and I look up to see him pelting another kid with snowballs, both of them grinning like maniacs. He's made a friend already. Of course he has. My son makes everything look easy. He has Eric's eyes. I've spent 5 years trying not to think about that. Trying not to see his father in every expression, every gesture. But it's impossible. Nicholas inherited those striking blue eyes that stand out against his brown skin, that same easy confidence that draws people in. He's never asked about his father. Not really. He's too young to understand what he's missing, what we're both missing. I scroll further down the page, looking for anything that might give me an out. Some detail that proves this is a mistake, that there are 2 Eric Gagliardis in this small world, and I'm panicking over nothing. But no. There's a bio section. Born and raised in Connecticut. Graduated from Wharton, took over Neon Investments after the sudden passing of his father, Mario Gagliardi. It's him. I want to throw my phone into a snowbank and pretend this isn't happening. My contract is already signed. First day is Monday. I start in 3 days, and I have no idea how I'm going to walk into that building and face the man who destroyed me. Mama, watch. Nicholas is building something now. His new friend helping pile snow into a lopsided tower. I force a smile and wave, even though my insides are churning. Does Eric know I'm coming? The question makes my stomach drop. Personnel would have sent my information to the CEO's office. He would have seen my name on the documentation, Alexandra Richards. But maybe he doesn't remember. Maybe I was just another girl, easily forgotten once the novelty wore off. The thought burns more than it should. I click on a news article from 6 months ago. Neon Investments under investigation for financial irregularities. The allegations are vague, carefully worded to avoid litigation. That's why they need me, to dig through the numbers and find out if there's real fraud or just competitors spreading rumors. This case could make my career, or it could destroy what's left of my peace of mind. Nicholas runs over, cheeks bright from the cold, eyes shining. Mama, did you see? We built a fort. Well, kind of. It fell down a little. I saw, baby, it's amazing. He tugs at my coat sleeve. Can we stay out longer, please? His smile is so pure, so unburdened by the complications of adult life. I ruffle his curls, damp with melted snow. 15 more minutes, then we need to get inside and warm up. Yes? He races back to his fort, already chattering away with his new friend. I look back at my phone, at Eric's picture. He doesn't get to do this. He doesn't get to waltz back into our lives just because I accepted a job. I'm here for me, for Nicholas, for our future. Eric is just an obstacle I'll have to work around. Professional. That's how I'll handle this. Cold, efficient, completely professional. I can compartmentalize, keep my personal feelings locked away where they can't interfere with the work. But even as I think it, I know I'm lying to myself. Because Eric doesn't know about Nicholas. I never told him I was pregnant. By the time I found out, he'd already made it clear we were over. I tried to call once, got his voicemail, and couldn't bring myself to leave that kind of message. Then pride took over. If he didn't want me, he sure as hell didn't deserve to know about our son. Now, watching Nicholas play in the snow, I wonder if I made the right choice. He's going to find out. There's no way around it. I can't hide a 5-year-old forever, especially not in a professional setting where personal lives inevitably bleed through. What will Eric do when he sees those blue eyes staring back at him? My phone buzzes with an email. I glance down, and my heart sinks further. Welcome to Neon Investments. Please report to the executive floor Monday morning at 8 a.m. for orientation. CEO Gagliardi will personally brief you on the case details. Of course he will. I close my eyes and breathe in the cold air, letting it sting my lungs. 3 days. I have 3 days to figure out how to face the father of my child without falling apart.
Chapter 2. Eric. The city looks like absolute trash from up here. I lean back in my leather chair, staring out through the windows that probably cost more than what most people make in a year. The view stretches out before me. Endless gray sky meeting endless gray buildings, with sad patches of dirty snow clinging desperately to rooftops like they're trying to prove winter still exists. January in New York is cold as hell and twice as miserable, and today it's living up to every bit of that reputation. My office reflects back at me in the glass, ghost-like against the bleak cityscape, the sleek mahogany desk that dominated half the room, the minimalist furniture chosen by some interior designer whose name I can't even remember. Art pieces scattered on the walls that cost a goddamn fortune and mean absolutely nothing to me. Every single element carefully selected and positioned to project an image. Success, power, control, authority. All of it feels like a massive lie right now. You look like hell. I don't bother turning around. I'd recognize Sebastian's voice anywhere, that familiar combination of genuine concern threaded through with amusement that only a younger brother can pull off without getting his buttocks kicked. Thanks for the observation, I mutter, still watching the city pretend to be alive below us. When's the last time you actually slept? I sleep. Passing out at your desk doesn't count. I spin my chair to face him. Sebastian stands in the doorway, hands shoved in his pockets, sandy hair still damp from the snow outside. He's dressed down today. Polo shirt, jeans. The casual confidence of someone who doesn't carry the weight of an entire company on his shoulders. Come in. Close the door. His expression shifts. The easy smile fades, replaced by wariness. He steps inside, shutting the door with a soft click that feels too loud in the quiet office. What's going on? I gesture to the chair across from my desk. Sit. He does, but his posture stays tense. Alert. Smart kid. I drag a hand through my hair, trying to organize thoughts that have been spiraling for weeks. We've got a problem. The investigation? Yeah. The financial irregularities started small. A few thousand here, some misallocated funds there. Easy to dismiss as accounting errors. But they've been growing, getting bolder. And the SEC is sniffing around, which means we're running out of time to figure out what is happening before this explodes into a full-blown scandal. I'm bringing someone in, I say. A forensic accountant. Someone from outside the company who can dig through the numbers without any bias or loyalty, clouding their judgment. Sebastian nods slowly. Makes sense. When do they start? Monday. That's fast. We don't have time to waste. I lean forward, elbows on the desk. This stays between us. You, me, Linda in HR, and the firm that's sending the accountant. That's it. His eyes widen slightly. You haven't told Leo? No. Or anyone else on the executive team? No. The silence stretches. Sebastian shifts in his seat, clearly uncomfortable with where this conversation is heading. Eric. I need you to keep this quiet, I cut him off. No one else can know we're investigating internally. Not yet. He studies me, and I can see the wheels turning behind those earnest brown eyes. He's putting pieces together, and he doesn't like the picture they're forming. You think it's someone inside the company? I know it is. And you think... He trails off, but the unspoken name hangs heavy between us. Leo, my middle brother. Charming, reckless, always looking for the shortcut. He's worked at Neon for 2 years, ever since Dad died and I took over as CEO. I gave him a position because family is supposed to stick together. Because I thought he'd finally grow the hell up and take something seriously. But Leo's always been good at 2 things, making messes and talking his way out of them. I don't know anything for certain, I say carefully. That's why I need the forensic accountant, to find proof, not just suspicions. But you suspect Leo? I suspect someone is stealing from this company, and I'm not going to point fingers until I have concrete evidence. Sebastian rubs his face with both hands, looking suddenly older than his 24 years. Damn. Yeah. What do you want me to do? Keep your mouth shut. Act normal. Don't let on that anything's different. I hold his gaze. Can you do that? He hesitates. Sebastian's always been the peacemaker in our family, the one who smooths over conflicts, who believes the best in people. Asking him to lie, even by omission, goes against every instinct he has. Sebastian, I can do it, he says finally. I don't like it. And you think I do? No, but you're better at this than me. He sends me a meek shrug. The whole ruthless CEO thing. I almost laugh. Almost. It's not ruthless. It's necessary. Same difference sometimes. He's not wrong. The intercom on my desk buzzes. My assistant Miranda's voice crackles through. Mr. Gagliardi, your 3 o'clock is here. I press the button. Thanks. Give me 5 minutes. Of course. Sebastian stands, but he doesn't move toward the door. He looks at me with an expression I can't quite read. Concern, maybe. Or disappointment. What? This is going to blow up the family, you know that, right? If it really is Leo. If it's Leo, he brought it on himself. He's our brother. And this is our father's company. My voice comes out harder than I intended. Dad built this from nothing. He trusted us to protect it. I'm not going to let anyone, family or not, destroy what he created. The words hang there cold and final. Sebastian nods slowly. Okay. Okay? Yeah. You're right. He shoves his hands back in his pockets. I'll keep quiet. Just be careful, all right? Leo's not going to take this well if he finds out you're investigating him. He won't find out. Not until I have proof. And if you don't find any, then we deal with whoever's actually responsible. He heads for the door, then pauses with his hand on the knob. The accountant you're bringing in, they good? Best in the business, according to their firm. Good. We're going to need it. He leaves, and I'm alone again with my thoughts and the gray city beyond my windows. The forensic accountant starts Monday. Some hotshot from a top firm who specializes in corporate fraud. Linda handled all the arrangements, sent over the contract, got everything approved. I didn't even look at the name on the paperwork, just signed off on the hire and moved on to the next crisis. I pull up the email now, scanning through the details I ignored before. Alexandra Richards, CPA, CFE. 5 years experience in forensic accounting, multiple high-profile cases, excellent references. Alexandra. The name stirs something, but I push it aside. It's a common enough name. Means nothing. I close the email and turn back to the windows. Somewhere in this city, someone's stealing from my company. Someone I probably trust, or at least used to. And come Monday, I'm going to find out who. Even if it means watching my family tear itself apart in the process. My phone buzzes against the polished surface of my desk, the vibration loud in the quiet office. I glance down. Text from Leo. Drinks tonight? Haven't seen you in forever, big brother. I stare at the screen, reading the words over and over. At the casual familiarity threaded through every letter. At the easy, breezy assumption that everything's perfectly fine between us. That nothing's changed. That we're still the same brothers who used to close down bars together on Friday nights. Maybe it is fine. Maybe I'm completely wrong about him. Maybe this forensic accountant will come in, dig through everything with their professional eye, and clear his name without a shadow of doubt. Maybe I'll spend the rest of my life feeling like absolute trash for ever suspecting him in the first place, for letting paranoia and pressure turn me into the kind of man who doubts his own flesh and blood. Or maybe, and this is the thought that makes my chest tighten, I'm about to get concrete proof that my own brother, the guy I grew up with, has been systematically stealing from me for months. Years, even. I don't respond to the text. Can't bring myself to type out a lie. Can't force my fingers to craft some nonsense excuse about being busy. The cursor blinks at me, waiting, but I just set the phone face down on my desk and look away. Outside my window, snow starts falling again. Thick, heavy flakes that drift down from the gray sky and stick to the glass before slowly melting into nothing, leaving wet trails in their wake. 3 more days until Monday. 3 more days until everything changes, until the truth comes out, until I find out whether I still have a family or just a company.
Chapter 3. Alexandra. Monday hits me like a freight train wrapped in business casual. I drop Nicholas off at his new school, a small Montessori place that devoured most of my signing bonus, and watch him disappear into a classroom full of strangers without a backward glance. 5 years old and braver than I'll ever be. The subway ride to Midtown takes 40 minutes. 40 minutes of rehearsing what I'll say, how I'll act, practicing my professional mask until it feels like something I can actually pull off. I won't fall apart. I won't let him see how much he still affects me. I'm here to do a job. That's it. The Neon Investments building towers above the surrounding structures, all glass and steel and corporate intimidation. I stand on the sidewalk, staring up at it, willing my legs to move. "You've got this," I mutter. It's just another case, just another client. Lies, all lies. But I push through the revolving doors anyway. The lobby is exactly what I expected. Marble floors, modern art that probably costs more than my apartment, security desk manned by 2 guys who look like they moonlight as bouncers. I give my name, show my ID, and get handed a visitor's badge that feels like a brand. Executive floor, 32nd. Thanks. The elevator ride up feels eternal. I watch the numbers climb, each one ticking closer to a confrontation I'm nowhere near ready for. 28, 29, 30. My stomach twists. 31. The doors slide open on 32, and I step into a reception area that screams money. Everything is pristine, calculated, designed to impress. A woman sits behind an enormous desk, her hair pulled back in a severe bun, her smile professional and empty. "Can I help you?" "Alexandra Richards. I'm here to see Mr. Gagliardi." She glances at her computer. "Oh, yes. He's expecting you. His office is down the hall, last door on the right." "Thank you." I start walking, heels clicking against the polished floor. Each step feels too loud, too obvious. My hands are sweating despite the cold outside, and I wipe them discreetly against my skirt. Almost there. Just get through this first meeting, establish boundaries, keep it professional. I round the corner and collide with someone. Whoa! Hands grab my arms, steadying me before I can stumble backward. I look up into a face that's familiar but wrong. Same dark hair, same sharp features, but the eyes are green instead of blue, warmer, more playful. "Sorry," I say, stepping back. Wasn't watching where I was going. "No harm done." He grins, and there's something wolfish about it. Though I can't complain about beautiful women literally running into me. Makes Mondays more interesting. Oh, he's one of those. "I'm heading to a meeting, so..." "New here?" "I definitely would have remembered seeing you around." He extends his hand. "Leo Gagliardi." Of course he is. Eric's brother. I see it now in the bone structure, the confident posture. But where Eric always carried himself with controlled authority, Leo has this reckless energy that practically vibrates off him. I shake his hand briefly. Alexandra Richards. What department are you in, Alexandra? I'm a contractor, just here for a project. Mysterious. His grin widens. I like it. What kind of project? The confidential kind? Even better. He leans against the wall, clearly in no hurry to let me pass. You know, there's a great Italian place 2 blocks from here. Best carbonara in the city. Maybe I could take you there sometime, show you around the neighborhood. Is he seriously asking me out right now? That's nice of you, but I'm really not interested. Not interested in Italian food? Tragic. Not interested in going out with you. His eyebrows lift, but the grin doesn't falter. If anything, it gets wider. Direct. I respect that. Great. Now, if you'll excuse me, at least let me walk you to wherever you're headed. Make sure you don't crash into anyone else. I can manage. I insist. He pushes off the wall, falling into step beside me without invitation. So, what brings you to Neon? Must be something important if you're meeting with the higher-ups. I keep my expression neutral. Just business. You're very good at dodging questions. And you're very good at asking ones that aren't your concern. He laughs. Actually laughs. Like I've said something genuinely funny. Okay, I definitely like you. Come on, give me something. What do you do? What's this mysterious project? We're approaching the end of the hall. The last door on the right. Eric's office. My heart hammers against my ribs. I'm an accountant, I say, stopping outside the door. And this is where I need to be, so... An accountant? Something flickers across his face. Surprise? Concern? It's gone too quickly to read. Well, that sounds interesting. It is. Eric called you in? I really can't discuss it. Right. Confidential. He studies me for a moment longer, and I can practically see him trying to work out what my presence means. Well, Alexandra Richards, accountant of mystery, it was a pleasure crashing into you. Sure? And if you change your mind about that dinner. I won't. I'll be around. He walks away, hands in his pockets, whistling something under his breath. I watch him disappear around the corner, then turn back to Eric's door. The nameplate gleams. Eric Gagliardi, CEO. 6 years. 6 years since I last saw him, since he walked away and never looked back. 6 years of building a life without him, of convincing myself I was better off, stronger without him dragging me down. And now I'm standing outside his office, about to walk back into the past I've worked so damn hard to leave behind. I take a breath, square my shoulders, adjust my blazer. Professional, cold, efficient. He doesn't get to affect me anymore. I knock. Come in. His voice. God, his voice hasn't changed. Same deep timbre that used to make my stomach flip, that used to whisper my name in the dark. Stop it. I open the door. The office is massive. Windows covering an entire wall, showing off that same gray cityscape I saw from the lobby. The furniture is elegant, expensive, everything arranged to project power and success. And behind the desk, backlit by the pale winter light, sits Eric. He looks up from his computer, and our eyes meet. Everything stops. I watch recognition hit him like a physical blow. His expression shifts through surprise, shock, disbelief, all in the span of a heartbeat. His mouth opens slightly, like he's going to say something, but no words come out. Those blue eyes, the same ones I see every day in Nicholas's face. Mr. Gagliardi. My voice comes out steady, professional, exactly how I practiced. I'm Alexandra Richards from Hartman and Associates. I understand you need a forensic accountant. He stands slowly. 6'2", broad-shouldered, wearing a suit that fits him snugly. He's older now. More polished. The boy I knew has been replaced by this sharp-edged businessman, all controlled power and calculated authority. Alexandra, just my name. But the way he says it carries 6 years of history, 6 years of unspoken words and unanswered questions. I step inside, closing the door behind me. Shall we discuss the case? He stares at me for another long moment, and I can see him struggling, processing, trying to reconcile whatever memory he has of me with the woman standing in front of him now. You're the forensic accountant? Yes. From Hartman and Associates? Yes. They sent you? They did. I move closer, stopping in front of his desk, close enough to be professional, far enough to maintain distance. Is that going to be a problem? Something flashes across his face. Hurt? Anger? I can't tell. No. He gestures to the chair across from him. No problem. Please sit. I do, crossing my legs, placing my leather portfolio on my lap. Every movement deliberate, controlled. He sits too, but he doesn't look away from me. Doesn't even pretend to glance at his computer or the papers scattered across his desk. You look good. This is a professional meeting, Mr. Gagliardi. Eric. Mr. Gagliardi, I correct, my tone leaving no room for argument. I'm here to investigate the financial irregularities your company has been experiencing. I'll need full access to your accounting systems, records going back at least 3 years, and a list of everyone who has authorization to move funds. He leans back in his chair, still watching me with those intense blue eyes. You're really going to pretend we don't know each other? I'm going to do my job. Alexandra ... Why don't you brief me on the situation? I pull out a notepad, pen poised. When did you first notice the discrepancies? The silence stretches, heavy, loaded with everything we're not saying. Finally, he lets out a long breath. About 4 months ago. I write it down. And what made you notice? Quarterly reports didn't match the internal numbers. Small differences at first. Easy to dismiss as accounting errors. But they got bigger. Yeah. How much are we talking? His jaw tightens. Total? Just over 2 million. I keep my expression neutral, even though that number makes my stomach drop. 2 million is serious, career-destroying serious, if this goes public. And you have suspicions about who's responsible? I have theories. Nothing concrete. That's what I'm here for. I meet his gaze. To find concrete evidence. We stare at each other across the expanse of his desk. This should feel triumphant. Me, the girl he left behind, now in a position of power over his company. Over him. But all I feel is tired. Tired of carrying this weight. Tired of pretending he doesn't matter. Tired of lying to myself that seeing him again wouldn't rip open wounds I thought had healed. I'll need an office, I say. Somewhere private where I can work without interruption. I'll have it arranged. And complete confidentiality. No one can know why I'm really here. Already handled. As far as anyone knows, you're a consultant brought in to optimize our financial systems. Smart. I stand. Then I'll get started. He stands too, moving around the desk like he's going to, what? Shake my hand? Hug me? I step back. Alexandra, we need to talk. No. The word comes out sharp, final. We don't. Please. 6 years, Eric. I grip my portfolio tighter. 6 years of silence. You don't get to ask me for anything now. Pain crosses his face, raw and real. I know I hurt you. This is a professional arrangement. Nothing more. I'm here to do a job, and then I'm gone. That's it. I turn toward the door. Wait. I don't. I walk out of his office, down the pristine hallway, past the receptionist who doesn't look up. The elevator feels like salvation when the doors finally close, sealing me away from him. Only then do I let myself breathe. Only then do I let my hands shake. 3 months. That's how long this investigation will take, according to my contract. 3 months of working in the same building as the father of my child. 3 months of maintaining this professional facade while everything inside me screams, I can do this. I have to. The elevator descends, and I watch the numbers tick down, wondering what the hell I've gotten myself into.
Chapter 4. Eric. I haven't slept. The digital clock on my nightstand mocked me all night, numbers changing with ruthless precision while I stared at the ceiling and tried not to think about Alexandra Richards sitting in my office like she hadn't just detonated a bomb in the middle of my carefully controlled life. 6 years. 6 years since I last saw her, and she walks in looking like every mistake I've ever made wrapped up in a designer suit and cold professionalism. I drag myself through a shower, the water scalding enough to hurt. Good. Maybe physical pain will drown out the other kind, the kind that's been clawing at my chest since the moment our eyes met yesterday. She didn't break, didn't flinch, just sat there with her notepad and her perfectly neutral expression, acting like we were strangers discussing quarterly projections instead of two people who used to know every inch of each other. Christ. I down my coffee black and bitter, skip breakfast entirely, and arrive at the office before 7. The building is mostly empty, just security and the overnight cleaning crew finishing their rounds. Perfect. I need time to get my stuff together before... Morning, boss. I turn. Miranda stands by her desk, already put together despite the early hour. She's got that look on her face, the one that means she's about to say something I don't want to hear. You're here early, I say. So are you. She sets her bag down, powering up her computer. I got the office ready for Ms. Richards, executive wing, corner suite, all the access credentials you requested. Good. She should be here around 8. Fine. Miranda watches me for a moment. Are you all right? Why wouldn't I be? You look like you haven't slept. I slept fine. Lie. Complete lie, and we both know it. I retreat to my office before she can push further, closing the door and leaning against it. The view outside is marginally less depressing today. Actual sunlight breaking through the cloud cover, making the city almost look alive. I pull up the documents I spent half the night preparing. Financial records, access logs, everything Alexandra will need to start her investigation. Organized, professional, completely impersonal. My phone buzzes. Text from Leo. You free for lunch? Need to talk. I stare at the message, at my brother's name on the screen. The brother I might be investigating. The brother who could be stealing from our family's company. Or the brother who's completely innocent, and I'm just paranoid and sleep-deprived and looking for someone to blame. I don't respond. Can't deal with Leo right now when my head's already spinning from... A knock at my door. Come in. Miranda pokes her head through. Ms. Richards is here. Should I send her in? My stomach tightens. Give me 5 minutes. Show her to her office first. Make sure she has everything she needs. Will do. The door closes. I have 5 minutes to pull myself together. 5 minutes to become the CEO who doesn't give a damn about his forensic accountant's personal history. I'm failing spectacularly. Another knock. This time I don't bother asking who it is. The door swings open and Leo saunters in like he owns the place. He's dressed down, jeans and a button-up that's wrinkled enough to suggest he didn't go home last night. Busy? He asks, dropping into the chair across from my desk. What do you need? Jesus, good morning to you too. He grins, but it doesn't quite reach his eyes. Rough night? What do you want, Leo? He leans back, studying me with an expression I can't read. Heard we've got a new consultant. Some accountant brought in to optimize our systems or whatever corporate nonsense excuse you're using. My jaw clenches. Where'd you hear that? Come on. You know how this place works. Word travels. He crosses an ankle over his knee, still watching me. So who is she? Why do you assume it's a she? Because I literally ran into her yesterday. Gorgeous, professional, completely uninterested in my charm. His grin widens, which naturally makes me more interested. Something dark and possessive coils in my chest. Stay away from her. Why? Because I'm telling you to. That's not a reason. It's the only one you're getting. Leo's eyebrows rise. He's got that look now, the one he gets when he senses something interesting, something he can exploit. You know her, he says. Not a question. A statement. She's here to do a job. That's all you need to know. Nonsense. He leans forward. You never give a damn about random employees. But this one, you're practically vibrating with... What is that? Anger? Jealousy? Get out of my office. See, now I'm definitely interested. He stands but doesn't move toward the door. Who is she, Eric? Ex-girlfriend? Old flame? Someone who actually managed to get under your skin? Leo, because I gotta tell you, the idea of the woman who can make you this tense? That's fascinating. Maybe I should take her out, see what... I'm around the desk before I can think it through, getting in his face with enough force that he actually backs up a step. I said stay away from her. Silence. Leo stares at me and I can see the calculation happening behind those green eyes, weighing options, testing boundaries. Okay, he says slowly. Okay, man. I get it. Do you? She's important. He holds up his hands. Message received. I'll back off. Good. But he doesn't leave. Just stands there, watching me with something that looks almost like concern mixed with curiosity. Who is she really? He asks, quieter this time. What's going on? I step back, putting distance between us. She's a forensic accountant brought in to review our financial systems. That's it. And you're this worked up because... I'm not worked up. You just about threw me through a wall for suggesting dinner. Because you need to focus on your actual job instead of hitting on every woman who walks through the door. That's rich coming from you. What's that supposed to mean? Leo shrugs. Nothing. Just interesting how defensive you're getting. I'm not... I cut myself off. He's baiting me, and I'm falling for it like an idiot. Don't you have work to do? Probably. He heads for the door, then pauses. But seriously, Eric, whatever's going on with this woman, be careful. You're not exactly subtle when you're involved. I'm not involved. Right. He grins. And I'm employee of the month. The door closes behind him and I'm alone again with my thoughts and the city outside my windows. That went well. Real subtle, Gagliardi. Might as well have painted, I have history with the new accountant across my forehead. I return to my desk trying to focus on the documents I prepared. But Leo's words keep circling. She's important. Is she? After 6 years of nothing, after walking away and never looking back, does Alexandra still matter? Yesterday proved she does. The second I saw her sitting across from me, every carefully built wall I'd constructed came crashing down. All the reasons I left, all the justifications I'd made, they evaporated in the face of those brown eyes and that professional mask she wore like armor. She hates me. I could see it in every clipped word, every cold glance. And she has every right to. Another knock. This time it's Miranda again. Ms. Richards is settled in her office. She's asking for those preliminary documents. Send her in. She suggested meeting in her office instead. Said it would be more appropriate. Of course she did. Keep me out of my territory. Maintain her control. Smart. Fine. Tell her I'll be there in 10. Miranda leaves and I gather the files. My hands are steadier than I expected. Maybe I can pull this off. Professional distance. Cold efficiency. Two people who used to mean something to each other, now just colleagues working toward a common goal. Who the hell am I kidding? I head down the hall, files tucked under my arm. Her office is at the opposite end of the executive wing, far enough from mine to avoid constant interaction, close enough that we can't avoid each other entirely. The door is open. I knock anyway. Come in. Alexandra sits behind her desk, laptop already set up, notepad open, looking every bit the competent professional. She's wearing a different suit today, navy blue, perfectly tailored, with a cream blouse underneath. Her hair is pulled back in a low bun, and she's wearing minimal makeup that somehow makes her even more beautiful. Stop. Thinking. Like that. I have the documents you requested, I say, setting the files on her desk. Thank you. She doesn't look up from her laptop, just pulls the files toward her, flipping through them with practiced efficiency. The silence stretches. I should leave. Walk out, close the door, go back to my office and let her work. But I don't. Alexander, these are good. She finally looks up, and her expression is completely neutral. I'll start with the quarterly reports and work backward. Should have preliminary findings by end of week. That's not what I was going to say. I don't care what you were going to say. She stands, moving around the desk to create physical distance. We're not doing this. Doing what? The personal conversation. The let's talk about what happened discussion. The awkward dance around 6 years of silence. She crosses her arms. You hired me to find out who's stealing from your company. That's what I'm here for. Nothing else. It's not that simple. It absolutely is. We have history. Had. Past tense. Her voice could cut glass. Whatever we had ended a long time ago. You made sure of that. The words hit like a physical blow. I know I hurt you. You don't know anything. She's angry now, the professional mask slipping just enough to show the fire underneath. You don't get to walk back into my life and pretend you understand what you did, what you took from me. Then tell me. No. Alexandra, get out of my office. I'm not leaving until. This is my workspace, mine, and I'm asking you to leave. We stare at each other, the air between us crackling with tension and unspoken words, and 6 years of buried feelings. Please, she adds, quieter. Just go. The please breaks me. I nod, backing toward the door. I'll leave you to work. Good. I pause in the doorway. For what it's worth, I am sorry for how things ended. It's worth nothing. The door closes between us, and I stand in the hallway feeling like I've just gone 10 rounds and lost every single one. My phone buzzes. Another text from Leo. Lunch? Really need to talk, man. I stare at the message, at my brother's name, at the growing suspicion that's been eating at me for months. One crisis at a time. I type back, can't today, swamped with work. His response is immediate. Tomorrow then? It's important. Fine. Tomorrow. I pocket my phone and head back to my office, passing Miranda's desk without acknowledging her concerned look. Inside, I close the door and lean against it, letting out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Alexandra Richards is back in my life. She hates me, and I'm about to investigate whether my own brother is a thief. What could possibly go wrong?
Chapter 5. Alexandra. The clock on my office wall mocks me. 4:57. 3 more minutes until I can legitimately escape this building and pretend today never happened. I've been staring at spreadsheets for 9 hours straight, cross-referencing account numbers and transaction dates until my eyes burn. The numbers blur together, revealing patterns I'm starting to piece together. Someone's definitely siphoning funds, but the trail is deliberately convoluted. Clever bastard, whoever they are. My phone buzzes. Nicholas's school. Ms. Richards, just confirming pickup time today. I'll be there by 5:30. I say, already shutting down my laptop. Perfect. Nicholas had a wonderful day. I end the call and gather my things, shoving files into my messenger bag. The subway from here to his school takes 20 minutes on a good day. I've got this timed perfectly. The elevator ride down feels like freedom. Almost there. Almost. My phone buzzes again. Different number this time. MTA alert. Significant delays on the 6 train due to track maintenance. Expect 30 to 45-minute delays. Damn. I'm standing in the lobby, staring at my phone like it personally betrayed me. The next alert confirms it. The entire line is messed. Signal problems, overcrowding, the usual nightmare that is New York public transportation. I pull up my rideshare app. $72 for a car? 72 goddamn dollars because it's rush hour and the algorithm knows I'm desperate. Damn it. I can't afford that. Not when I'm still paying off Nicholas's school tuition, the security deposit on our apartment, the moving expenses that drained my savings. But I also can't be late picking him up. Not on his first week, not when he's already adjusting to so much change. I step outside, the cold air hitting me like a slap. Think Alexandra. There has to be another option, a different train line, a bus. Walking would take over an hour and... You look stressed. I turn. A guy stands a few feet away, hands in his pockets, sandy blonde hair slightly mussed by the wind. He's got Eric's build but softer features, warm brown eyes that look genuinely concerned. I'm fine, I say automatically. You were just cursing at your phone pretty intensely. He grins. Usually means something's wrong. Great. Another Gagliardi probably. This building seems full of them. Just transit issues. Nothing I can't handle. The 6 train. How'd you? Everyone who takes the 6 is losing their minds right now. I overheard at least 3 people calling cabs. He extends his hand. Sebastian Gagliardi. I don't think we've met. Of course he is. I shake his hand briefly. Alexandra Richards. His eyes light with recognition. Oh, you're the forensic accountant Eric brought in. Word really does travel fast here. I'm a consultant, yes. Well, welcome to the chaos. He glances at my phone. Where are you trying to get to? Upper East Side. I have to pick up my son from school by 5:30. And the subway just... I cut myself off. Why am I telling him this? I'll figure it out. I can give you a ride. I blink. What? I'm heading uptown anyway. My car's in the garage downstairs. He says it so casually, like offering rides to strangers is perfectly normal. Unless you'd rather pay $70 for an Uber? You don't have to do that. I know. His smile is easy, genuine. Nothing like Leo's wolfish grin or Eric's intense stare. But you're clearly stressed about being late, and I'm literally going the same direction. It's not a big deal. I should say no. Keep my distance from anything Gagliardi related, but I'm looking at my phone. At the time, ticking closer to 5, and desperation wins. Okay, thank you. No problem. Come on. He leads me to the building's underground garage, past rows of expensive cars, until we reach a dark blue Tesla. Practical, but still clearly expensive. Of course. Nice car, I say, sliding into the passenger seat. Thanks. Birthday gift from my brothers. He starts the engine, and it's eerily quiet. Where exactly am I dropping you? I give him the address, and he pulls out into traffic with practiced ease. The silence stretches for maybe 30 seconds before he breaks it. So, forensic accounting. That sounds intense. It can be. Eric must be pretty worried to bring in outside help. I glance at him. He's focused on the road, expression neutral, but there's something careful in the way he said it. I can't really discuss the specifics of my work, I say. Right. Confidentiality. He navigates around a taxi that's blocking the lane. Makes sense. Just between you and me? I think this whole situation has him more stressed than he's letting on. What situation? The missing money. He says it quietly, like he's not entirely sure he should be talking about it. I know the official story is, you're here to optimize our systems, but come on, Eric doesn't bring in specialists unless something's seriously wrong. I stay quiet, not confirming or denying anything. Sebastian continues. The thing is, I've been noticing weird stuff too. Transactions that don't quite make sense, approvals that seem off. He pauses. I think it might be Leo. That makes me sit up straighter. Your brother? Yeah. His hands tighten on the steering wheel. I don't want it to be true. God, I really don't. But he's been acting strange lately, defensive. And his spending has gone way up. New apartment, new car, trips to Vegas every other weekend. That doesn't necessarily mean... I know, but the timing lines up with when the discrepancies started. And Leo's always been, reckless. Willing to bend rules if he thinks he can get away with it. He glances at me. I'm probably overstepping by telling you this. Probably. But if you're investigating, you should know. Eric won't say it out loud because Leo's family. But I know that's who he suspects too. This is exactly the kind of information I need. The kind that usually takes weeks to uncover through careful analysis and discreet questioning. And Sebastian's just handing it to me. Why are you telling me this? I ask. He's quiet for a moment, maneuvering through traffic. Because if Leo is stealing from the company, he needs to be stopped. And if he's not, then we need to clear his name and find who actually is. He meets my eyes briefly before focusing back on the road. Either way, the truth matters more than protecting feelings. Fair enough. Has Leo had direct access to the accounts where the money's going missing? Yeah. He's VP of Client Relations. Has authorization for fund transfers up to $500,000 without additional approval. And how long has he had that level of access? About 18 months. Since Dad died and Eric restructured everything. The timeline fits. I make a mental note to pull Leo's transaction history first thing tomorrow. What about the other executives? I ask. Who else has that kind of access? Me, technically. But my limit is lower, $200,000, and I barely use it. I'm more focused on operations than client-facing stuff. He signals changing lanes. There's also our CFO, Orion Mason. He's got unlimited authorization, but he's been with the company for 20 years. I can't imagine him suddenly deciding to steal. People can surprise you. True. He pulls up in front of Nicholas's school. A converted brownstone with colorful paintings in the windows. Here you go. I check the time. 5:28. 2 minutes to spare. Thank you, seriously. You saved me. Happy to help. He smiles and it's so genuinely warm, I almost feel guilty for being suspicious of everyone in his family. And hey, if you ever need a ride or just want to talk through theories, I'm around. This whole thing has me worried, too. I grab my bag, then pause with my hand on the door. Can I ask you something? Sure. Why are you being so helpful? You don't know me? He considers this. Because Eric's barely sleeping, Leo's acting sketchy as hell, and the whole company is on edge. If you can figure out what's actually happening, maybe we can fix it before everything implodes. His expression turns serious. And honestly, I'd rather know the truth, even if it's ugly, than keep pretending everything's fine. I nod. I'll do my best. That's all anyone can ask. I climb out of the car, then lean back through the window. Sebastian? Yeah? This conversation stays between us, right? Absolutely. He makes a zipping motion across his lips. I was never here. Good. I watch him drive away, then turn toward the school. Nicholas bursts through the doors before I can even reach them, backpack bouncing as he runs. Mama! I catch him in a hug, breathing in the familiar scent of his strawberry shampoo and whatever snack he had at lunch. Hey, baby, how was your day? Amazing. We learned about penguins, and I made a new friend named Nathan, and we're going to build a robot together. The words tumble out in an excited rush. Can we get ice cream? It's freezing outside. Ice cream doesn't care about temperature. I laughed despite everything. That's actually a fair point. Okay, ice cream it is. We walk to the corner bodega that serves surprisingly good soft serve, and Nicholas chatters the entire way about penguins and robots, and his new friend Nathan, who apparently knows everything about dinosaurs. I watch him, my beautiful boy with his father's eyes and my determination, completely oblivious to the complicated mess his parents have created. Eric doesn't know. Still doesn't know he has a son. And every day I don't tell him feels like the lie gets heavier. But what's the alternative? Walk into his office and casually mention, "Oh, by the way, remember 6 years ago when you left? Turns out I was pregnant. Surprise. Yeah, that'll go well." Nicholas tugs my hand. Mama, you're thinking too hard again. Sorry, baby. Are you worried about work? A little bit. Is it hard? Very. He considers this while we wait for our ice cream. But you're really smart, so you'll figure it out. God, I love this kid. Thanks for the vote of confidence. What's confidence? It means you believe in someone. Oh. He accepts his chocolate soft serve with reverence. Then yeah, I have lots of confidence in you. We walk home slowly, ice cream dripping despite the cold, and I try to focus on this moment instead of the disaster waiting for me tomorrow. But Sebastian's words keep circling. I think it might be Leo. If he's right, this case just got infinitely more complicated.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaire's audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 6. Eric. Alexandra sits across from me, her laptop angled so I can see the spreadsheet filling her screen. Numbers cascade down in neat columns, some highlighted in yellow, others marked in red. She's been talking for 10 minutes straight, walking me through transaction patterns and authorization codes, her voice crisp and professional. I should be focused on the embezzlement, on the $2 million bleeding out of my company. Instead, I'm watching the way she tucks a stray curl behind her ear when she's concentrating. The slight furrow between her brows when she's explaining something complicated. The elegant line of her neck when she turns to reference another document. Christ, I'm pathetic. As you can see here, she says, tapping the screen, The majority of irregular transfers originate from 3 specific accounts. All of them require VP-level authorization or higher. I force myself to focus on the spreadsheet. The highlighted transactions form a clear pattern once she's pointed it out. Small amounts at first, gradually increasing over the past 18 months. How much total from these 3 accounts? 1.8 million. She pulls up another screen. The remaining 200,000 is scattered across smaller transactions that are harder to trace. Whoever's doing this knows what they're doing. But you can trace them. Eventually. She leans back, meeting my eyes for the first time since I walked into her office 20 minutes ago. I need another week to narrow down specific authorization trails. The system logs show approved transactions, but someone's been clever about masking the digital signatures. Meaning? Meaning they're either very good at covering their tracks, or they have help from someone in IT who can manipulate the records. Damn. That opens up a whole new range of suspects. Can you tell which VPs are involved? Not yet, but I have theories. She closes her laptop, signaling the end of the presentation. I'll have preliminary findings for you by next week. I should thank her and leave. Let her get back to work, but I can't seem to make myself stand up. This is good work, I say. Really good. It's my job. Still, you've accomplished more in a week than our internal auditors did in 3 months. The compliment hangs between us. She doesn't react, doesn't soften, just maintains that professional mask that's driving me insane. Is there anything else? She asks. Yeah, about 1,000 things. Why did you really come back to New York? Do you ever think about us? Do you hate me as much as your eyes suggest? We should discuss this over dinner, I say instead. Go over the findings in more detail, maybe brainstorm next steps. Her expression doesn't change. I can email you a full report. A business dinner, I clarify. Not a date, just 2 professionals discussing a case. No. The word is flat. Final. Why not? Because I don't work after hours. She stands, clearly done with this conversation. I have commitments outside the office that take priority. Commitments. The word hits differently than it should. I stand too, unable to stop myself from pushing. What kind of commitments? Her eyes flash. None of your damn business. I'm just asking. And I'm just telling you no. She crosses her arms. My personal life is completely separate from my professional one, and I intend to keep it that way. But there's something in the way she says it, something defensive that makes me wonder. Do you have someone? The question comes out before I can stop it. Boyfriend? Husband? Her eyes narrow at me. Are you seriously asking me that right now? I'm curious. Don't be. She moves around her desk, putting physical distance between us. What I do outside this office, who I spend my time with, none of that is your concern. Alexandra. Mr. Gagliardi. Her voice could freeze water. I came here to do a job. Find out who's stealing from your company. Provide evidence. Then move on with my life. That's it. There is no dinner, no drinks, no casual conversations about our personal lives. I wasn't suggesting. Yes, you were. She picks up her messenger bag, starts shoving files inside with more force than necessary. You were testing boundaries, seeing if there's any give in my professional stance. Well, there isn't. I watch her gather her things. This woman who used to know me better than anyone, who could read my moods, finish my sentences, call me out on my crap with a single look. Now she's a stranger in a designer suit, and it's entirely my fault. I'm sorry, I say quietly. She pauses, hand on her laptop. For what, specifically? For overstepping. You're right. Your personal life isn't my concern. Thank you. But she doesn't move. Just stands there, gripping her laptop case, and for a split second I see something crack in that professional armor. Something that looks almost like pain. Then it's gone. I need to leave, she says. I have to pick up. She cuts herself off. I have somewhere to be. Of course. I step aside, letting her pass. She doesn't look at me as she walks by, doesn't acknowledge my presence beyond the necessary courtesy. The door closes behind her with a soft click. I stand in her empty office, surrounded by organized files and color-coded sticky notes, and wonder what the hell she's hiding. Pick up what? A boyfriend? A dog? Why would she stop herself mid-sentence unless it's something she specifically doesn't want me to know? My phone buzzes. Text from Sebastian. Heading home early. Roads are messed up from traffic and snow. Need anything? I type back. No, thanks. The office feels too quiet now that Alexandra's gone. I return to my desk, trying to focus on the mountain of work waiting for me, but my mind keeps circling back to her. The way she shut down my dinner suggestion without hesitation. The defensive snap when I asked about her personal life. The carefully maintained boundaries that feel less professional and more like shields. She's protecting something, or someone. I pull up her employee file, the one Linda sent over when we hired her. Standard information. Previous employment history, certifications, education credentials. Nothing personal beyond her current address in Manhattan. No mention of a spouse. No emergency contacts listed besides her mother back in Rhode Island. I'm being ridiculous, obsessing over details that don't matter. She's here to do a job, just like she said. What she does in her off hours is completely irrelevant to the investigation. Ma'am. But I can't shake the feeling that I'm missing something important. My phone rings. Leo's name flashes on the screen. I let it go to voicemail. 3 calls in the past 2 hours. Whatever he wants to talk about must be urgent. But I can't deal with my brother right now. Not when I'm still processing the mess that is Alexandra Richards. The woman who walked away from my office like I'm nothing more than an inconvenient client. The woman who used to look at me like I hung the moon. I lean back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. 6 years ago, I left because I thought I was doing the right thing. Because my father was sick, the company was in chaos, and I couldn't handle a relationship on top of everything else. Because Alexandra deserved better than a boyfriend who was drowning in responsibility and grief. So I walked away, told her it wasn't working, let her go. Biggest mistake of my life. And now she's back, and she hates me, and I can't stop thinking about what could have been if I just fought harder to keep her. My computer pings with a new email from Alexandra. Subject, preliminary report, week 1. I open it. 3 attachments, each one meticulously organized and professionally formatted. A summary of her findings, a breakdown of the suspicious transactions, and a timeline of when the irregularities began. No personal note, no signature beyond her typed name, just pure, efficient professionalism. I read through the report twice, absorbing the details she outlined in our meeting. She's good. Better than good. She's found connections our internal team missed, patterns that should have been obvious but somehow weren't. If she keeps this up, she'll have concrete evidence within 2 weeks. Maybe less. Which means my time to figure out what the hell is going on between us is running out. I close the email and return to staring at my office walls, thinking about brown eyes and defensive walls, and the addiction I apparently never learned how to quit. Alexandra Richards is going to destroy me all over again. And the worst part? I'm going to let her.
Chapter 7. Alexandra. The week crawls by like it's got somewhere better to be, but can't quite remember where. I spend my days buried in financial records, cross-referencing authorization codes, and tracking digital signatures through Neon's labyrinthine system. The numbers don't lie, and they're starting to paint a picture I don't particularly like. Leo Gagliardi's fingerprints are all over the suspicious transactions. Not literally, of course, but the pattern is there. VP-level approvals, transfers that coincide with his access times, amounts that sit just below the threshold, requiring additional oversight. Whoever's siphoning funds knows the system intimately and Leo's position gives him exactly that kind of knowledge. I make notes, document everything, build the case brick by brick, and I avoid Eric like he's got something contagious, which isn't hard, considering he's holed up in meetings most of the week, board members demanding answers, investors getting nervous, the usual corporate panic when money goes missing. I catch glimpses of him through glass walls, tie loosened, jaw tight, looking like he hasn't slept in days. Not my problem. Sebastian, on the other hand, has become a constant presence. He stops by my office Tuesday morning with coffee. The good kind from the place 3 blocks over, not the swill from the break room. "Peace offering," he says, setting the cup on my desk, "for ambushing you with company gossip in the car?" I accept the coffee because I'm not stupid. You didn't ambush me. You gave me useful information. Still felt weird afterward. He drops into the chair across from me, all easy smiles and genuine warmth. "How's the investigation going?" "Can't discuss it." "Right. Confidentiality." He doesn't push, just sits there looking comfortable in his own skin. "So what do you do when you're not chasing embezzlers?" "Sleep. Sometimes eat." "Thrilling." I have a 5-year-old. Thrilling comes in different packages these days. His eyebrows lift. "You have a kid?" Damn. I don't talk about Nicholas at work. Don't bring him up. Don't mention him. Keep that part of my life sealed tight. But something about Sebastian's open expression makes the words slip out before I can catch them. "Yeah, Nicholas. I pause, searching for the right description. He's everything good in my life, wrapped up in a tiny human who asks a million questions. Sebastian's grin widens. "That sounds amazing. How's he adjusting to the city?" "Better than I am, honestly. Made friends immediately, loves his new school, thinks the subway is the greatest invention ever created. Smart kid. Too smart sometimes." I pull out my phone, unable to stop myself from showing off. Nicholas's latest school picture fills the screen. Curly hair, slightly askew. Bright smile. Those blue eyes that are a constant reminder of genetics I can't escape. Sebastian studies the photo. He's adorable. Got his mom's smile. And his dad's stubbornness. The words hang there. Sebastian doesn't ask about Nicholas's father. Doesn't pry into territory I clearly don't want to explore. Just nods like he understands. Being a single parent in New York can't be easy. It's not. But it's worth it. I pocket my phone. He makes everything worth it. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment. Outside my window, snow starts falling again. Fat flakes that stick to the glass and melt slowly. "You should take him ice skating," Sebastian says. "Woolman Rink in Central Park. It's touristy as hell, but kids love it." "Yeah?" "Absolutely. My mom used to take us every winter when we were little. Best memories I have." His expression turns wistful. "Before everything got complicated." I wonder what complicated means in Gagliardi family terms, but don't ask. That actually sounds perfect. Nicholas would lose his mind. This Saturday's supposed to be clear. Good weather for it? Saturday. I make a mental note. Yeah, I can do that. Thanks for the suggestion. Anytime. He stands, heading for the door. And hey, if you ever need someone to talk to about, non-work stuff, I'm around. He means it. I can tell by the way he says it. Casual but sincere. I appreciate that. After he leaves, I sit there staring at my laptop screen, thinking about how strange it is to find genuine friendship in the middle of this mess. Sebastian doesn't want anything from me except conversation, doesn't push boundaries, doesn't make assumptions, just offers kindness without strings attached. It's refreshing and terrifying, because kindness makes you vulnerable, makes you care about people you probably shouldn't. Wednesday brings Leo to my office. He shows up around 2, all charm and calculated smiles, leaning against my doorframe like he owns it. Busy? I don't look up from my work. Yes. Too busy for a friendly chat? Especially too busy for that. He laughs, actually laughs, and walks in uninvited. You're cold. I like it. Great. Now leave. Come on, we got off on the wrong foot. He settles into the chair Sebastian occupied yesterday, but where Sebastian's presence felt comfortable, Leo's feels invasive. Let me make it up to you. Dinner? Drinks? No. You don't even know what I was going to suggest. Don't care. His green eyes study me with unsettling intensity. You know, most women find me charming. Most women have poor taste. Another laugh. He's enjoying this, treating my rejection like a game he's determined to win. What's your deal, Alexandra? Who hurt you so bad you've built walls this high? The question hits closer than it should. I finally look up, meeting his gaze with ice. My deal is, I'm here to work. Not to entertain you, not to stroke your ego, not to be another conquest you can brag about. I lean back. So unless you have actual business to discuss, get out of my office. Something flickers across his face. Annoyance? Respect? Can't tell. Fair enough. He stands but doesn't leave. Just so you know, whatever Eric told you about me, take it with a grain of salt. My brother sees conspiracies everywhere. I keep my expression neutral. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure you don't. He heads for the door, then pauses. But when you figure out I'm not the bad guy here, come find me. I'll still buy you that drink. Don't hold your breath. He leaves, and I immediately pull up his transaction history. If he's this defensive, this eager to plant seeds of doubt, it means he knows something, or suspects I'm getting close. Either way, Leo Gagliardi just moved to the top of my suspect list. Thursday, Eric tries again. I'm packing up for the day when he appears in my doorway, looking exhausted but determined. Got a minute? Not really. Alexandra. I have to pick up Nicholas. The name slips out before I can stop it, and I watch Eric's expression shift. Confusion, then curiosity. Nicholas? Damn. My son. I grab my bag, moving toward the door. And I'm already running late, so... You have a son. It's not a question, just a statement, heavy with implications I'm not ready to explore. Yes, and I need to go. He steps aside, but his eyes follow me. I can feel the weight of unasked questions, the gears turning behind that sharp mind. Let him wonder. Let him put together whatever pieces he wants. I don't owe him explanations. I make it to the elevator before my hand starts shaking. Nicholas. I said Nicholas's name to Eric. In a building where people talk, where information spreads, where my carefully maintained separation between work and personal life just developed a crack. The subway ride is a blur. I pick up Nicholas, listen to him chatter about his day, smile in all the right places. But my mind keeps circling back to Eric's expression. You have a son. Friday, Sebastian rescues me again. He finds me in the break room, stress-eating vending machine cookies, and glaring at my phone. Rough day? You could say that. Want to talk about it? I consider. Sebastian's proven himself trustworthy, and right now I could use a friendly ear. I accidentally mentioned my son to Eric yesterday. His eyebrows rise. Accidentally? He was asking why I couldn't work late, and it just slipped out. I crushed the empty cookie wrapper. Now he knows I have a kid, and it's only a matter of time before he starts asking questions I don't want to answer. Sebastian leans against the counter. Can I ask you something personal? You can ask. Doesn't mean I'll answer. Fair? He pauses, choosing words carefully. Does Nicholas's father know about him? The question lands like a punch. No. But I don't want to talk about it. He nods slowly. Okay, I get it. Then softer. For what it's worth, Eric's not going to pry. He's good at respecting boundaries when people actually set them. Yeah, because he's been testing mine all week. That's different. With you, he's... Sebastian trails off, like he said too much. He's what? Nothing. Just be patient with him. He's under a lot of pressure right now. I grab another cookie. Not my problem. Right. But Sebastian's looking at me like he knows something I don't. You still up for ice skating tomorrow? The subject change is deliberate, and I'm grateful for it. Yeah, Nicholas is going to flip. Good. His smile returns. You both deserve something fun after the week you've had. Friday afternoon, I'm deep in spreadsheets when my phone buzzes. Text from Sebastian. Coffee run? Want anything? I smile despite myself. Vanilla latte, you're a lifesaver. I know. One of my many talents. He shows up 15 minutes later with coffee and a chocolate croissant I didn't ask for. You need real food, he says, setting it on my desk. Vending machine cookies don't count. Have you been spying on me? The wrapper's still in your trash can. Fair point. We settle into easy conversation, talking about nothing important. He tells me about growing up with two brothers, the constant competition, the way Eric changed after their father died. I tell him about Nicholas's obsession with space, how he wants to be an astronaut dinosaur when he grows up. That's very specific, Sebastian says, grinning. He's very determined. Wonder where he gets that from. The hour passes quickly, too quickly. When Sebastian finally leaves, my office feels emptier than it should. I check the time, 4:30. Close enough to leaving that I can legitimately pack up without guilt. My phone buzzes again. This time it's a text from an unknown number. This is Eric. Got your number from HR. Can we talk? I stare at the message, then delete it without responding. Not today, not ever, if I can help it.
Chapter 8. Eric. Saturday morning tastes like frustration and bad decisions. I'm up before dawn, pacing my penthouse like a caged animal, replaying Thursday's conversation with Alexandra on an endless loop. The way she said Nicholas. The panic that flashed across her face when she realized she'd let the name slip. She has a son. The information has been eating at me for 2 days straight. A son. Alexandra has a kid, and she guards that information like it's classified intel. Why? I've run through every possible scenario. Maybe the father's in the picture, but she doesn't want to discuss him. Maybe it's a messy custody situation. Maybe she's just fiercely private about her personal life, and I'm reading too much into her reaction. But none of those explanations fit with the fear I saw in her eyes. Sebastian might know something. The thought hits me around 6:30, right as the sky starts shifting from black to gray. My youngest brother has been spending a suspicious amount of time with Alexandra this week. Coffee runs, casual conversations, that easy rapport he develops with everyone, because he's Sebastian and people just naturally trust him. If anyone's gotten past her walls, it's him. I grab my phone, pull up his contact, then hesitate. It's not even 7 on a Saturday. Calling now makes me look desperate. Damn it. I'm desperate. The call goes to voicemail. I don't leave a message, just hang up and try texting instead. Need to talk. You up? No response. I make coffee that tastes like burnt ambition and stare out at the city. The view from my penthouse usually helps. Something about seeing the world from this high up makes problems feel smaller, more manageable. Not today. Alexandra has a son. The words keep circling, refusing to settle into anything that makes sense. My phone finally buzzes around 8. Text from Sebastian. Just woke up. What's going on? Can you come over? Now? Yeah. 3 dots appear, then disappear, then appear again. Give me an hour. I use the time to shower, get dressed, pretend I'm not completely losing my mind over a woman who hates me and information that shouldn't matter but somehow does. Sebastian shows up at 9:15, looking rumpled and concerned in jeans and a Georgetown sweatshirt. This better be good, he says, accepting the coffee I hand him. I had plans to sleep until noon. Since when do you sleep until noon? Since I started staying up late trying to figure out what the hell is going on with this company. He drops onto my couch, eyeing me over the rim of his mug. So what's the emergency? I don't sit. Can't. Just pace the length of my living room while he watches with growing wariness. It's about Alexandra. His expression shifts. What about her? You've been spending time with her. Yeah, we're friendly, so I need information. Sebastian sets his coffee down carefully. Information about what? Her personal life, her kid, whatever you know. The silence that follows is heavy enough to break bones. Are you serious right now? Sebastian's voice has gone quiet, dangerous. You want me to spy on her? Not spy, just share what you know. Why? Because I need to understand. You need to understand nothing. He stands, and there's none of his usual easy warmth. Just cold disapproval. Her personal life is none of your damn business. I'm not trying to invade her privacy. That's exactly what you're trying to do. He crosses his arms. What's going on with you? You've been acting weird all week, and now you're asking me to betray someone's trust. I'm not asking you to betray anyone. I just want to know. Why? Sebastian cuts me off. Why do you need to know about her kid? About her personal life? She's here to do a job, and you're her client. That's it. It's not that simple. Why not? Because I can't stop thinking about her. Because seeing her again ripped open every carefully buried feeling I've spent 6 years trying to forget. Because the way she looked at me with such cold professionalism made me want to break something. I can't say any of that. Just tell me what you know about Nicholas. Sebastian's eyes narrow. How do you even know his name? She mentioned him. Thursday. Said she had to pick him up. And she looked scared when she realized she'd told me. Maybe because she doesn't want her boss prying into her personal life? Sebastian's tone could cut glass. Did that occur to you? I'm not prying. You literally just asked me to tell you about her kid. That's the definition of prying. He's right. I know he's right. But I can't seem to stop myself. Sebastian, please. I need to understand what's going on with her. Why? Because... I drag a hand through my hair, searching for words that don't make me sound completely unhinged. Because she's hiding something. And I need to know what it is. Or, Sebastian says slowly, she's just a private person who doesn't want to share her personal life with the man signing her paychecks. It's more than that. How do you know? I don't have an answer. Just instinct. Just the certainty that there's something Alexandra's protecting. Something important enough to make her panic when she accidentally revealed it. Sebastian watches me pace, his expression shifting from anger to something that looks almost like pity. You know her, he says quietly. Don't you? I stop walking. What? Alexandra. You knew her before she came here. It's not a question. That's why you've been acting so strange. That's why you can't leave her alone. There's no point denying it. Sebastian can read people better than anyone I know. Yeah, we knew each other. A long time ago. How long? 6 years. His eyebrows lift. And you just happened to hire your ex-girlfriend as a forensic accountant? I didn't know it was her. HR handled the hiring. I didn't see her name until she walked into my office Monday. Damn. Sebastian sits back down, processing. That's complicated. You think? Does she know you didn't know? I don't know. Maybe. She's been avoiding me all week. Can you blame her? He shakes his head. Eric, this is messy as hell. If you have history with the person investigating the company, I know. It compromises the entire investigation. I know. You should tell the board. Bring in someone else. No. The word comes out too sharp, too fast. Sebastian's eyes narrow. Why not? Because I can't let her go. Because this might be my only chance to figure out what the hell happened between us. To understand why she left. To maybe... Because she's the best, I say instead. She's already found connections our internal team missed. Bringing in someone new means starting over, and we don't have that kind of time. That's not the real reason. It's reason enough. We stare at each other. I can see him weighing options, deciding how much to push. What do you want from me? He asks finally. Tell me about Nicholas. Why? Because she's my... I cut myself off. Because I need to know. That's not an answer. It's the only one I've got. Sebastian studies me for a long moment, then sighs. She has a son named Nicholas. He's 5, really smart, loves space and dinosaurs. She's taking him ice skating today because I suggested it. The information lands like punches. 5 years old, smart, ice skating. Where? Eric. Where, Sebastian? I'm not telling you that. Why not? Because you'll show up and make things weird. He stands again, heading for the door. Leave her alone. Let her do her job. Stop trying to insert yourself into her personal life. I just want to talk to her. Then talk to her at work, during business hours. Like a professional. He pauses with his hand on the doorknob. She doesn't want you in her life, Eric. Respect that. You don't understand. I understand plenty. His voice softens slightly. I understand you're hurting. I understand seeing her again brought up a lot of stuff. But that doesn't give you the right to invade her privacy or corner her outside of work. I'm not trying to corner anyone. No? Then why are you interrogating me about where she's taking her kid today? Damn. When he puts it like that, I sound like a stalker. I just want another chance, I say quietly. To explain. To apologize. To what? Win her back? Sebastian shakes his head. She's made it clear she wants nothing to do with you. Pushing harder isn't going to change that. It's just going to make her run faster. He's right. I know he's right. But knowing doesn't make it easier. She has a son, I say again, like maybe repeating it will make it make sense. Yeah. And nothing. It just... I trail off, unable to articulate the strange, hollow feeling in my chest. 5 years old. So, 5 years. The timeline ticks through my head. 6 years since we broke up. 5-year-old son. No, that's insane. If Alexandra had been pregnant when we split, she would have told me. She wouldn't have kept something like that secret. Would she? Eric. Sebastian's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. Whatever you're thinking, stop. I'm not. You're doing math. I can see it happening. He steps closer, his expression serious. Don't go there. Don't create conspiracy theories where there aren't any. I wasn't. Yes, you were. And it's dangerous. He grips my shoulder. Alexandra has a life that doesn't involve you. Accept that. Move on. But I can't. That's the problem. I can't stop thinking about her. Can't stop wondering what could have been different if I'd fought harder to keep her. Can't stop seeing that flash of panic when she mentioned Nicholas's name. Where did you say she's going ice skating? I ask again. Sebastian drops his hand. I didn't. And I'm not going to. Sebastian. No. He heads for the door, then pauses. You want my advice? Stay away from her. Let her do her job. And for Christ's sake, stop acting like you have any claim on her life. I don't think I have a claim. Then stop acting like it. The door closes behind him, and I'm alone again with my thoughts and the gnawing need to understand. 5 years old. I pull up my phone, open a browser, start searching. Ice skating rinks Manhattan. The results flood in. Woolman Rink, Rockefeller Center, Bryant Park, Chelsea Piers. Sebastian mentioned Central Park once this week. Something about childhood memories. Woolman Rink. I check the time. 9:45. If Alexandra's taking Nicholas this morning, they're probably there now. Or will be soon. This is a terrible idea. Sebastian's right. Showing up is invasive, inappropriate, exactly the kind of boundary-crossing crap that will make her hate me more. But I can't seem to stop myself. I grab my coat, my keys, tell myself I'm just going for a walk. Just happens to be in the direction of Central Park. Just happens to pass by the ice rink. Total coincidence. The lie tastes bitter even in my own head. 20 minutes later, I'm standing outside Woolman Rink, watching families stream through the entrance. Kids bundled in puffy coats, parents juggling skate rentals and hot chocolate, everyone looking happy and normal and uncomplicated. I almost turn around. Then I see her. Alexandra stands near the rental counter, holding the hand of a small boy with curly dark hair. He's wearing a bright red coat, bouncing with excitement, talking a mile a minute while she smiles down at him. My chest constricts. The boy, Nicholas, has her smile, her energy. But when he turns slightly, I catch sight of his eyes. Blue. Bright, striking blue that I see in the mirror every goddamn day. No. The world tilts. Everything Sebastian said about not creating conspiracy theories evaporates because those are my eyes looking back at me from a 5-year-old's face. God, Nicholas is mine.
Chapter 9. Alexandra. The skates pinch Nicholas's feet even through 2 pairs of socks, but he doesn't complain. Just wiggles his toes and grins up at me like this is the greatest adventure of his entire 5 years. Ready? I ask, lacing up my own skates. So ready, Mama. I'm gonna skate so fast. Let's start with staying upright. That's boring. I laugh, helping him stand. He wobbles immediately, grabbing my arm with both hands. The rental skates are scuffed and worn, probably older than he is, but his eyes shine like I've just handed him treasure. We make our way toward the ice, Nicholas taking tiny shuffling steps while clutching my hand. The rink is crowded, typical Saturday morning chaos of families and couples and groups of teenagers showing off. Music plays from speakers somewhere, something upbeat and forgettable. Okay, baby, nice and slow. Alexandra. The voice freezes me mid-step. Deep, familiar, coming from directly behind us. No, 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 no. I turn slowly, already knowing who I'll see. Eric stands 3 feet away, hands in his coat pockets, looking like he just stumbled onto something he wasn't prepared for. His blue eyes are locked on Nicholas with an intensity that makes my stomach drop. He knows. One look at my son, and he knows. Mr. Gagliardi, my voice comes out steadier than I feel. What are you doing here? But he's not looking at me. Can't seem to tear his gaze away from Nicholas, who's watching this stranger with open curiosity. I was just... Eric stops. Starts again. I didn't expect... Nicholas tugs my hand. Mama, who's that? The question cuts through whatever Eric was trying to say. His eyes finally shift to me, and the expression there is complex. Shock, yes, but also wonder. And beneath it all, dawning understanding that's making my chest tight. This is Mr. Gagliardi, I say carefully. From Mama's work. Oh. Nicholas tilts his head, studying Eric with the unfiltered assessment only children can pull off. You're really tall. A surprised laugh escapes Eric. Thanks. You're pretty tall yourself. I'm 5. Nicholas holds up his hand, fingers spread. 5 3/4, actually. That's almost 6. That's very specific. I like being specific. Mama says I get it from her. The casual mention of me seems to snap Eric out of whatever trance he's in. He looks at me again, and this time there's a question in his eyes, so obvious I don't need him to voice it. Is he mine? I can't do this. Not here. Not with Nicholas standing between us, innocent and oblivious to the bomb about to detonate. We should get on the ice, I say, already moving. Nicholas has been looking forward to this all week. Wait. Eric steps closer, and his voice drops lower. Can we talk? No. Alexandra. Mama, are we skating or not? Nicholas is pulling at my hand, impatient in the way 5-year-olds get when adults start having boring conversations. I meet Eric's eyes. Not now. Then when? I don't know, maybe never. His jaw tightens, but before he can respond, Nicholas pipes up again. Do you know how to ice skate? Eric blinks down at him. What? Ice skate. Do you know how? Nicholas bounces on his skates, nearly losing his balance. Mama says it's harder than it looks, but I bet I can do it. Eric seems completely thrown by the direct question. Yeah, I know how to skate. Are you good at it? Pretty good, yeah. Nicholas's face lights up. Can you skate with us? Please? Mama's gonna be slow 'cause she's being careful, but maybe you can show me the fast way. Nicholas, I start, but he's already looking up at Eric with those blue eyes, Eric's eyes, full of hopeful enthusiasm. And Eric's looking back at our son like he's seeing something miraculous. I don't think Mr. Gagliardi has time. I try again. I have time. The words come out too fast, too eager. Eric catches himself, moderates his tone. I mean, if it's okay with your mom. Both of them turn to me. Nicholas with pleading excitement. Eric with careful hope that he's trying and failing to hide. I should say no. Should grab Nicholas and get as far away from this disaster as possible. Should protect the secret I've kept for 5 years before it destroys everything. But Nicholas is looking at me with such joy, and I won't let my mess ruin his day. Fine, I hear myself say. You can skate with us. Nicholas cheers, nearly toppling over in his excitement. Eric catches him by the arm, steadying him with reflexes that look automatic. Careful there, buddy. I'm okay. Nicholas grins up at him. I'm really good at almost falling. That's a useful skill. We make our way onto the ice, Nicholas between us, gripping both our hands. He pushes forward with determination that outpaces his actual ability, feet sliding out from under him every few seconds. Eric catches him, every single time. You're doing great, Eric says, and there's something in his voice, wonder mixed with barely contained emotion. Just bend your knees a little more. Like this? Yeah, exactly like that. I watch them, this man and this boy who share the same eyes, the same stubborn set to their jaw when they're concentrating. Nicholas chatters nonstop, asking Eric a million questions about skating and sports and whether he likes dinosaurs. Eric answers every single one with patience I didn't know he possessed. What's your favorite dinosaur? Nicholas asks, gaining confidence with each wobbly stride. Probably the T-Rex. That's boring. Everyone picks T-Rex. Fair point. What's yours? Triceratops. They had 3 horns and they didn't eat anybody, so they were nice. Nice dinosaurs. I like it. They're bonding. Right in front of me, my son and his father are bonding, and I can't stop it without making a scene. Nicholas lets go of my hand, gripping Eric's with both of his. Can you show me how to go faster? You sure? Your mom might not like that. Mama worries too much. She says it's her job. Eric glances at me over Nicholas's head, and something passes between us. Shared amusement, maybe. Or shared terror at how fearless this kid is. How about we work on turning first? Eric suggests. Fast only works if you can control where you're going. Okay. I fall back slightly, watching them glide ahead. Eric bends down to Nicholas's level, demonstrating how to shift weight, how to use the edges of the skates. Nicholas mimics him with fierce concentration, nearly falling twice but recovering with laughter each time. And Eric looks at our son like he's the most important thing in the world. My chest aches watching them. This is what Nicholas should have had all along, a father who teaches him things, who encourages him, who looks at him with pride. But I took that away, from both of them. The guilt threatens to swallow me whole. They circle back to me, Nicholas flushed with accomplishment. Mama, did you see? I turned. Mr. Gagliardi showed me how. I saw, baby. You're doing amazing. Can we go around again, all together this time? He grabs my hand before I can answer, then reaches for Eric's. And just like that, we're a unit, a family, skating in a circle like we do this every weekend. Like we're normal. Eric's hand is warm even through his glove. I'm hyper-aware of his presence beside me, of the way he adjusts his pace to match Nicholas's enthusiastic but uncoordinated movements. This is the best day ever, Nicholas announces. We should do this every Saturday. We'll see, I manage. Mr. Gagliardi should come every time. He's really good at teaching. I don't think I'd like that, Eric says quietly, meeting my eyes. If your mom says it's okay. The unspoken question hangs between us. Can I be part of this, part of his life? We'll talk about it later, I say, which isn't a no, but isn't a yes either. Nicholas accepts this, already distracted by a kid doing spins nearby. Can you teach me how to do that? Spins? That's pretty advanced. I'm very advanced for my age. Everyone says so. Eric laughs, a real laugh that transforms his entire face. Okay, advanced guy, let's see what you've got. They spend the next 20 minutes working on basic spins that mostly end with Nicholas on his butt, giggling. Eric doesn't rush him, doesn't show frustration when Nicholas falls for the 10th time. Just helps him up, encourages him to try again. I've never seen him like this. Patient, gentle, completely present. It's destroying me. Around noon, Nicholas's enthusiasm finally starts to flag. His cheeks are bright red from cold and exertion, and he's leaning more heavily on both of us with each lap. Getting tired? I ask. No. He lies, then yawns hugely. How about hot chocolate? Eric suggests. Nicholas perks up immediately. With marshmallows? Is there any other kind? I like you. You understand important things. We make our way off the ice, returning our rental skates. Nicholas sits between us on the bench, swinging his feet while Eric helps him untie the laces. Your fingers are too cold, Eric says, noticing Nicholas struggling with the knots. Here, let me. He works the laces free with gentle efficiency, then helps Nicholas into his regular shoes. The simple act of care makes my throat tight. Thank you, Nicholas says, beaming up at him. You're really nice. Thanks, buddy. You're pretty cool yourself. We head to the concession stand, Nicholas between us again, his small hand tucked into mine. He's telling Eric about his school, about his friend Nathan, who knows everything about dinosaurs, about how he wants to be an astronaut when he grows up. Eric listens to every word like it matters. We get hot chocolate, extra marshmallows for Nicholas, and find a bench overlooking the rink. Nicholas settles between us, sipping his chocolate and watching the other skaters with drowsy contentment. This was so fun, he says, leaning against my arm. Can we really come back next Saturday? Maybe. Mr. Gagliardi, will you come back too? Eric looks at me, and the question in his eyes is clear. Will you let me? I should say no. Should cut this off before it goes any further. Before Nicholas gets attached. Before everything gets even more complicated. But I'm watching my son's hopeful expression, seeing the happiness there, and I can't bring myself to take it away. We'll see, I say finally. Nicholas seems satisfied with this non-answer, returning his attention to his hot chocolate. Eric's knee brushes mine, probably accidentally, but the contact sends electricity up my spine. Thank you, he says quietly, too quietly for Nicholas to hear, for letting me stay. Don't thank me yet. Alexandra. Not now. His jaw tightens, but he nods. We sit in silence, watching Nicholas drain his hot chocolate and leave a marshmallow mustache across his upper lip. This should feel wrong. The three of us together, pretending at normalcy, but it doesn't. It feels terrifyingly right, and that's the problem.
Chapter 10. Eric. Watching them leave feels wrong. Nicholas bounces ahead toward the subway entrance, his red coat bright against the gray afternoon, still chattering about spins and hot chocolate and when they can come back. Alexandra follows, one hand on his shoulder to keep him from darting into the crowd, her expression unreadable. I should let them go. Walk away, process what just happened, give her space to figure out how to handle this mess. Instead, I follow. Alexandra, wait. She stops, doesn't turn around, just stands there with her hand on Nicholas's shoulder while people stream past on either side. Can I at least walk you to the subway? That's not necessary. I know. I move closer, keeping my voice low so Nicholas won't hear. But I'm asking anyway. She finally turns and her eyes are guarded. Defensive. Why? Because I just spent 2 hours with my son. My son. And I can't let him disappear back into the city without knowing when I'll see him again. Because everything I thought I understood about the past 6 years just shattered. And I need answers before I lose my mind. Because it's getting crowded, and I want to make sure you both get there safely. It's a weak excuse, and we both know it, but Nicholas pipes up before she can refuse. Yeah! Mr. Gagliardi can come with us! He grabs my hand with sticky fingers. Do you take the subway? I love the subway. It's like a really fast underground train. I've heard that, I say, trying to keep my voice steady while my heart hammers against my ribs. Alexandra's jaw tightens, but she nods once. Fine, but just to the station. We walk in silence, broken only by Nicholas's running commentary on everything he sees. The hot dog vendor on the corner, the dog wearing a sweater, the man playing saxophone for change. He points out each discovery with enthusiasm while gripping my hand like it's the most natural thing in the world. My son. This is my son. The thought keeps circling, refusing to settle into anything resembling coherent understanding. Alexandra stays quiet, maintaining distance even while walking beside us. I can feel tension radiating off her in waves. The subway entrance looms ahead, stairs descending into artificial light and the smell of damp concrete. Nicholas reluctantly releases my hand as they approach. Thanks for skating with us, Mr. Gagliardi. Thank you for letting me. I crouch down to his level, and up close those blue eyes are devastating. You're really good for your first time. I'm good at lots of things. He grins. Mama says I'm determined. Your mama's right. Alexandra puts her hand on his shoulder. Nicholas, go wait by the stairs for a minute, okay? I need to talk to Mr. Gagliardi about work stuff. Boring. But he scampers off, stopping exactly where she indicated. The second he's out of earshot, she turns to me. Don't what? Whatever you're thinking. Whatever questions you have. Don't. Alexandra. I can't do this right now. Her voice is tight, controlled. Not here. Not with him right there. Then when? I don't know. That's not good enough. The words come out harsher than I intended. You can't just... He's 5 years old. 5. Do the math, Alexandra. Her eyes flash. Don't you dare. Is he mine? The question hangs between us, brutal and necessary. She doesn't answer, just stares at me with an expression I can't read. Alexandra, is Nicholas my son? This isn't the time. Answer the question! Mama! Nicholas calls. Can we go? I'm hungry! She glances at him, then back at me. I have to go. We're not done talking about this. Yes, we are. She starts to turn away, then stops. Stay away from us, Eric. I mean it. Like hell I will. Not now. Not after. But she's already moving, taking Nicholas's hand and descending into the subway. He waves at me over his shoulder, bright smile splitting his face. Bye, Mr. Gagliardi. See you next Saturday. Then they're gone, swallowed by the crowd and the darkness of the stairwell. I stand there like an idiot, staring at the empty space where they just stood. My son. Nicholas is my son, and Alexandra's been hiding him from me for 5 years. The anger that surges through me is hot and immediate. How dare she? How dare she keep this from me? Let me miss 5 years of his life, 5 years of first words and first steps and everything that matters. But beneath the anger is something else, something that feels uncomfortably like understanding. Because 6 years ago, I walked away, told her it wasn't working, that I couldn't handle a relationship while dealing with Dad's illness and the company. I cut her off, clean and brutal, because I thought it was the right thing to do. What the hell was she supposed to do? Call me up and say she was pregnant when I just made it crystal clear I wanted nothing to do with her? My phone buzzes. Text from an unknown number. We need to talk, tomorrow. Coffee shop on Madison and 73rd. 2 p.m., come alone. Alexandra. It has to be. I type back immediately. I'll be there. No response. I head home in a daze, the afternoon replaying on an endless loop. Nicholas's laugh, his questions, the way he grabbed my hand without hesitation, trusting and open in the way only kids can be. The way he has my eyes, my stubborn streak, my... Christ! Back at my penthouse, I pour whiskey I don't drink and stare at the city while my brain tries to process. I have a son, a 5-year-old son who wants to be an astronaut and thinks Triceratops are better than T-Rexes because they're nice. And Alexandra kept him from me. The anger flares again, but it's complicated by guilt and wonder and a desperate need to know everything about the kid I just spent 2 hours with. My phone rings. Leo. I send it to voicemail. It rings again immediately. This time it's Sebastian. Yeah? Did you find her? His voice is tight with concern and accusation. Please tell me you didn't actually track down Alexandra at the ice rink. I found her. Eric. He's mine, Sebastian. Nicholas. He's my son. Silence on the other end. Then quietly. Oh, damn. Yeah. Are you sure? He has my eyes, exactly my eyes. And the timeline fits perfectly. I drain the whiskey, barely tasting it. She's been hiding him from me for 5 years. Or she had reasons you don't know about yet. What possible reason could justify... You left her, Sebastian says bluntly. You ended things and walked away. Maybe she tried to tell you and couldn't. Maybe she was scared. Maybe she thought you wouldn't care. The words hit like bullets. I would have cared. Would you? 6 years ago, when Dad was dying and the company was falling apart, would you really have been able to handle a pregnant girlfriend on top of everything else? I want to say yes. Want to believe I would have stepped up, been there, done the right thing. But honestly, I don't know. She still should have told me. Probably, Sebastian agrees. But maybe have that conversation with her before you decide she's the villain here. He's right. I hate that he's right, but he is. She wants to meet tomorrow. Talk. Good. Listen to what she has to say before you lose your mind. I'm not losing my mind. You're drinking alone on a Saturday afternoon. That's basically the definition of losing your mind. Fair point. I have a son, I say again, testing out the words. A kid I didn't know existed until 2 hours ago. How do you feel about that? Terrified, angry, excited, confused as hell. Sounds about right. Sebastian's voice softens. For what it's worth, he's a lucky kid. You'll be a good dad once you get past the initial panic. How do you know? Because you care. That's more than a lot of fathers manage. We talk for a few more minutes before hanging up. I'm left alone again with my thoughts and the cityscape and the knowledge that tomorrow everything changes. Either Alexandra gives me answers or I find them myself. Either way, I'm not walking away from Nicholas again. He's my son, and I've already missed too much.
Chapter 11. Alexandra. Sunday morning, I wake to snow falling thick and relentless outside my window. Nicholas is still asleep, curled under his dinosaur comforter, with one arm flung over his stuffed triceratops. I watch him for a moment, this perfect boy who looks more like his father every single day, and wonder how the hell I'm going to explain any of this. We need to talk. The text I sent Eric last night burns in my memory. I typed and deleted it 6 times before finally hitting send, each version getting shorter and more direct until only the bare essentials remained. Now I have 4 hours until I have to face him. 4 hours to figure out what I'm going to say. I make coffee that tastes like anxiety and stare at my phone. Nathan's mom agreed to take Nicholas for the afternoon, a play date that conveniently gives me the privacy I need. I should be grateful. Instead, I feel like I'm marching toward my own execution. Nicholas wakes around 8, bouncing into the kitchen with his usual morning energy. Is it Saturday again yet? No, baby, it's Sunday. When's next Saturday? I want to go skating again. 6 more days. His face falls with the dramatic disappointment only 5-year-olds can muster. That's so long. It'll go fast. Can Mr. Gagliardi come again? My hands tighten around my coffee mug. I don't know. But he was so nice. And he showed me how to turn and almost spin, and he said I was doing really good. Really well, I correct automatically. That too. He climbs onto his chair, swinging his legs. Do you like him? The question catches me off guard. What? Mr. Gagliardi, do you like him? You smiled a lot yesterday. Did I? I don't remember smiling. Just remember the knot of terror in my stomach watching Eric and Nicholas together. He's fine. Just fine. Nicholas, eat your cereal. He accepts this redirection, chattering instead about the robot he and Nathan are going to build. I half listen, making appropriate sounds while my mind spins through possible conversations. Eric, I need you to understand why I didn't tell you. Eric, I was scared and alone and you just broken my heart. Eric, I thought I was doing the right thing. None of it sounds adequate. None of it explains 5 years of silence. Around noon, I drop Nicholas at Nathan's apartment. His mom, Julia, warm and effortlessly put together, greets us with genuine enthusiasm. Thanks again for this, I say. Please. Nathan's been talking about Nicholas nonstop. You're doing me a favor. She leans closer, lowering her voice. Hot date. What? No, just work stuff. On a Sunday? It's complicated. She doesn't push, just waves as I head back to the elevator. Pick him up whenever. They'll be fine. The coffee shop I chose is deliberately neutral territory. Chain establishment, busy enough for privacy through crowds but public enough to prevent scenes. Smart. I arrive 10 minutes early, claiming a corner table where I can watch the door. Order tea I won't drink. check my phone 17 times, even though there's nothing to check. Eric walks in at exactly 2 o'clock. He's wearing jeans and a dark sweater, no suit today, looking somehow more dangerous in casual clothes. His eyes find mine immediately, and the intensity there makes my breath catch. He crosses the coffee shop in long strides, stopping at my table. Thanks for agreeing to meet. Sit. He does, folding his tall frame into the chair across from me. Neither of us speaks for a long moment. Finally, I break the silence. Yes. His eyebrows lift. Yes, what? Yes, Nicholas is your son. That's what you wanted to know, right? That's why we're here? The confirmation hits him visibly. His jaw clenches, hands gripping the edge of the table. How long were you planning to keep that from me? I start again. I wasn't planning anything. It just happened. It just happened. His voice is dangerous quiet. You just accidentally didn't mention I have a 5-year-old son for 5 years. Don't. I lean forward. Don't act like you have the moral high ground here. I think having a child I didn't know existed gives me some ground to stand on. And you walking away when I needed you most gives me some too. The words land like slaps. Eric sits back, and something shifts in his expression. When did you find out about the pregnancy? 2 weeks after you ended things. The memory tastes bitter. I took the test in my dorm bathroom, threw up, cried for 3 hours, then tried to call you. His eyes sharpen. I never got a call. Because you didn't answer. It went straight to voicemail. I tried 4 times that week, and every single time, voicemail. I wrapped my hands around my tea mug, needing something to hold. So I sent an email. One email asking if we could talk. You know what I got back? He doesn't answer. Nothing. Radio silence. Complete and total silence. He runs a hand through his hair. Dad had just been diagnosed. Everything was falling apart. I wasn't checking emails or answering calls unless they were about the company or his treatment. I know. I figured that out eventually. My voice softens despite myself. But I was 20, pregnant, and terrified. And the man who just told me we were over wasn't even acknowledging I existed. The fight seems to drain out of him slightly. You should have tried harder. Come to my house, shown up at the hospital, something. And said what? Hey, I know you just dumped me, but surprise, I'm pregnant? While your father was dying? Yes. The word is simple. Final. Yeah, you should have done exactly that. I couldn't. My throat tightens. I tried to compose that email 100 different ways. Every single one felt like I was manipulating you, trapping you into staying with me because of the baby. So instead, you decided I didn't deserve to know it all. No. I pause, searching for the truth beneath all the justifications I've built over the years. I decided that if you wanted nothing to do with me, you probably wanted nothing to do with my baby either. Our baby. I didn't know that then. The admission costs me. All I knew was that you'd walked away and I had to figure out how to handle this alone. Eric leans forward, and his eyes are intense, demanding. I would have stepped up, Alexandra, if I'd known. Would you? I challenge. Really? 6 years ago, with your father sick, the company in chaos, your whole life falling apart, you would have been able to handle a pregnant 20-year-old girlfriend on top of all that? The hesitation is brief, but telling. I would have tried. Trying isn't good enough when there's a baby involved. I meet his gaze. I needed someone who was all in, not someone forcing themselves to show up out of obligation. So you made the decision for me. I made the decision for Nicholas. My voice hardens. I chose to protect my son from being anyone's burden. He wouldn't have been a burden. You don't know that. You can't know that. I gripped my mug tighter, and I wasn't going to risk it. Wasn't going to risk him growing up with a father who resented him, who saw him as the mistake that trapped them in a life they didn't want. That's not fair. None of this is fair. The words come out louder than intended. A few people glance our way. I lower my voice. You want to talk about fair? How about being 20 years old with a newborn, working 2 jobs while finishing school, watching every other mother at the playground with partners who actually showed up while I did everything alone? His expression twists. I didn't know. Exactly. You didn't know because I didn't tell you. I lean back. And yeah, maybe that was wrong. Maybe I should have fought harder to reach you, but I did what I thought was best with the information I had. Silence falls between us. Outside the window, snow continues falling, coating the city in white. What now? Eric asks finally. What do you mean? I mean, I just found out I have a 5-year-old son. What happens now? The question I've been dreading. I don't know. That's not good enough. It's the only answer I have. I trace the rim of my mug. This is complicated. Nicholas doesn't know you're his father. As far as he's concerned, you're just the nice man from Mama's work who taught him to ice skate. So we tell him, it's not that simple. Why not? We sit him down, explain that I'm his dad, start figuring out custody arrangements. Custody? My voice rises again. You think you can just walk in after 5 years and demand custody? He's my son too. Biologically, yes. But legally? Practically? You have no claim here, Eric. His jaw clenches. Are you seriously threatening to keep me from him? I'm protecting him from disruption he doesn't need. Knowing his father isn't disruption, it's his right. And you lost that right when you walked away 6 years ago. The words are cruel. I know they're cruel the second they leave my mouth. But I can't take them back, can't soften them without losing the ground I'm desperately trying to hold. Eric stands abruptly. For a second, I think he's going to leave. Instead, he moves to the chair beside me, close enough that I can smell his cologne. Look at me. I don't want to. Meeting his eyes feels dangerous, but I do it anyway. I messed up, he says quietly. 6 years ago, I messed up by leaving, by not fighting harder for us. I know that, and I've regretted it every day since. Eric, but you messed up too. His voice is gentle but firm. You made choices about my son without giving me any say in them, and I get why. I understand the fear and the hurt and all the reasons you had, but that doesn't make it right. I want to argue, want to defend myself, my choices, my 5 years of solo parenting, but his words hit truth I can't deny. I know, I whisper. So what do we do now? How do we fix this? I don't know if we can. We have to try. He reaches for my hand, and I don't pull away. Nicholas deserves better than us fighting, deserves better than the mess we've created. I'm scared. The admission costs me everything. I'm scared of what this means, of how it changes things, of me hurting him. Eric finishes. I get it. But Alexandra, I would never, I couldn't. You already did. The words are barely audible. You hurt me and I survived. But if you hurt Nicholas, I won't. You can't promise that. No, he agrees. But I can promise to try my damned hardest not to. I can promise to show up, to be present, to put him first even when it's inconvenient or complicated or terrifying. I search his eyes for doubt, for hesitation, for any sign that this is just words. But all I see is determination. And beneath it, fear that mirrors my own. We need to keep this professional, I say finally. for the duration of my contract. No personal drama bleeding into work. The investigation stays separate from this. His hand tightens on mine. Fine. I'm serious, Eric. I need you to promise me you won't. I promise. But there's something in his eyes, a stubborn set to his jaw that tells me he's going to push every boundary I set. But after hours, when we're not in that building, we figure out how to co-parent. Co-parent, the term feels foreign. You want to jump straight into co-parenting? I want to be Nicholas's father, however that looks. Part of me, the part that's been carrying this weight alone for 5 years, wants to refuse. Wants to protect the life we've built, just Nicholas and me against the world. But watching them together yesterday, seeing Nicholas's joy at having Eric's attention, we take it slow, I say. One step at a time. No big revelations until we figure out how to handle this. Okay. And you don't get to make demands. This is my son. Our son. And I'm not throwing his world into chaos because you suddenly decided to be involved. I'm not trying to throw anything into chaos. I just want to know him. Be part of his life. Fine, but on my terms. Eric's eyes flash with something. Frustration, maybe, or determination. What terms? We spend time together, the three of us. Let Nicholas get comfortable with you being around. Then, and only then, we consider telling him the truth. How long? As long as it takes. His jaw clenches, but he nods. And work? Stays completely separate. You're my client. I'm your forensic accountant. That's it. Alexandra. Those are the terms, Eric. Take them or leave them. He studies me for a long moment. I can see him weighing options, calculating angles, trying to find leverage. Okay, he says finally. Your terms. For now. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Eric. Monday morning comes along, and for the first time in a long time, I actually look forward to the day. I arrive at the office before 6, unable to sleep after yesterday's conversation. Alexandra's words circle on repeat. We take it slow, one step at a time on my terms. Every instinct screams to push harder, demand more, claim what's mine. But Nicholas's face keeps flashing through my mind. Those blue eyes, that trusting smile when he grabbed my hand. I can't mess this up. The preliminary reports Alexandra sent over the weekend are waiting on my screen. I force myself to focus, scanning through transaction histories and authorization trails that point increasingly toward Leo. My brother, the embezzler, my son, the secret. Christ, when did my life turn into a goddamn telenovela? Around 8, Miranda appears with coffee I didn't ask for. You look terrible. Good morning to you too. She sets the cup on my desk, studying me with that all-knowing expression assistance, perfect over years of dealing with executive crap. Want to talk about it? Not even a little bit. Figured. She heads for the door, pauses. Ms. Richards is in her office. She asked me to let you know when you arrived. My stomach tightens. Thanks. 10 minutes. I give myself 10 minutes to review the latest findings, to build the professional armor I'll need to face her without thinking about Nicholas or custody, or the fact that I spent most of last night researching paternity rights in New York. The knock comes at 8:15. Come in. Alexandra steps through, laptop tucked under one arm, expression carefully neutral. She's wearing gray today, suit perfectly tailored, hair pulled back, not a single crack in the professional facade. Morning. Morning. I gesture to the chair. What have you got? She settles across from me, opening her laptop with efficient movements. I've narrowed the source to 3 specific accounts. The pattern is consistent. Small transfers escalating over 18 months, always just below the threshold requiring additional oversight. I lean forward, studying the spreadsheet she angles toward me. The highlighted transactions form a damning timeline. Leo's accounts. I can't make that determination without more evidence. But her tone suggests she already has. We spend the next hour going through the data. Her analysis is meticulous. She walks me through digital signatures, authorization timestamps, fund trajectories that all point in one direction. My brother is stealing from the company. This is solid work, I say finally. Really solid. It's what you're paying me for. Professional, cold, like yesterday never happened. How much longer until you have enough for the board? Another week, maybe 2. I want to trace the funds to their final destination, confirm the pattern holds across all suspicious transactions. She closes her laptop. Once I present findings, they'll likely involve law enforcement. You should prepare for that. I know. Silence falls between us. I should let her leave, get back to work, maintain the boundaries she demanded. But I can't stop myself from pushing. Can I stop by tonight? After work? Her eyes narrow. Why? To see Nicholas. Spend some time with him. I keep my voice even. You said we'd take it slow. That means regular contact, right? She doesn't answer immediately. I watch calculations happen behind those brown eyes, weighing risks, measuring trust, deciding how much access I've earned. He has school until 5, then homework and dinner. I can bring dinner, help cook. The suggestion clearly surprises her. You cook? I'm not completely useless outside the office. I lean back. What is he like? Pasta? Chicken? I make a decent stir-fry. You're serious? Why wouldn't I be? Because you're... She trails off, gesturing vaguely at my office. This, the big CEO who probably has a chef on speed dial. I know how to cook. My mom made sure all 3 of us learned before we left for college. I meet her eyes, and I want to spend time with my son. If that means showing up with ingredients and helping make dinner, that's what I'll do. She studies me for a long moment, looking for cracks in the sincerity maybe, or just trying to figure out if this is real. He likes spaghetti, she says finally. With meatballs. Homemade, not the frozen kind. I can do that. And he gets excited easily, so don't promise things you can't deliver. I won't. And this doesn't change anything at work. We're still professional. I know. I pull out my phone. What time should I be there? Another pause, then softer. 6:30. That gives him time to finish homework and me time to clean up the disaster he calls a bedroom. 6:30. I type the address she rattles off. I'll bring everything we need. She stands, gathering her laptop. Eric. Yeah? This is just dinner. Don't read more into it. But the way she says it, the slight crack in that professional armor, tells me she's as uncertain about this as I am. Just dinner, I agree. She leaves and I'm alone with financial reports that prove my brother's a thief and the knowledge that in 9 hours I'll be in Alexandra's apartment, cooking dinner with the son I didn't know existed until 2 days ago. The morning drags. I push through meetings with the board, conference calls with investors, all while my mind circles back to tonight. What do I say to Nicholas? How do I act? Am I supposed to be the fun adult or the authority figure? Does he like sports? What 5-year-old doesn't like sports? Christ, I know nothing about kids. Around noon, Sebastian appears in my doorway. You free for lunch? Not really. Wasn't actually asking. He walks in, closing the door. We need to talk. About the fact that you found out you have a son and immediately started spiraling. He drops into the chair Alexandra vacated hours ago. How are you handling this? Fine. Nonsense. Fair. I lean back, scrubbing my face with both hands. I'm going to her apartment tonight, making dinner with Nicholas. Sebastian's eyebrows rise. That's fast. She said we'd take it slow. This is slow. For you, maybe. He's watching me with concern now. What's the plan here? You show up, play house for a night, then what? Then I show up again, and again, until he's comfortable enough that we can tell him the truth. And after that? I don't know. Custody arrangements, maybe. Weekends. Whatever works. Eric, I've missed 5 years, Sebastian. 5 years of his life that I can't get back. My voice comes out harder than intended. I'm not missing anymore. He nods slowly. Just be careful. Nicholas is the one who'll get hurt if this goes sideways. I know. Do you? Because right now you're looking at this like a business deal you need to win. That kid isn't a negotiation. The words hit harder than they should. That's not what I'm doing. Isn't it? He leans forward. Alexandra sets boundaries and your immediate response is to push. She says take it slow and you're already planning custody battles. You're treating this like every other problem you solve, with force and strategy instead of patience. What the hell am I supposed to do? Just sit back and let her control everything? For now? Yeah, actually. His voice softens. She's been Nicholas's whole world for 5 years. You're the stranger trying to wedge your way in. That takes time. Trust, not demands. I want to argue. Want to insist I have rights here, that being Nicholas's father means something. But Sebastian's right. As usual, my youngest brother is annoyingly right. So what do you suggest? Show up tonight, cook dinner, be present, listen more than you talk. He stands, heading for the door. And for the love of God, don't push. Just exist in his space and let him get used to you being there. That's it. That's everything. He pauses at the door. Kids don't need grand gestures, Eric. They need consistency, presence. Show Nicholas you're someone he can count on, and the rest will follow. After he leaves, I sit with that advice. Consistency, presence. I can do that. I built a goddamn company from near collapse. I can figure out how to be a father. The afternoon crawls by. At 5, I leave the office early, something I haven't done in months, and hit the grocery store. Ingredients for spaghetti and meatballs, garlic bread, salad, I grab a bag of those little chocolate cookies just in case. By 6:15, I'm standing outside Alexandra's building, arms full of groceries, wondering what the hell I'm doing. The intercom crackles when I buzz. Yes? It's Eric. Pause. Then, come up. 23rd floor, apartment C. The buzzer sounds and I push through, thankful for the long elevator ride up that gives me enough time to get my mind together. Her door is slightly ajar when I reach the 23rd floor. I knock anyway. Come in, Alexandra's voice muffled. I push through into organized chaos. The apartment is small but bright, with kids' artwork covering one wall and toys scattered across the living room floor. It smells like cinnamon and something else. Home, maybe. Nicholas appears from around a corner, socks sliding on the hardwood. Mr. Gagliardi! His face lights up. Mama said you were coming. Are those groceries? Are we really cooking? I never get to help cook because Mama says I make too much mess, but she said tonight's special. The words tumble out in an excited rush that makes my chest tight. Yeah, we're really cooking. I set the bags on the counter. You ready to be my sous chef? What's a sous chef? The person who helps the main chef. Very important job. I can be important. He bounces on his toes. What do I do first? Alexandra emerges from what must be the bedroom, hair down now, wearing jeans and a soft sweater that makes her look younger. Less guarded. Wash your hands first, she tells Nicholas. Thoroughly. With soap. I know, Mama. But he scampers off to comply. She turns to me and something in her expression is different. Softer, maybe. Or just resigned to whatever this is becoming. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for letting me. We stand there in her kitchen, the weight of everything unspoken hanging between us, while Nicholas sings off-key from the bathroom and the city hums beyond the windows. Just dinner, she said. But it feels like so much more.
Chapter 13. Alexandra. Dinner turns into something I didn't expect. Eric chops onions with the kind of precision that suggests he wasn't lying about knowing how to cook. Nicholas stands on a step stool beside him, helping by arranging ingredients in elaborate patterns across the counter. The garlic goes here, Nicholas declares, moving cloves into a star formation. It's more organized that way. Very logical, Eric agrees, not pointing out that we need to actually use the garlic. I lean against the opposite counter, wine glass in hand, watching them. It's surreal. Eric Gagliardi, CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company, patiently explaining how to form meatballs to my 5-year-old son, our 5-year-old son. The correction makes my chest tight. Mama, look, I made one. Nicholas holds up a misshapen ball of meat that's more oval than round. That's perfect, baby. Mr. Gagliardi says the shape doesn't matter as much as the flavor. Mr. Gagliardi is very wise. Eric glances at me over Nicholas's head, something warm in his eyes that I refuse to acknowledge. We work in comfortable chaos. Nicholas chatters nonstop, asking Eric questions about everything from his favorite color to whether he's ever seen a real dinosaur. The pasta boils over once. Nicholas drops a meatball on the floor. Eric burns the garlic bread slightly, but salvages it with quick thinking and extra butter. It's messy and imperfect, and somehow exactly what I needed without knowing it. When we finally sit down to eat, Nicholas insists Eric sit next to him. I watch them from across the small table, heads bent close, as Eric shows him how to twirl spaghetti properly. Like this? Almost. Twist a little more. Yeah, perfect. Nicholas beams at the praise, attacking his pasta with renewed enthusiasm. I pour myself another glass of wine. Dutch courage for whatever comes after Nicholas goes to bed. This is really good, I say, and mean it. The meatballs are perfectly seasoned, the sauce rich without being heavy. Thanks, my mom's recipe. Eric catches my eye. She made us learn all the family recipes before we left for college. Said we needed to know how to feed ourselves properly. Smart woman. She was. Past tense. Right. His mother passed away when he was in high school. I remember him mentioning it once, back when we were us. Nicholas doesn't notice the momentary heaviness, too focused on his dinner and his running commentary about everything he learned at school today. After dinner, Eric helps clean up while I handle Nicholas's bedtime routine. Bath time is its usual chaotic splash fest. Pajamas require negotiation. Teeth brushing becomes a minor battle. Can Mr. Gagliardi read me a story? Nicholas asks as I tuck him in. My heart stutters. He might be tired, baby. I'd love to, Eric says from the doorway. I didn't even hear him approach. Nicholas's face lights up. He scrambles to choose a book from his nightstand. Some complicated story about space dinosaurs that makes zero scientific sense, but he loves anyway. You don't have to, I say quietly as Eric moves to sit on the edge of Nicholas's bed. I want to. So I step back, letting Eric take my usual spot. Watching as he opens the book, as Nicholas curls against his side like it's the most natural thing in the world. Eric's voice is steady as he reads, doing different voices for each character that make Nicholas giggle. When he stumbles over the made-up dinosaur names, Nicholas helps him. Patient in the way kids are when they're teaching adults things they find obvious. By the time the story ends, Nicholas's eyes are drooping. Time for sleep, I say, moving forward to kiss his forehead. Will you come back? Nicholas asks Eric, fighting the pull of exhaustion. For dinner again? Eric glances at me. I give the smallest nod. Yeah, buddy. I'll come back. Promise? Promise. Satisfied, Nicholas burrows deeper into his blankets. I turn off the light, leaving just his dinosaur nightlight glowing. In the hallway, I pull the door mostly closed. Eric stands there, hands in his pockets, looking like he's trying to figure out what to say. Wine? I offer. Please. We return to the living room. I pour us both generous glasses, needing the liquid courage for whatever conversation's coming. Eric settles on the couch, and after a moment's hesitation, I sit beside him. Not too close, but not on the opposite end either. Thank you, he says, for tonight, for letting me be here. He likes you. I take a long sip. You're good with him. He's an amazing kid. Yeah. Pride and fear mix in my chest. He is. We fall into silence, both drinking our wine, the city lights twinkling beyond my small windows. Tell me about him, Eric says finally. All the things I missed, first words, first steps, everything. The request cracks something open inside me. I talk. Tell him about Nicholas's first word, how he didn't walk until 15 months, but then wouldn't stop running. The way he used to wake up at 5 a.m. every single day until he was 3. His obsession with dinosaurs that started at 2 and never stopped. Eric listens to everything, laughing at the funny parts, his expression tightening at the hard ones. You did all that alone, he says when I finally run out of stories. I had help, my mom, friends, neighbors. I drain my glass, but yeah, mostly alone. I'm sorry. For what? For not being there, for all of it. He sets his glass down, turning to face me fully. If I'd known. We can't change the past. The wine is making me brave. Or stupid. We can only figure out what happens next. And what do you want to happen next? The question hangs between us, loaded with possibility and danger. I don't know, I admit. I spent 5 years convinced I'd never see you again, that Nicholas and I would be fine on our own. And now you're here, and he's already attached. And You what? I meet his eyes. Big mistake. Because the way he's looking at me like I'm the only thing in the world that matters makes my carefully built walls feel paper thin. I'm scared, I whisper. Of me? Of this. Of what it means. Of me hurting him. Yes. The admission costs me. He's everything, Eric. Everything good in my life. And if you decide this is too hard, too complicated, and you walk away again, I won't. You can't know that. I can. He shifts closer, and I should move back, but don't. Because 5 years ago, I walked away from you, and I've regretted it every single day since. I'm not making that mistake again. Not with him. Not with... He stops himself, but I hear the unspoken word. You. My heart hammers. The wine has made everything feel soft around the edges, blurred the professional boundaries I'm supposed to maintain. Eric reaches out slowly, giving me time to pull away. His fingers brush my cheek, and the touch sends electricity through my entire body. I missed you, he says quietly. Like this, just talking, being together. I should stop this. Should stand up, thank him for dinner, send him home before this becomes something I can't take back. Instead, I lean into his touch. Eric, tell me to leave. His thumb traces my jawline. Tell me this is a bad idea, and you want me to go, and I will. I can't. The words stick in my throat because they'd be lies, and I'm so tired of lying. He leans in, and I know I should stop him. Know this crosses every boundary we just established. But when his lips meet mine, I let him. The kiss is gentle at first, testing. Asking permission I'm apparently giving because I kiss him back, my hand finding the front of his sweater, pulling him closer. 5 years. 5 years since I last kissed Eric Gagliardi, and my body remembers everything. The way he tastes, the sound he makes low in his throat, the way his hand cups the back of my neck just right. The kiss deepens, grows urgent. His other hand finds my waist, and suddenly I'm half in his lap, wine and reason forgotten. Alexandra. He breathes against my mouth. We shouldn't. I know. But neither of us stops. His hands slide under my sweater, warm against my skin, and I make a sound that's embarrassingly needy. He responds by kissing down my neck, finding that spot below my ear that always undid me. Eric. His name comes out strangled. We have to be careful, quiet. Nicholas. I can do that. His voice is rough with want. I can be quiet. He stands, pulling me with him, and I should protest, but I'm already leading him toward my bedroom, already closing the door gently behind us. This is a terrible idea, the worst possible decision I could make. But when Eric presses me against the closed door, his mouth claiming mine again, I can't bring myself to care. Tomorrow I'll regret this. Tomorrow I'll rebuild the walls, reinforce the boundaries, pretend this never happened. Tonight I let myself have what I've been denying for 5 years. Him.
Chapter 14. Eric. I kiss her like I'm starving, because I am. 6 years of denial. 6 years of convincing myself I'd moved on. And one touch from Alexandra Richards shatters every lie I've told myself. My hands find the hem of her sweater, and she lifts her arms without breaking the kiss. The fabric slides up, revealing smooth brown skin that I remember mapping with my mouth, my hands committing every inch to memory. The sweater drops to the floor.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
That was... She starts. Yeah. We lie there in the dark, her bedroom silent except for our breathing gradually returning to normal. The city glows beyond her windows, and somewhere down the hall our son sleeps, completely unaware of what just happened. I press a kiss to her forehead. I never stopped loving you, I whisper, not sure if she's even still awake. Just so you know, I never stopped. She doesn't respond, but her hand finds mine, threading our fingers together. And for now, that's enough.
Chapter 15. Alexandra. I stride into my office at 8:30 sharp, grateful for the routine. Laptop, files, coffee that Linda brought without being asked. The familiar rhythm helps push last night into a compartment I can't afford to open right now. Professional. I'm here to be professional. The spreadsheets demand my attention. Leo's digital fingerprints are everywhere once you know where to look. Authorization codes that shouldn't match. Timestamps that create impossible sequences. Funds that vanish into accounts with deliberately obscure ownership structures. I'm so focused on tracing a particularly convoluted transfer that I don't hear my office door open. Busy? My head snaps up. Leo Gagliardi leans against the door frame, all easy confidence and calculated charm, but there's something different today. An edge beneath the smile that sets off warning bells. Very. I don't look away from my screen, and my door was closed. Was it? He pushes off the frame, walking in uninvited. Must have been open a crack. It wasn't. He settles into the chair across from my desk like he owns it, stretching his legs out. Green eyes study me with unsettling intensity. What can I do for you, Mr. Gagliardi? Leo, we've been working in the same building for 2 weeks now. I think we can drop the formalities. I prefer to keep things professional. Professional. He draws out the word, tasting it. Right. Because you've been so professional with my brother. My hand still on the keyboard. Excuse me? Come on. I've seen the way Eric looks at you. The way you look at him when you think no one's watching. Leo leans forward. And now Sebastian's suddenly your best friend? Coffee runs, lunch meetings, casual chats in the hallway? Sebastian and I are colleagues. Sebastian and you are something. He cuts me off. Just like you and Eric are something. What I can't figure out is what about me makes you so hostile. I close my laptop deliberately. This conversation is inappropriate. Is it? Because from where I'm sitting, you came into this company and immediately started cozying up to 2/3 of the Gagliardi brothers. What gives? What about me? The entitlement in his voice makes my jaw tight. There's nothing to say between us, so you should leave. Nothing to say? He shakes his head, something harder entering his expression. You know what I think? I think you came here to cause trouble. I came here to do a job. Nonsense. He stands and the easy charm drops completely. You came here because you have history with Eric, because you want something from him or from this family, and you're using your investigation as cover. My pulse kicks up, but I keep my voice steady. You're being paranoid. Am I? He plants his hands on my desk, leaning in. Or am I just the only one willing to see through whatever game you're playing? Get out of my office. Not until you tell me what you're really after. I said get out. Make me. We stare at each other. The tension crackles, and for the first time since meeting Leo, I feel genuinely threatened. Not physically, He won't touch me, too smart for that. But the intensity in his eyes suggests desperation I didn't expect. Desperation makes people dangerous. I could call security, I say quietly. You could. But that would cause a scene, draw attention, make people ask questions about why you're so eager to get rid of me. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. Is that what you want? No, the last thing I need is more scrutiny on my relationship with this family. What do you want, Leo? I want you to leave the company. The demand lands like a slap. What? You heard me. He straightened, smoothing his shirt. Pack up your investigation, write whatever report you need to write, and get the hell out of Neon Investments. I have a contract. Break it. Cite a conflict of interest, personal reasons. I don't give a damn what excuse you use. His voice hardens. Just go. And if I don't, then things get complicated for you, for Eric, for whatever it is you two are rebuilding. He moves toward the door, pauses with his hand on the knob. I'm trying to do you a favor here, Alexandra. Walking away now before this gets messy? That would be in your best interest. Is that a threat? It's advice. But his eyes say otherwise. From someone who knows how these things end. He leaves, closing the door with deliberate care. I sit frozen, heart hammering against my ribs. Leo knows. Maybe not everything, but enough to be scared. Enough to try intimidation tactics instead of just writing out the investigation. Which means I'm getting close. Close enough that he's panicking. My phone buzzes. Text from Eric. Dinner tonight? Same time? I stare at the message, Leo's words echoing in my head. Things get complicated for you. For Eric. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Getting involved with Eric again, letting Nicholas get attached, blurring lines that should stay crystal clear. And now, Leo's threatening consequences if I don't back off. I should tell Eric, should loop him into Leo's visit. The thinly veiled threats, all of it. But that means admitting how compromised I am. How sleeping with him last night crossed every professional boundary. How Leo's right. I am causing trouble just by existing in this family's orbit. My fingers hover over the keyboard. Can't tonight. Work stuff. The lie tastes bitter, but safer than the truth. 3 dots appear, then disappear, then appear again. Everything okay? Fine, just busy. More dots. I watch them pulse, knowing Eric can read between lines better than anyone. Alexandra, what happened? Damn it. Nothing. I'll call you later. I silence my phone before he can respond, turning back to my laptop with shaking hands. Leo's transaction history fills the screen. Every suspicious transfer, every questionable authorization, building a case that will destroy him professionally. Maybe personally too, depending on whether Eric decides to press charges. But Leo just made it personal first. I pull up a new document, start typing notes about his visit. Date, time, exact words I can remember. If this goes sideways, I want documentation. My office suddenly feels too small, too exposed. I grab my laptop and files, shoving everything into my messenger bag. Linda looks up when I pass her desk. Leaving early? Just working from home this afternoon. I'll be available by email. Outside, the January air cuts through my coat. I walk 3 blocks before looking back, paranoid that Leo might follow. Nothing. Just normal midday Manhattan chaos. I catch the subway home, squeezing into a packed car between a tourist with too many bags and a teenager blasting music through broken headphones. My phone buzzes continuously. Eric calling. I send it to voicemail. He calls again and again. Finally, I text. I'm fine. Just need space to work. We'll explain later. The buzzing stops. At home, I spread files across my kitchen table, losing myself in numbers and patterns. Anything to avoid thinking about Leo's threat, or Eric's calls, or the mess I've created. Around 3, my door buzzer sounds. I freeze. Eric wouldn't show up here? Would he? The buzzer sounds again, more insistent. I check the intercom camera on my phone. Sebastian stands in the lobby, looking up at the camera with concern. Relief and wariness mix. I buzz him up. "What are you doing here?" I ask when he reaches my door. "Eric's losing his mind. You're not answering calls? You left work suddenly, and he's convinced something's wrong." Sebastian pushes past me into the apartment. "So I volunteered to do a welfare check before he does something stupid like storm over here himself." "I'm fine." "You look like trash." "Wow, thanks." "What happened?" He settles on my couch, all casual concern. "And don't say nothing. I know what nothing looks like, and this isn't it." I want to brush him off, maintain the walls, protect myself. But Sebastian's proven himself trustworthy, and right now, I could use an ally. "Leo came to my office today." His expression shifts. And he suggested strongly that I should leave the company. Cited conflicts of interest, personal complications, all very diplomatic. I sink into the chair across from him. But underneath the politeness, it was a threat. What kind of threat? The vague kind, implied consequences if I don't back off. I meet his eyes. He knows about Eric and me, or suspects enough to be dangerous. Sebastian processes this, jaw tightening. Did he specifically threaten you? Eric? Nicholas? The fact that he includes my son without hesitation makes my throat tight. Not in so many words. Just said things would get complicated if I stayed. Damn. He drags a hand through his hair. Leo's panicking, which means you're close to something he really doesn't want found. I know. You need to tell Eric. I can't. Why not? Because I gesture helplessly at my files. Because I've already compromised this entire investigation. Because Leo's right. I am causing trouble just by being here. Because if I tell Eric, he'll confront Leo, and this whole thing explodes before I have enough evidence to make it stick. Sebastian studies me. What happened last night? Nothing. Alexandra. We had dinner. With Nicholas. That's all. His expression says he knows I'm lying, but he doesn't push. Eric's going to figure out something's wrong eventually. He's not stupid. I know. I just need time to... My door buzzes again. We both freeze. You expecting someone? Sebastian asks. No. I check the camera. Eric stands in the lobby, and even through the grainy video, I can see the tight set of his jaw. Damn. I breathe. Want me to get rid of him? Can you? Sebastian snorts. Not when he's in that mood. But I can try. He goes to the intercom, presses the button. Hey, brother, what brings you here? Is she okay? Eric's voice crackles through the speaker. She's fine. Just needed a mental health afternoon. Then she can tell me that herself. Eric. Let me up, Sebastian, or I'm hitting every buzzer until someone does. Sebastian looks at me. I nod reluctantly. The buzzer sounds, and I have approximately 2 minutes before Eric Gagliardi shows up at my door, demanding explanations I'm not ready to give. You want me to stay? Sebastian offers. No, this conversation needs to happen eventually. You sure? I'm not, but I nod anyway. Sebastian squeezes my shoulder on his way out, pausing in the hallway. I hear him intercept Eric, their voices low and tense. Then footsteps. The knock is sharp, impatient. I open the door. Eric stands there, still in his suit from work, looking like he came straight from the office. His eyes scan me head to toe, checking for damage. What happened? Come in. He does, moving past me into the apartment. spots the files spread across my kitchen table, my laptop still open to Leo's transaction records. Alexandra, what the hell is going on? I close the door, lean against it. Leo paid me a visit today. His entire body goes rigid. What kind of visit? The threatening kind.
Chapter 16. Eric. He said what? Alexandra recounts the conversation, her voice steady but tight with controlled anger. She leaves nothing out, not a single damning word. Each detail she relays lands on me like a physical blow, and I feel my jaw clenching harder with every sentence. Leo cornering her in her office when he knew she'd be alone. The thinly veiled threats wrapped in that false concern he does so well. The arrogant demand that she pack up and leave the company, as if he has any right to make that call. By the time she finishes talking, my hands have curled into fists at my sides, knuckles white. That jerk! Eric, I'm going to kill him. I'm already moving toward the door, rage propelling me forward. I'm going to walk into his office right now and... Stop. Her hand closes around my arm, surprisingly strong. That's exactly what he wants. You losing control, making a scene, doing something you'll regret. I don't give a damn what he wants. I turn to face her, and whatever she sees in my expression makes her take an instinctive step back. Good. She should see how furious I am. He threatened you, Alexandra. Threatened what we're building with Nicholas with us. I'm not letting that slide. He implied. He threatened. I pull out my phone. I'm calling security, having him escorted out of the building. And then what? Her voice cuts through my rage. You fire your brother based on my word against his? Before I present concrete evidence to the board? That helps no one. She's right. I hate that she's right, but she is. I pocket my phone, forcing myself to breathe. Then what do you want me to do? Just let him get away with this? I want you to let me finish my job. She moves closer, and I can see fear beneath the determination in her eyes. I'm close, Eric. Maybe a week away from having everything we need. But if you confront Leo now, he'll destroy evidence, cover his tracks, make it impossible to prove anything. He threatened you. I can handle Leo. Can you? The words come out harsher than intended. Because from where I'm standing, you're going to be alone in an office with a man who's desperate enough to make threats. What happens next time he catches you by yourself? What if he escalates? He won't. You don't know that. I step into her space, needing her to understand. Alexandra, I just found out I have a son. You think I'm going to let anything happen to his mother? I drag a hand through my hair. The thought of Leo anywhere near you makes me want to strangle him. Eric, I can't lose you again. The admission tears out of me. Not now. Not when I just got you back. Her expression softens. You didn't get me back. We slept together once. It was more than that. Was it? Yeah. I cup her face, forcing her to hold my gaze. It was everything. You're everything. And I'm not letting my psycho brother chase you away. I'm not going anywhere. But her voice wavers slightly. I signed a contract. I'll finish the investigation. And after? I don't know. Alexandra, I can't think about after right now. She pulls away from my touch. Right now I need to focus on gathering enough evidence to bury Leo before he does something worse. You think he will? Do something worse? She doesn't answer immediately. When she does, her voice is small. I'm worried about Nicholas. What if Leo figures out he's yours? What if he uses that against us somehow? The thought hadn't occurred to me. It does now, and cold fear slides down my spine. He won't touch Nicholas. You can't promise that. The hell I can't. I pull out my phone again. I'm hiring security. For you. For Nicholas. For... That's insane. Is it? My brother just threatened you. You think I'm taking chances with my son's safety? She opens her mouth to argue, then closes it. Something shifts in her expression. Understanding, maybe, or resignation. Okay. Security's not a bad idea. Discreet, but present. She wraps her arms around herself. Just until the investigation's done. Relief floods through me. Thank you. Don't thank me, I'm terrified, Eric. Of Leo, of this whole situation, of what it means for Nicholas if everything blows up. It won't blow up. You can't know that. I can promise to do everything in my power to protect both of you. I move closer again, slower this time. Let me protect you, Alexandra. Please. She looks up at me and I see the conflict warring in her eyes. The fierce independence that's kept her and Nicholas safe for 5 years, battling against the exhaustion of carrying everything alone. I'm scared, she whispers. Me too. Of Leo? Of losing you again. I reach for her hand, relieved when she doesn't pull away. Of messing this up somehow. Of not being good enough for Nicholas. For you. Eric. But I'm more scared of not trying. I thread our fingers together. So whatever you need, security, space, time, I'll give it to you. Just don't ask me to walk away. I won't. Promise? I promise. We stand there in her living room, hands linked, the weight of everything unsaid pressing down. Outside, the city hums with late afternoon energy. Somewhere down the hall, Nicholas's room waits empty until she picks him up from school. Where is he? I ask. Nicholas? At school. She checks her watch, the movement making her pull slightly away from me. I need to get him at 5. Good. I pull her closer, eliminating the distance she just created, and she comes willingly, her body yielding to mine without resistance. That gives us some time. Time for what? Her voice has dropped to that breathy register that drives me crazy. Instead of answering with words, I kiss her. She melts against me immediately, all that tension from our conversation dissolving in an instant. Her hands fist in my shirt, pulling me closer with an urgency that matches my own. The kiss is hungry, desperate. Nothing like the careful exploration of last night. Nothing tentative or questioning about it. This is pure need. Raw and demanding and stripped of all pretense. I walk her backward until she hits the wall, pinning her there with my body, pressing her against the cool surface. My hands find the hem of her sweater, sliding underneath to discover warm, soft skin that makes my blood run hotter. Eric! She breaks the kiss, breathing hard, her chest rising and falling rapidly against mine. We shouldn't. We should. I kiss down her neck, finding that spot just below her ear that makes her gasp, the sound shooting straight through me. We absolutely should.
Chapter 17. Alexandra. I grab his hand, pulling him away from the living room with purpose. My heart pounds as we move down the hallway, past Nicholas's closed bedroom door, past the bathroom, with its nightlight glowing softly. My bedroom door clicks shut behind us, with a finality that sends a thrill racing down my spine. I spin to face him, and the look on his face nearly undoes me. His eyes are dark, pupils blown wide with want that mirrors exactly what's burning through my veins, setting every nerve ending on fire. Come here, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. He does. I work the buttons of his shirt, fingers fumbling slightly with the urgency coursing through me. I can feel the heat radiating off his skin, even through the fabric. He helps, impatient now, shrugging the expensive dress shirt off his shoulders. His tie follows, dropped carelessly to the floor. When I reach for his belt, his hands come up to cover mine, stilling my movements. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. He pulls me in for one more kiss. Deep, thorough, tasting of promises neither of us has made yet. I'm gonna go handle Leo, he says against my mouth. Eric, I won't do anything stupid, but he needs to know that threatening you was a mistake. His eyes are hard now, all business. A big mistake. Be careful. Always. One more kiss, then he's moving toward the door. Text me when you get Nicholas. I want to know you're both safe. Okay. He pauses at the threshold, looking back. This isn't over. Between us. You know that, right? I do. God help me, I do. I know. He leaves and I sink onto my couch, boneless and thoroughly messed and absolutely terrified of what comes next.
Chapter 18. Eric. I arrive at Leo's penthouse around 8:30, parking in the visitor's spot and taking the private elevator that requires a key code Sebastian gave me months ago. The ride up feels like descending into something dark. My jaw's tight, hands flexing at my sides, trying to channel the rage into something controlled. Professional. But there's nothing professional about what I'm feeling right now. The elevator opens directly into Leo's foyer, all marble and modern art that probably cost more than most people's cars. Music thuds from somewhere deeper in the penthouse, bass-heavy club stuff that tells me he's either entertaining or getting ready to go out. I follow the sound through the open-concept living space, past floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the city lights. Leo's in the kitchen, pouring whiskey into a tumbler. He's dressed for a night out. Designer jeans, black button-down open at the collar, expensive watch catching the light. His dark hair is styled carelessly, and there's already a flush to his cheeks that suggests this isn't his first drink. He doesn't notice me at first, too focused on his phone and his drink. Having a party? I ask. He spins and surprise flashes across his face before morphing into that easy smile he wears like armor. Eric, didn't expect you. He raises his glass in mock salute. Want a drink? I've got the good stuff. We need to talk. About what? But the slight tightening around his eyes tells me he knows exactly what. I cross the space between us, not stopping until I'm right in his face. Close enough to smell the whiskey on his breath, the expensive cologne that can't quite mask the sweat. About Alexandra. His smile falters. Who? Don't mess with me, Leo. My voice drops dangerously low. The forensic accountant you cornered in her office this morning. The one you threatened. Threatened? He laughs, but it sounds forced. That's dramatic. I just had a conversation. You told her to leave the company or face consequences. I suggested she might want to reconsider her position, given certain complications. I grab him by the collar, slamming him back against the marble counter. His glass shatters on the floor, whiskey spreading across expensive tile. What the hell, Eric? You don't go near her again. Each word comes out clipped, controlled. You don't talk to her. You don't look at her. You sure as hell don't threaten her. Are we clear? Get off me. He tries to shove at my chest, but I don't budge. You're acting insane. Why? I shake him slightly. Why would you do something like that? The question seems to genuinely confuse him. What are you talking about? You threatened her today. Tried to run her off the investigation. Why? What are you so scared of her finding? I'm not scared of anything. But sweat beads along his hairline. I just think it's inappropriate that you're screwing the person investigating the company. Watch your mouth. Am I wrong? His green eyes flash with something ugly. Jealousy, maybe, or spite. Everyone can see it, Eric. The way you look at her, the way she looks at you. It's unprofessional as hell, and it compromises everything. That's not your concern. It is when you're jeopardizing the entire company because you can't keep your stick in your pants. He shoves at me again, harder. Is that why you brought your brat to Neon? To get back in her? The slap echoes through the penthouse. Leo's head snaps to the side, hand flying to his reddening cheek. When he looks back at me, there's genuine shock in his eyes. I grab his collar again, yanking him close. She's not a brat, I growl. She's the mother of my child, and she has proof, actual proof, that you're the one stealing company funds. So when she presents that to the board, you're doomed. Do you understand me? You're completely doomed. Leo goes very still. The blood drains from his face. You wouldn't let that happen. Try me. Eric, come on. His voice cracks slightly. I'm your brother. Family. You can't seriously. You threatened Alexandra. I shake him again. You made this personal the second you walked into her office and tried to intimidate her into backing off. I didn't mean... I don't give a damn what you meant. I release him with enough force that he stumbles backward. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to stay the hell away from her. You're going to let her finish the investigation without interference. And when she presents her findings to the board, you're going to accept the consequences like an adult. And if I don't, then I go to the police myself. Give them everything she's found, plus whatever else I can dig up. And I'll make sure you get the maximum sentence possible. His laugh is bitter. You'd really do that? Send your own brother to prison? You stole from Dad's company, from Sebastian and me, from everyone who trusted you. My hands curl into fists at my sides. Yeah, Leo. I'd really do that. Jesus Christ. He runs a hand through his hair, and for the first time, I see real fear beneath the bravado. It wasn't supposed to go this far. I was going to pay it back. Nonsense. I was. I just needed time. Needed to cover some investments that went bad. I don't want to hear your excuses. I turn toward the elevator. Stay away from Alexandra, that's your only warning. Eric, wait. I spin back. What? How long? His voice is quiet now, defeated. How long have you known about her kid being yours? The question stops me cold. For a few weeks now. And you're sure? He has my eyes, Leo. Exactly my eyes. I meet his gaze. So, yeah, I'm sure. Does she know that you know? Yeah. And you're just... What? Playing house? Pretending this is all going to work out somehow? I'm being a father to my son. Something you wouldn't understand. The barb lands. Leo flinches. That's not fair. Nothing about this situation is fair. I jabbed the elevator button, but I'm done letting you make it worse. So stay away from Alexandra, stay away from Nicholas, and pray that when this all comes out, the board shows you more mercy than you deserve. The elevator arrives with a soft ding. Eric, we're done here. I step inside, and the last thing I see before the doors close is Leo standing in his expensive penthouse, surrounded by his expensive things, looking more lost than I've ever seen him. Good. Let him feel a fraction of what Alexandra felt when he cornered her. A fraction of the fear I felt imagining him anywhere near my son. My phone buzzes as the elevator descends. Text from Alexandra. Got Nicholas. We're home safe. Relief floods through me. Good. I talked to Leo. He won't bother you again. 3 dots appear, then disappear, then appear again. What did you do? Made it clear that threatening you was a mistake. Eric. He's scared now, as he should be. More dots. I watch them pulse while the elevator hits the ground floor. Thank you for protecting me. Something in my chest loosens. Always. Get some rest. I'll see you at work tomorrow. Okay, good night. Good night, baby. I pocket my phone and head for my car, the night air cold against my heated skin. Leo's face when I told him about Nicholas keeps flashing through my mind. The shock, the fear, the dawning realization that I'm serious about all of this. About Alexandra, about our son, about protecting them both no matter what it costs. Even if that cost is my relationship with my brother. The drive home passes in a blur. By the time I reach my penthouse, exhaustion is setting in, emotional more than physical. I pour whiskey I actually drink this time, standing at my windows and staring out at the city. Somewhere out there, Alexandra is tucking Nicholas into bed, reading him stories, kissing his forehead, being the mother she's been for 5 years without me. But not anymore. I'm not missing another day, another milestone, another chance to be the father my son deserves, even if it means burning everything else to the ground.
Chapter 19. Alexandra. The snow falls thick against the conference room windows as I sip my coffee and review the latest transaction records. It's only 8:15, but I've been here since 7, needing the extra time before the building fills with people and questions I'm not ready to answer. My phone buzzes against the polished conference table. A call from Nicholas's school flashes across the screen. My stomach clenches immediately, that primal maternal instinct kicking in before rational thought can catch up. Nicholas never gets sick, never causes trouble, never gives the teachers anything but sunshine and infectious laughter. The school calling during morning drop-off means something's wrong, something serious enough to warrant immediate contact. I snatch up the phone, my coffee forgotten. This is Alexandra Richards. Ms. Richards, this is Principal Martinez at Manhattan Elementary. Her voice is professional. Measured in that way, school administrators perfect when they're about to deliver news they know won't be received well. Is Nicholas okay? My hand tightens around the phone so hard my knuckles strain. My heart pounds against my ribs. Images flash through my mind, playground accidents, sudden illness, any of the 1,000 things that could go wrong with a 5-year-old. He's perfectly fine. But we have a situation developing here. Her voice carries that careful neutrality I recognize from my own professional life, the tone people use when they're walking a tightrope. A man just arrived at the front office claiming to be Nicholas's uncle. He's requesting to pick him up early, says there's a family emergency. Every nerve ending in my body fires at once. Ice floods my veins despite the heated conference room. No way. What does he look like? The words come out strangled, but I already know the answer. Already know exactly who's standing in that elementary school office right now. Tall, dark hair, green eyes, very well dressed in what looks like an expensive suit. He has identification showing his name as Leo Gagliardi. She pauses and I can hear the question in her silence. He seems quite legitimate. But your authorization forms only list you as an approved pickup, which is why I'm calling. Do not release my son to him. My voice comes out sharp. Too loud. A few heads turn in the open office space beyond my conference room. Do you understand? Under no circumstances do you let him near Nicholas. Ms. Richards, he's quite insistent. I don't care how insistent he is. He is not authorized to pick up my son. I'm the only person on that list. And I'm coming right now. All right. We'll keep Nicholas in my office until you arrive. I drop the phone, grab my coat. Miranda looks up from her desk as I sprint past. Alexandra? What's wrong? Family emergency. I'll be back. No time to explain anything to anyone. No time to think beyond the primal, visceral terror flooding my entire system, making my hands shake and my breath come in sharp, painful gasps. Leo knows. He knows about Nicholas. He's somehow discovered my son's existence after 5 years of careful secrecy. And now he's at my baby's school, talking to the receptionist, trying to get his hands on the one person who matters most in this entire world. How did he figure out where my son goes to school? Has he been following me? Watching me drop Nicholas off every morning? How long has he been stalking us, gathering information, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? The elevator takes forever. Literally forever. I slam my palm against the buttons repeatedly, like that'll somehow make the damn thing move faster. Like my desperation can will the ancient machinery to cooperate? Nothing. Come on, come on, come on, I mutter, hitting the buttons again. Finally, the doors slide open. The slowest descent of my entire life. Lobby. Through the revolving doors into snow that's falling harder now. Thick white flakes that obscure visibility and make the sidewalk treacherous. Wind cuts through my coat like I'm wearing nothing at all, but I barely feel it. The subway's 3 blocks away. I run. People stare as I barrel past them on the crowded sidewalk. My professional heels, the expensive ones I bought last month, slipping dangerously on the accumulating snow. Someone shouts after me, probably thinking I'm crazy. Maybe I am. I don't care. I catch myself against a building when my ankle twists, pain shooting up my leg. Screw these shoes. Screw everything about this situation. I kick the heels off entirely, leaving them abandoned on the sidewalk for some lucky stranger to find. Barefoot now, wearing nothing but thin stockings that immediately soak through, I sprint the remaining block. The cold bites into my feet, snow and ice burning my skin, but none of it matters. Nothing matters except getting to Nicholas before Leo does something unforgivable. The subway entrance looms ahead, stairs descending into artificial light, and the familiar smell of damp concrete, and too many bodies pressed together in underground tunnels. I fly down the steps 2 at a time, shouldering through the crowd at the turnstile. A train sits at the platform, doors still open. I launch myself through, just as the closing warning sounds. The doors shut behind me with a mechanical hiss. The car's packed. Morning commute crush of bodies and briefcases and impatient sighs. I wedge myself between a teenager with headphones and a woman reading her phone, gripping the pole with white knuckles. The train lurches forward. 12 stops. Nicholas's school is 12 stops away. I pull out my phone with shaking hands. Should I call Eric? Tell him what's happening. But my fingers hover over his name without pressing it. He'll lose his mind. Storm the school, confront Leo, make everything worse before I can get there and handle this myself. I can handle this. I've handled everything alone for 5 years. This is no different, except it is. Because Leo knows. And desperate men do desperate things. The train stops. People exit. More people enter. The doors close. We move again. My phone buzzes. Text from the school. Mr. Gagliardi is still waiting. He says he spoke with Nicholas's father about this pickup. Should we... My fingers fly across the keyboard. Do not release my son. I'm almost there. 7 more stops. The train crawls through the tunnel with maddening slowness, stopping at every station for what feels like hours. 6 stops, 5. My bare feet are freezing against the dirty subway floor, but I don't care. Don't care about anything except getting to Nicholas before Leo finds a way past school security. What if he already has? What if the principal believed whatever crap story Leo fed her? What if right now he's walking out with my son, disappearing into the city? Number 1, I can't think like that. 4 stops, 3. My phone rings. Unknown number. I answer anyway. Hello? Ms. Richards? Male voice. Unfamiliar. This is Officer Chavez with NYPD. We received a call about a disturbance at Manhattan Elementary. The bottom drops out of my stomach. Is my son okay? Your son is fine. He's safe in the principal's office, but we do have a situation here that requires your immediate attention. I'm on my way. 2 stops away. Good. When you arrive, ask for me at the front entrance. We'll escort you inside. The call ends. Police. There are police at my son's school because Leo showed up demanding access to a 5-year-old who doesn't even know he exists. Rage burns through the fear. Hot and clarifying. How dare he? How dare he use my son as leverage in whatever game he's playing? 2 stops. 1. The train screeches to a halt at the right station. The doors open. I shove through the crowd, not caring who I elbow out of the way. Up the stairs into snow that's turned the city into a white blur. The wind cuts through my coat, my bare feet screaming against frozen concrete. I run anyway. The school appears through the snow, red brick building with green awnings and a playground slowly disappearing under white. Police cars sit at the curb, lights off but presence unmistakable. I sprint toward the entrance, feet leaving bloody prints in the snow. Stop! A uniformed officer steps in front of the doors. Ma'am, the school is in lockdown. I'm Alexandra Richards. Officer Chavez called me. My son. Ms. Richards. Another officer appears, older, kind eyes that assess me quickly. I'm Chavez. Come with me. He escorts me through the locked doors into warmth that makes my frozen feet scream. The front office is chaos. Principal Martinez stands with 2 more officers, speaking in low, urgent tones. And there, sitting in a chair with his arms crossed and that goddamn smile still on his face, Leo. Our eyes meet. The smile widens. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back, and every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to 1 chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 20. Eric. The board meeting wraps at exactly 11:45. I watch the last members file out, their faces serious and lined with concern after the preliminary briefing I'd given them. They're worried, as they damn well should be. I shake hands with Jackson and Reynolds, keeping my expression neutral and professional, while mentally calculating how quickly I can get them the hell out of my office. Every single minute stretching between now and Friday's presentation feels like hours crawling by at a glacial pace. Alexandra's evidence is damning, completely airtight. The kind of meticulous, detailed forensic work that'll make the Wall Street Journal salivate when this stuff inevitably goes public and splashes across every financial news outlet in the country. But I need the board confident first, absolutely certain and unified. Need them standing together, a solid wall of support behind whatever action we decide to take when she lays out exactly how deep Leo's theft goes, how many transactions he's manipulated, how much money he's siphoned off over the months. Friday then, Jackson says, pausing at my office door with his hand on the frame. His gray eyebrows draw together slightly. 2 o'clock? 2 works, I confirm with a short nod. And Ms. Richards will have everything ready? There's a hint of concern in his voice, like he's worried about putting so much weight on one person's shoulders. All the documentation we'll need. Everything. I lean back against my desk, crossing my arms over my chest and meeting Jackson's concerned gaze head-on. Complete transaction histories going back 18 months, full authorization trails, detailed fund destinations with offshore routing information. She's been thorough as hell. Meticulous doesn't even begin to cover the level of detail she's compiled. Good. Jackson's expression shifts to something like grim satisfaction, his jaw tightening. About damn time we got some real answers. They leave after another round of handshakes and reassurances, the heavy door clicking shut behind them with a solid thud that echoes through my office. And then I'm alone with quarterly reports scattered across my desk that I absolutely should review, but can't seem to focus on worth a damn. My phone sits on the polished mahogany surface, silent and dark. Alexandra hasn't texted since this morning. Just a quick professional confirmation that she'd be staying in the office late tonight, working on final documentation and making sure every single piece of evidence is organized exactly how it needs to be for Friday's presentation. I should leave her the hell alone, let her work without distraction or interruption. Instead, I find myself pulling up our message thread anyway, scrolling back through yesterday's exchange, rereading the way she thanked me for protecting her from Leo's harassment. The genuine warmth beneath her professional exterior that she only shows when we're truly alone, when the walls come down and she lets me see the real woman behind the fierce accountant who invaded my office and turned my whole world upside down. A sharp knock cuts through my spiraling thoughts, dragging me back from the edge of obsessing over text messages like some lovesick teenager. "Come in," I call out, shoving my phone aside and straightening in my chair. The door swings open and Sebastian walks through with his usual easy stride. Except there's nothing easy about the way he looks right now. My youngest brother looks like he just went 10 brutal rounds with a heavyweight champion and lost every single one of them. Badly. His left eye is swollen damn near shut, the skin around it already blooming into spectacular shades of deep purple and mottled black that make me wince just looking at them. Dried blood crusts his upper lip and nostril from what must have been one hell of a nosebleed. His knuckles are split open, raw and angry looking, the kind of damage that comes from connecting with someone's face repeatedly and with serious force. I'm on my feet before conscious thought catches up with instinct, my chair rolling backward and hitting the credenza behind my desk with a muted thud. "What happened to you?" "I messed up." His voice comes out rough, scraped raw like gravel over concrete. There's a quality to it, defeated, hollow, that I've never heard from my youngest brother in all the years we've been family. I really messed up. "Sebastian," I start, already moving around the desk toward him. "I really messed up, Eric." He cuts me off, and there's something in his expression that stops me cold. Something that tells me whatever comes next is going to change everything.
Chapter 21. Alexandra. The office at Nicholas's school feels smaller than it should. Principal Martinez's desk dominates one wall, covered in neatly organized paperwork and framed photos of smiling children. Student artwork decorates every available surface. Handprint turkeys, construction paper snowflakes, crayon drawings of families. Normal. Everything about this room screams normal, except for Leo Gagliardi sitting across from me, that familiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The police left 10 minutes ago. Officer Chavez had given me a long look before departing, the kind that said he knew something wasn't right but couldn't prove it. Leo had been all charm and apologies, explaining the misunderstanding about being Nicholas's uncle, showing identification, expressing concern about the family emergency he'd heard about through the grapevine. Complete nonsense. Every single word. But delivered with such practiced sincerity that even I almost believed him for a second. Principal Martinez bought it entirely, accepted his explanation, his business card, his assurance that he'd simply been trying to help during a confusing situation. Now she stepped out to check on Nicholas in her office, leaving Leo and me alone. The silence stretches, heavy, dangerous. "You really called the cops on me?" Leo breaks it first, still wearing that infuriating smile. "That's a bit dramatic, don't you think? You showed up at my son's school. My voice stays level through sheer force of will. Tried to take him without authorization. What the hell did you expect? I expected you to be reasonable. He leans back in his chair, completely at ease. To understand that I just wanted to have a conversation. At my 5-year-old school. Well, you've been avoiding my calls for weeks now. He spreads his hands like this is all perfectly reasonable. What else was I supposed to do? Send a formal invitation? Schedule a meeting through your secretary? The casual, conversational tone makes my skin crawl. Like showing up at a kindergarten and stalking someone's 5-year-old child is a perfectly logical, proportionate response to having your phone calls declined. Like this is just normal behavior. What do you want, Leo? I force the words out through gritted teeth. Oh, come on. He shifts in his chair, getting comfortable like we're old friends catching up. You know exactly what I want. I wait, silent, refusing to make this easier for him. His smile fades by degrees, replaced by something harder, colder, more dangerous. Your laptop, the one with all your investigation files on it, the research, the documentation, all of it. My stomach drops straight through the floor. So that's what this is about. I don't have it with me, I say, keeping my voice steady. Liar. He doesn't even hesitate, nodding toward my bag sitting by the door where I dropped it in my panic. I saw you carrying it when you came sprinting in here like your hair was on fire. So let's skip the crap, shall we? Hand it over, and we can both walk out of here like civilized adults. No. No? He actually laughs, but there's absolutely no humor in the sound. It's cold, bitter, slightly unhinged. You think you have a choice here? You think you're in any position to tell me no? I think you're desperate, which makes you dangerous. I hold his gaze. But taking my laptop won't change anything. I've got backups, cloud storage, email archives. Everything you've done is documented in multiple locations. His jaw tightens. Then you'll delete those too. Or what? He stands slowly and I fight the urge to back away, to show weakness. Or I make things very difficult for you. He walks to the window, looking out at the playground where children play in the snow. Nice school, expensive. Bet the security's decent, but not perfect. Schools never are. Ice floods my veins. Are you threatening my son? I'm stating facts. He turns back to me. I know where you live, where Nicholas goes to school, where you grab coffee in the mornings, the route you take to work. My hands clench into fists. Stay away from Nicholas. Then give me what I want. You can't seriously think? I'm dead serious, Alexandra. He moves closer, and I can see the desperation beneath the bravado now. The fear of a man watching his life unravel. You've got enough to destroy me. I know that. You know that. So let's make this simple. Your laptop, your cloud passwords, everything. And then you call Eric right now and quit your contract with Neon Investments. I can't do that. Can't? Or won't? Both? His expression darkens. You really want to play it this way? Because I promise you, I've got nothing left to lose. But you? He gestures toward the hallway where Nicholas waits. You've got everything to lose. My eyes drop to his hands. The knuckles are bruised, split open in places. Fresh injuries? Recent? How did you figure out where we live? I ask quietly. Where Nicholas goes to school. He follows my gaze to his damaged knuckles, then smirks. Let's just say I had a helpful conversation with someone who knows you pretty well. My blood runs cold. Sebastian. Give the lady a prize. Leo flexes his fingers, wincing slightly. Baby brother didn't want to talk at first. Tried that whole loyalty thing, but everyone breaks eventually if you apply the right pressure. Horror crawls up my throat. You beat up Sebastian? I persuaded him. He shrugs like it's nothing. He'll be fine. Probably. Kid's tougher than he looks. The casual dismissal makes me want to scream. Sebastian, who's been nothing but kind to me and Nicholas, who brought coffee and offered genuine friendship without expecting anything in return. Beaten by his own brother, just to get information about where my son goes to school. You're insane. I'm practical. He holds out his hand. Laptop. Now. My messenger bag sits by the door, laptop inside, along with files documenting every single one of Leo's fraudulent transactions. Weeks of work, evidence that could send him to prison, evidence that could also keep Nicholas safe if I just hand it over. No. There has to be another way. Has to be. Alexandra. Leo's voice drops dangerously low. I'm running out of patience, and trust me, you don't want to see what happens when I lose it completely. I think of Nicholas in the principal's office. 5 years old, innocent, completely unaware that his mother's past has caught up to them in the worst possible way. I think of Eric, waiting at his office for my call, probably checking his phone every 30 seconds, wondering why I'm not responding. I think of Sebastian, beaten and bleeding because he made the mistake of being my friend. My hands shake as I reach for my bag. Smart choice. Leo watches me with those cold green eyes. I pull out the laptop, hold it against my chest for one more second. Everything I've worked for, all the proof I need to expose him. Gone. I hand it over. Leo takes it immediately, flipping it open to check the contents. His fingers fly across the keyboard, navigating through my files with practiced efficiency. He knows exactly what he's looking for. Password protected. He looks up. Cute. What is it? I tell him. Watch him type it in. Watch my investigation files appear on screen. Impressive work. He scrolls through, eyebrows rising. Really thorough. Almost admire the dedication. Are we done? Not quite. He pulls out his phone, extends it toward me. Now you call Eric. Tell him you're quitting the contract. Effective immediately. Leo. Do it. Right now. On speakerphone so I can hear every word. My fingers feel numb as I take his phone. Eric's contact is already pulled up, number displayed across the screen. One call. That's all it takes to throw away everything. But Nicholas is down the hall, waiting for his mother to take him home, to keep him safe. I press dial. It rings once, twice. Yeah? Eric's voice comes through, sharp and impatient. Leo, I'm busy. It's me, I say quietly. Silence. Then, Alexandra, why are you calling from Leo's phone? Where's yours? I need to tell you something. Leo watches me, that smile back in place. Triumphant. What's wrong? Eric's tone shifts immediately. Where are you? Are you okay? I'm fine, The words stick in my throat. I need to quit the contract with Neon Investments. More silence. Longer this time. What? Eric's voice goes dangerously quiet. Say that again. The contract. I'm terminating it. Effective immediately. Like hell you are. What happened? Where's... Realization dawns. Is Leo there? Is he with you right now? I close my eyes. Eric. Put him on the phone. I can't. Alexandra, put that jerk on the phone right now. Leo reaches over, pressing the speaker button so his voice carries clearly. Hey, brother. Miss me? What did you do? Pure fury laces every word, each syllable sharp enough to cut. What did you do to her? Had a friendly chat, came to a mutual understanding. Leo's smile widens, transforming into something truly vicious. He's enjoying this, reveling in the power he holds over both of us. She's realized that working for Neon isn't in her best interest, or Nicholas's. The silence that follows feels like the world ending, like everything solid has turned to quicksand beneath my feet. You brought Nicholas into this? Eric's voice could shatter glass. Every word drips with barely contained violence. You threatened my son? Leo, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you apart with my bare hands. Get in line. Leo ends the call with a casual flick of his thumb, handing me back the phone like he's done nothing more than order takeout. There, all done. Wasn't so hard, was it? My hands shake so violently I almost drop the phone. The plastic case slips in my sweaty grip, and I have to clutch it with both hands to keep from sending it clattering to the floor. You got what you wanted. Now leave. Get out of here. Almost what I wanted. He tucks my laptop under his arm, possessive and confident. Still need those cloud passwords. Can't have you restoring everything the second I walk out that door. I don't have... Nonsense. You're too smart not to have backups. He pulls out his own phone. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to sit down, log into every cloud service, every email account, every backup drive, and delete every single file related to this investigation. And I'm going to watch while you do it. Leo, please. Or I walk down that hallway right now and introduce myself properly to Nicholas. Tell him all about me and his daddy. Maybe take him for ice cream, just the two of us. You know, uncle-nephew bonding. The threat lands exactly as intended. I sink into the chair, take his offered phone with trembling fingers, and start deleting everything.
Chapter 22. Eric. Tell me exactly what happened between you and Leo, I say, after my call with Alexandra ends. I fling my phone onto the desk. Every detail. Sebastian swallows hard. He wanted to know where Alexandra lives, where Nicholas goes to school. Ice floods my veins. And you told him? I didn't want to. He looks up at me with his one good eye, and I see genuine shame there. Damn, Eric, I tried not to, but he said he'd hurt them anyway. Said that it was just a matter of time before he figured out where she lived and everything else. That I could make it easier or I could make it harder, but either way. So you gave him what he wanted. He promised. Sebastian's voice cracks. He promised he just wanted to talk to her, convince her to back off the investigation. That's it. He swore he wouldn't go near Nicholas. I drag both hands through my hair, pacing to the windows. The city sprawls below, indifferent to the chaos unraveling in this office. When did this happen? Last night, around 10. I was leaving the gym and he was waiting in the parking garage. Sebastian touches his swollen eye gingerly. Came at me before I even saw him coming. Did you fight back? Tried. Got a few hits in. He flexes his damaged knuckles. But Leo's always been better at this. Meaner. My phone sits on my desk where I threw it, after hearing my brother's voice on the other end, smug and triumphant, after realizing what he'd done. Alexandra's terrified now, and she quit the contract. She what? Leo made her, it's obvious. The words taste like poison. Threatened Nicholas unless she walked away from the investigation. Sebastian closes his good eye. I'm sorry. God, Eric, I'm so sorry. You should have what? Taken a worse beating? Let Leo hurt you more? I shake my head. This isn't your fault. Feels like it is. It's not. I move around the desk, sitting on the edge so I'm closer to him. Leo did this. He beat the information out of you, then used it to threaten a 5-year-old kid. That's on him, not you. What are we going to do? The question hangs in the air. What can we do? Leo's destroyed the evidence, covered his tracks so thoroughly that proving anything will be damn near impossible now. I'm going to kill him, I say flatly. Eric, I mean it. I'm going to find him and I'm going to... He planned for that. Sebastian cuts me off. He told me right before he left. Said if anything happens to him, if you try anything, he's got instructions with someone to release information about Nicholas. To the press. to the board, everywhere. He'll destroy Alexandra's reputation, drag a 5-year-old through the mud, make sure everyone knows she kept your son from you. The words hit like physical blows, each one calculated, precise. That jerk! He thought it through. Sebastian's voice is hollow. Every angle. He knew you'd come after him once you found out what he did. So he set up a failsafe. Touch him, and he burns everything down. Alexandra's career, Nicholas's privacy, your reputation, all of it. I want to put my fist through the wall, through the windows, through Leo's smug face. But Sebastian's right. Leo's always been cunning when backed into a corner. And right now, with everything to lose, he's playing the only cards he has left. I wince seeing how badly Sebastian's injuries look up close. He assaulted you. I'm not reporting it. Sebastian, think about it. He leans forward, wincing at the movement. I report Leo for assault. He retaliates by going after Alexandra and Nicholas, releasing information, causing problems, making their lives hell. His good eye meets mine. I can take a beating. I'll heal. But a 5-year-old kid getting dragged through the tabloids? That's permanent damage. He's right. God damn it, he's right. We're trapped. Leo's boxed us in so completely that any move we make just tightens the noose. So what? The frustration explodes out of me. We just let him get away with all of it. The embezzlement, the threats, beating you? We sit back and do nothing? I don't know. Sebastian slumps in the chair. I wish I did, but every option I can think of just makes things worse. I push off the desk, pacing again. My office feels too small suddenly, too confined, like the walls are closing in. Alexandra's probably packing right now, I say, getting ready to take Nicholas and leave the city, get as far from this mess as possible. Can you blame her? No. The admission costs me. I'd do the same thing if I were her. Protect my kid above everything else. You're going to lose them. I know. Both of them. Your son, the woman you... He stops. The woman you care about. Care about. Such inadequate words for what Alexandra means to me. For what I felt the second I saw her again. For what's been building between us despite everything. Yeah, I say quietly. I'm going to lose them. Sebastian stands, moving carefully. There has to be something we can do. There isn't. Not without putting Nicholas at risk. And I won't do that. I meet his gaze. I already failed them once. 6 years ago when I walked away. I'm not failing them again by being selfish enough to drag them through Leo's revenge. That's not... It is. I cut him off. Alexandra's right to run. To get Nicholas somewhere safe. Away from this family and our messed up drama. Eric. My phone rings. I grab it without thinking, desperate for anything to distract from the helplessness crushing my chest. Alexandra's name flashes on the screen. I answer immediately. Are you okay? Is Nicholas... We're fine. Her voice is tight, controlled. For now. Where are you? Still at the school. Leo left about 10 minutes ago with my laptop and everything else. A pause. Sebastian told you what happened. I look at my brother, his battered face. Yeah, he's here now. Is he okay? He will be. I hope that's true. What about you? What's your plan? Another pause. Longer this time. When she speaks again, her voice is quieter, resigned. I'm taking Nicholas home, packing some things. Then we're leaving the city. The words hit exactly as expected. Still hurt like hell. Where will you go? I don't know yet. Somewhere Leo can't find us. Her breath catches. I'm sorry, Eric. I know this screws up everything, but I have to... Don't apologize. The words come out fierce. You're protecting our son. That's what matters. Our son. She lets out a sound that might be a laugh or a sob. God, I never thought I'd hear you say that. I should have said it 6 years ago. My throat tightens. Should have been there from the beginning. You didn't know? I should have. The words are sharp, cutting through her attempt at absolution. I should have fought harder to keep you back then. Should have tracked you down, demanded answers, found out why you really disappeared from my life instead of just accepting it. I closed my eyes against the wave of regret, threatening to drown me. This is my fault. All of it. Leo's obsession, the investigation, everything that's happened to you. I brought this into your life. Into Nicholas's life. Eric, no. Take care of Nicholas. Each word feels like it's being ripped from somewhere deep in my chest, leaving raw edges behind. Keep him safe. Keep our son safe. That's all I'm asking. Silence stretches on the other end of the line. Heavy. Loaded with everything we can't say. Everything we've already lost. I can hear her breathing, shallow and unsteady, and I can picture her so clearly. Standing in that school hallway with its industrial lighting and bulletin boards covered in children's artwork, trying desperately not to fall apart while Nicholas waits somewhere nearby, oblivious to the fact that his whole world is about to shift again. I love you, she whispers. The admission stops my heart completely. Just stops it dead in my chest. Alexandra! I needed you to know. Her voice is fragile now, stripped of all the armor she usually wears. Before we leave. Before everything changes again. Before I... The sound she makes is somewhere between a breath and a sob. I love you. I've loved you since I was 20 years old and I never stopped. Not even when I hated you. Not even when I wanted to. Not ever. Don't go. The plea comes out raw, stripped of every bit of control I usually maintain. Desperate in a way I've never let myself be. Please, baby, don't. I have to, for Nicholas.
Chapter 23. Alexandra. The apartment looks like a tornado hit it. Clothes scattered across the bed, half folded and shoved into suitcases that sit open like hungry mouths, waiting to swallow everything I own. Nicholas's toys spilling out of boxes I haven't finished packing, action figures, and building blocks, creating a minefield across the hardwood floor. Books stacked haphazardly by the door, threatening to topple over every time I walk past. My whole life reduced to chaos and cardboard, and packing tape that keeps sticking to my fingers. I can't stop crying. The tears come in waves, hot and relentless, blurring my vision as I grab another armful of Nicholas's clothes from his dresser. My hands shake as I pull open each drawer. His favorite dinosaur shirt, the one with the green T-Rex that he insists on wearing at least twice a week. The Superman pajamas Eric bought him last week, still crisp and new, the tags not yet removed. Each item feels like another piece of my heart being ripped out and thrown into a box destined for a town I swore I'd never return to. Mama? I turn, hastily wiping at my wet cheeks with the back of my hand. Nicholas stands in the doorway of his room, small and uncertain, clutching his stuffed elephant, the gray one with the floppy ears that he's had since he was 2. His wide blue eyes stare at me with concern, far too mature for a 5-year-old, his little face scrunched up in worry. Why are you sad? I swipe at my face with both hands, trying desperately to pull myself together, but the tears keep coming. I'm fine, baby. Just go play with your toys, okay? But we're packing them. His voice is so matter-of-fact, so logical. So much like Eric, it hurts. I know. My voice cracks, splintering into 1,000 pieces. Just for a little while. Go play with whatever's still out. He doesn't move. Those eyes stay fixed on me, seeing right through every pathetic lie I'm trying to tell. He's always been too observant for his own good, too aware of the emotions swirling around him. Is it because of the funny man? My chest tightens so suddenly I can barely breathe. The dinosaur shirt slips from my fingers, falling onto the pile of unfolded clothes scattered across the bed. What? Mr. Gagliardi, the one who comes over. He shifts his elephant to the other arm, hugging it against his chest like a shield. You're always happy when he's here. You smile lots. But now you're crying and he's not here anymore. God. The observation hits me like a physical blow. I sink onto the edge of his bed, my legs giving out beneath me. The mattress dips under my weight, springs creaking softly in the quiet room. Nicholas walks over slowly, each small step deliberate and careful, like he's approaching a wounded animal. He climbs up beside me, his little body so warm and solid against mine. He's still so small. Still my baby, even though he's growing faster than I can keep up with. Even though every day he looks more and more like his father. Mama, why are you really sad? His voice is so small, so earnest, cutting through the fog of my despair like a knife. I stare down at the dinosaur shirt clutched in my trembling hands, at the bright cartoon T-Rex grinning up at me, gap-toothed and cheerful, completely oblivious to the fact that my world is crumbling to pieces around us, around him. Tell him the truth. He deserves the truth. He deserves so much more than I've given him. My throat feels impossibly tight, but I force the words out anyway. Nicholas, I need to tell you something important. Something I should have told you a long time ago. He carefully sets his stuffed elephant down on the bed beside him, arranging it just so with the kind of deliberate precision only a 5-year-old can manage. His eyes lock onto mine, wide and trusting. Okay, Mama. My heart hammers against my ribs so hard I'm surprised he can't hear it. You know how some of your friends at school have daddies? How they talk about doing things with them on the weekends? Yeah. He nods slowly, his curls bouncing with the movement. And you know how you've asked me before about your daddy? About where he is and why he's not around? His entire face lights up like a Christmas tree, hope blazing so bright in his expression it makes my chest ache. I have a daddy? I really have one? The pure, unfiltered hope in his voice destroys me. Absolutely destroys me. Every careful wall I've built, every defense I've constructed, comes crashing down in an instant. You do, baby. You've always had one. I swallow hard, fighting back the fresh wave of tears threatening to spill over. I didn't tell you before because things were complicated. Because I thought I was protecting you, protecting us both, but maybe I was just being a coward. Where is he? Nicholas asks, leaning forward with barely contained excitement. Can I meet him? Does he know about me? I take a shaky breath. Mr. Gagliardi, Eric, he's your daddy. Nicholas's eyes go impossibly wide. The funny man? Yeah. A sob catches in my throat. The funny man is your daddy. Really? He bounces slightly on the bed, excitement radiating from every inch of his small body. Really, really? Really, really? Does he know? He knows. And he wants to be my daddy? The question is so hopeful, so vulnerable, it breaks something fundamental inside me. He does. Very much. He loves you so much, Nicholas. Then why are we leaving? His joy fades as fast as it appeared, replaced by confusion. If I have a daddy now, why do we have to go? I pull him onto my lap, holding him close. His small body fits perfectly against mine, the way it always has. My baby, my whole world. Because sometimes grown-ups have problems they need to fix. And right now, the safest thing for you is to go somewhere else for a little while. But I want to stay with my daddy. I know, baby. I know you do. Please, Mama. Tears fill his eyes now, matching mine. I just got a daddy. I don't want to leave him. The sob I've been holding back finally breaks free. I bury my face in his curls, breathing in his little boy's smell, strawberry shampoo and snow and innocence. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We sit there together, both of us crying, surrounded by half-packed boxes and the ruins of the life I tried to build for us. Eventually, Nicholas pulls back. Can we call him my daddy? Not right now. Why? Because Leo's probably watching. Because any contact puts you in danger. Because I've already lost Eric once, and I can't survive losing you too. We just can't, baby. I promise I'll explain everything when you're older. He nods, but I can see the hurt in his eyes. The betrayal of another promise broken. Go play, I say gently. Just for a few more minutes while I finish packing. He slides off my lap without argument, retrieving his elephant and trudging back to his room. The door clicks shut behind him with devastating finality. I return to the clothes, mechanically folding and packing. Shirt, pants, socks. Each item another step toward leaving Eric behind, toward keeping Nicholas safe, toward losing everything that matters. My hands shake so badly I can barely grip the fabric. Tears blur my vision again, making it impossible to see what I'm doing. Leo wins. The bastard actually wins. I reach for my messenger bag, intending to shove it into one of the boxes. My fingers brush against something hard in the front pocket. I freeze. Pull out a small black USB drive. My backup drive. The one I made 3 weeks ago when I first started finding Leo's fraudulent transactions. The one I'd completely forgotten about because I'd been so focused on the cloud storage. All my investigation files, every transaction, every piece of evidence, right here in my hand. Oh my God. My laptop is gone. My cloud storage has been wiped clean, but this tiny piece of plastic and metal in my hand has everything. Every single file, every damning transaction, every piece of evidence I've painstakingly gathered over the past few weeks. Completely untouched because Leo didn't know it existed. Because even I had forgotten about its existence until this very moment. I clutch it like a lifeline, pressing the small drive against my chest so hard the edges dig into my palm. My heart pounds against my ribs, the rhythm shifting from the devastating dirge of defeat to something faster, something sharper, something that feels dangerously like hope. We're not finished. Leo hasn't won, not even close. I still have proof. I still have every single thing I need to destroy him and his schemes, to expose every fraudulent transaction, every forged signature, every penny he's stolen from the company his own brother is trying so desperately to save, to keep Nicholas safe from whatever retribution Leo might attempt when I take him down, to save my relationship with Eric. The tears come again, hot and fast, streaming down my face and dripping onto the fabric still clutched in my other hand. But this time they're different, not the hopeless, broken sobs that racked my body just minutes ago. Not the defeated tears of someone who's lost everything that matters. These are tears of determination, of fury, of absolute resolve.
Chapter 24. Eric. Just standing in this room makes my heart break all over again. Alexandra's office, her former office, stripped bare of everything that made it hers. The desk sits empty, its polished surface reflecting the harsh fluorescent lights above. Her nameplate's gone. The coffee mug she always kept by her keyboard vanished. Even the slight indent in the chair where she'd sat for countless hours, analyzing spreadsheets and building the case that was supposed to save this company, feels like an accusation. Sebastian stands beside me, one eye swollen completely shut, bruises blooming across his jaw in shades of purple and black that make my stomach turn. He's moving carefully, favoring his left side where Leo's fist connected with his ribs. Each shallow breath he takes reminds me that my brother, my own brother, did this. beat out of the kindest person in our family just to get information he could use as a weapon. "We should have seen it coming," Sebastian says quietly, his voice rough. "Should have known he'd pull something like this." I don't respond. Can't. The rage sitting in my chest feels too big for words, too dangerous to let out in any controlled way. Miranda's been coordinating with building security, arranging for Alexandra's personal items to be packed and shipped. Professional to the end. But I caught the look she gave me earlier, sympathy mixed with concern, and it made me want to put my fist through the wall. I had to cancel Friday's board meeting, sent out a nonsense excuse about scheduling conflicts while internally screaming at the cosmic joke of it all. We were supposed to present evidence, supposed to finally expose Leo's theft and start the process of fixing everything he'd broken. Instead, I'm standing in an empty office, watching my youngest brother wince every time he moves, knowing that the woman I love is probably halfway out of the city by now with a son I barely got to know. The son who has my eyes, who laughs like I do, who I should have been there for from the beginning. Damn! The word explodes out of me. I grab the nearest box, empty, waiting to be filled with Alexandra's things, and hurl it across the room. It hits the wall with a satisfying crash, cardboard crumpling on impact. Sebastian doesn't flinch, just watches me with his one good eye. Feel better? No, didn't think so. I drag both hands through my hair, pulling hard enough to hurt. The pain helps. Gives me something to focus on besides the helpless fury eating me alive. We can't let him get away with this. Eric. I don't give a damn about his threats, about what he'll release to the press or the board or anyone else. I spin to face Sebastian. He beat you. He threatened a 5-year-old kid. Your nephew. My son. And now he's just going to walk away like none of it happened? What's the alternative? Sebastian moves closer, wincing. We go after him. He destroys Alexandra's reputation, drags Nicholas through the tabloids, makes their lives hell. Is that what you want? Of course it's not what I want! The words come out too loud, echoing in the empty office. But doing nothing feels like dying. The door opens behind us. I turn, expecting Miranda with more boxes or maybe another apologetic update about shipping logistics. Instead, Leo walks in. My brother. The man who shares my blood, my last name, my father's legacy. Standing there in an expensive suit that he probably bought with money he stole from the company, looking perfectly put together despite the fact that he beat Sebastian bloody less than 2 days ago. That familiar smile plays at the corners of his mouth, the one that used to mean mischief when we were kids, but now just screams arrogance. Triumph. Something in me snaps. I'm across the room before conscious thought catches up with instinct, grabbing Leo by his collar and slamming him back against the wall, hard enough that his head cracks against the drywall. The sound it makes is deeply satisfying. His eyes go wide with shock, the smile finally wiping off his smug face. Eric, don't! Sebastian's voice cuts through the red haze clouding my vision. I ignore him. Press my forearm against Leo's throat, not quite cutting off his air supply, but close enough that he has to work to breathe. Up close, I can see the slight bags under his eyes, the tightness around his mouth that betrays his exhaustion. Good. Hope he hasn't slept either. Hope every second of the past 24 hours has been torture for him, too. Give me one reason, I growl, my voice barely recognizable. One reason why I shouldn't put you through this wall right now. Leo tries to smile, but it comes out as more of a grimace. Whoa, you don't want to do that. Don't I? I press harder, watching his face start to flush. Eric! Sebastian's hand closes around my arm, but his grip is weak, tentative. He's still too hurt to really stop me, and we both know it. Come on, man. Don't do this. Why not? I don't look away from Leo's face. From those green eyes that hold nothing but calculated manipulation. He deserves it. Hell, he deserves a lot worse than a few bruises. Don't want to hurt your brother for no reason, Leo manages to get out. his voice strained but still carrying that infuriating edge of mockery. No reason? The words taste like poison. You call what you did to Sebastian no reason? What you did to Alexandra? To my son? Your alleged son. Leo's smile returns, vicious and cruel despite the pressure on his throat. Unless you've got a paternity test I don't know about. My vision goes white. Sebastian's grip tightens on my arm. Eric, please. This is what he wants. For you to lose control. Do something you can't take back. So, what if it is? I release Leo's throat just long enough to grab his collar with both hands, hauling him forward and slamming him back again. This time harder. The drywall cracks audibly behind him, bits of white powder dusting his expensive suit jacket. Maybe it's worth it. Leo laughs. Actually laughs, the sound scraping against my nerves like sandpaper. There it is, the famous Gagliardi temper. Dad would be so proud. Don't talk about Dad. Another slam. More cracks spidering across the wall. Don't you dare talk about him after what you've done to his company, after the way you've trashed all over everything he built. What I've done? Leo's eyes flash with genuine anger now, the mask slipping. I've been trying to save this company while you've been too busy playing CEO to notice it's falling apart around you. Too busy chasing after some woman who walked away from you 6 years ago without a backward glance. I rear back, my fist cocked and ready to wipe that smirk off his face permanently. Eric! Sebastian's shout finally penetrates the rage. Stop! Think about what you're doing! My fist hovers in the air, trembling with the effort it takes not to follow through, not to give in to every violent impulse screaming through my system. Leo's still smiling, still so goddamn confident despite being pinned against a wall by someone who outweighs him by at least 20 pounds of muscle. Go ahead. Hit me. Give me exactly what I need to destroy you completely. One assault charge and the board will force you out. Then what happens to your precious company? To Alexandra and Nicholas when I'm the one calling the shots? The threat lands exactly as intended. I release him with enough force that he stumbles, catching himself against the wall. My hands shake as I step back, putting distance between us before I do something irreversible. You can go screw yourself, I say, each word clipped and precise. Leo straightens his jacket, brushing off the drywall dust like we've just had a minor disagreement instead of a near-violent altercation. Eloquent as always. He adjusts his tie, his movements deliberately casual. Unconcerned. You done with your little tantrum? Because I actually came here to talk business. We've got nothing to talk about. No? Even though I'm offering you a way out of this mess? I laugh, the sound bitter and sharp. What mess? The one you created? The one that's about to blow up in all our faces. Leo moves away from the damaged wall, walking further into the office like he owns it, like he hasn't just destroyed everything. See, here's the thing you don't seem to understand, big brother. I won. I got the laptop, wiped the cloud storage, made your little forensic accountant quit, and run away with her kid. It's over. It's not over. It is. He picks up one of the empty boxes, examining it with false interest. And now you've got a choice. You can keep fighting, keep trying to dig up dirt that doesn't exist anymore, and watch everything fall apart. Or you can accept reality and move on. Focus on actually running the company instead of chasing ghosts. Sebastian makes a sound of disgust. You're unbelievable. I'm practical. Leo sets down the box, turning to face us both. This is business. Nothing personal. You both should understand that. Nothing personal? My voice drops to something dangerous. You beat Sebastian. You threatened my son. And you think any of that is just business? I did what was necessary to protect myself. To protect all of us, actually. Even if you're too stubborn to see it. He shrugs, the gesture infuriatingly casual. The investigation would have destroyed this family, torn us apart, made us tabloid fodder for months. I saved us from that. By stealing from us first. By making strategic investments that didn't pan out the way I hoped. His expression doesn't change. No shame, no guilt, nothing human behind those calculating eyes. Investments I was planning to pay back before anyone noticed, before you brought in an outsider to air out our dirty laundry. Oh, shut up, Leo, I reply swiftly. We get it. You won. Now get off already. No, that's not what I'm going to do. He puts his hands in his pockets, so nonchalant about this whole crap. I want a promotion, a pay raise to help compensate for the unnecessary stress and turmoil you've put me through these last few weeks. Sebastian holds onto my arm, tightening his grip on me. But still, he lets out a sigh. My God, Leo. And you're going to give it to me, big brother, Leo continues with a smile. It's only right.
Chapter 25. Alexandra. The wind cuts through Central Park like a knife, carrying snow that stings my exposed skin. I huddle deeper into my coat, watching my breath fog in the frigid air. The park's nearly empty at this hour, just a few die-hard joggers and dog walkers braving the weather. And Sebastian, waiting by the fountain. He sees me approaching and straightens, then immediately winces. Even from a distance, I can see the damage Leo inflicted. His face looks worse in the fading evening light, purple and black bruises spreading across his jaw and cheekbone. One eye swollen nearly shut, the skin around it a sickly yellow-green that makes my stomach turn. Sebastian. His name comes out strangled, catching in my throat like a sob I'm trying to hold back. I close the distance between us fast, my boots crunching through the fresh layer of snow that's already accumulating on the path. Hey. He tries to smile, but the expression looks painful, making the split in his lip crack. Thanks for meeting me on such short. I throw my arms around him before he can finish the sentence. He makes a startled sound, a sharp intake of breath that tells me I've probably aggravated at least one bruised rib. But then his arms come up to return the embrace, carefully, gingerly, like every single movement causes a fresh wave of pain through his battered body. I'm so sorry. The words tumble out against his shoulder, muffled by the heavy fabric of his coat. My voice breaks on the apology. God, Sebastian, I'm so sorry. This is my fault. All of it. If I hadn't taken this case, if I'd just stayed away from your family, if I'd never gotten involved with Eric again. Stop. His voice is firm, despite the roughness in it, the way it sounds like it hurts to speak. One of his hands comes up to rest against the back of my head, a gentle, reassuring pressure. Don't do that. Don't take responsibility for Leo's actions. What he did, that's on him. But he hurt you because of me. He hurt me because he's a manipulative bastard who was desperate. Sebastian pulls back enough to look at me, his one good eye meeting mine with surprising intensity. That's on him, not you. The tears I've been fighting all day threaten to spill over. I should have quit sooner, should have walked away before. Before what? Before you did your job? Before you found evidence that could actually put Leo in prison? He shakes his head, then winces again. You didn't do anything wrong, Alexandra. None of this is your fault. A gust of wind picks up, sending snow swirling around us. I step back, wrapping my arms around myself against the cold. I thought you'd hate me. After what Leo did to get information about Nicholas, I could never hate you. The conviction in his voice catches me off guard. Leo played me, used our family connection against me. That doesn't make what you're doing wrong. It makes what he's doing worse. I swipe at my eyes, trying to pull myself together. I got your text. You said it was urgent? Yeah. He glances around the park, checking for anyone nearby. The paranoia makes sense after everything that's happened. I thought you'd be leaving the city by now, after Leo's threats, after everything. That was the plan. I reach into my coat pocket, fingers closing around the small USB drive. Pack up Nicholas. head back to my hometown, disappear before Leo could make good on anything. But I pull out the drive, holding it between us. The black plastic looks so innocuous, so small, nothing that could change everything. Sebastian's eyes widen. Is that everything? Every file, every transaction, every piece of evidence I collected. My voice drops to barely above a whisper. I forgot I'd made a backup onto this. 3 weeks ago, when I first started finding discrepancies. Leo got my laptop, wiped my cloud storage, but he didn't know about this. Damn. Sebastian reaches for it, then stops, his hand hovering. Can I? I press it into his palm. I need you to get this to Eric. In one piece. Without Leo finding out. He closes his fist around the drive like it's the most precious thing he's ever held. Maybe it is. Maybe this tiny piece of plastic is the only thing standing between justice and Leo getting away with everything. This will bury him. His voice carries a note of awe. With this evidence, the board won't just fire him. They'll press charges, criminal charges. I know. He'll go to prison. Good. The word comes out sharper than intended. After what he did to you, after threatening Nicholas, after destroying, I cut myself off, the emotion threatening to choke me. He deserves prison. He deserves worse. The wind picks up again, howling through the bare trees. Snow falls harder now, thick flakes that catch in Sebastian's hair and melt against his bruised face. This might be the only way to stop him, I say quietly. The only way to keep Nicholas safe, to keep all of us safe from whatever Leo might do next. Sebastian nods slowly. Eric needs to see this. Tonight. Can you get it to him? Without Leo finding out? A grim smile crosses his face, though the expression makes him wince. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I know his schedule inside and out. Know when he's at the office, when he's out schmoozing clients, when he's holed up in his penthouse. Even if I have to wait until 3 in the goddamn morning, I'll get this to Eric. Relief floods through me so suddenly that my knees nearly buckle. The adrenaline that's been holding me together starts to ebb, and I have to lock my legs to stay upright. Thank you, God, Sebastian. Thank you so much. Don't thank me yet. He pockets the drive with infinite care, slipping it into his inner jacket pocket and patting it twice like he's handling high-grade explosives, which, in a sense, he is. We still have to actually present this to the board without Leo catching wind of it first, without him somehow destroying the evidence or spinning some nonsense story to discredit it. But we have a chance now, an actual chance to take him down. Sebastian finishes for me, and there's steel in his voice despite the obvious pain he's in. To save the company from his corruption, to make damn sure he can't hurt anyone else the way he hurt us. The snow's coming down hard enough now that visibility's dropping fast. The world beyond our immediate circle shrinks, reduced to swirling white against gathering darkness. The park lights flicker on one by one, casting everything in an orange glow that makes the bruises on Sebastian's face look even worse. Deeper purples, angrier reds, shadows that shouldn't exist on someone so young. You should get somewhere warm, I say, noting how he started to shiver. Get those ribs looked at properly. I'm fine. You're not fine. You can barely stand upright. I'll heal. He meets my gaze. Some things are worth a few broken ribs. Sebastian, go home, Alexandra. Be with Nicholas. Let me handle getting this to Eric. I want to argue, want to insist on being part of whatever happens next. But Nicholas is at his friend Nathan's house, probably wondering when I'm coming to pick him up. Probably still processing everything I told him earlier about Eric being his father. Okay. I step forward, giving Sebastian one more careful hug. Be safe. Please. Always. But the way he says it doesn't inspire confidence. I pull back, searching his bruised face. Promise me you'll be careful, that you won't take unnecessary risks. I promise. The lie sits between us, obvious but necessary. I turn to go, then pause. Sebastian, when this is over, when Leo's dealt with and everything settles, thank you for being Nicholas's friend, for being mine. That's what family does. The word hits differently than expected. Family. He's right. Eric's son makes Sebastian Nicholas's uncle, makes me connected to the Gagliardis in ways I never anticipated when I took this case. Yeah, I manage a smile. That's what family does. I walk away through the falling snow, pulling out my phone to text Nathan's mom that I'm on my way. Behind me, I hear Sebastian's footsteps crunching in the opposite direction. The USB drive is in his hands now. All my work, all the evidence I thought was lost forever. One tiny piece of plastic that might save everything, or destroy it completely.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Eric. The bottle of Macallan sits on my desk half empty, or half full, depending on how optimistic I'm feeling. Not optimistic at all, turns out. I pour another 3 fingers into the tumbler, not bothering with ice. The burn feels appropriate. Deserved, even. The amber liquid catches the city lights streaming through my penthouse windows, refracting into 1,000 tiny fragments that hurt to look at. Just like everything else in my life right now. The board meeting, the one I had to cancel with some nonsense excuse about scheduling conflicts while internally screaming. We were supposed to present evidence, supposed to finally expose Leo's theft and corruption. Instead, I'm standing in my penthouse I check my watch, squinting through the alcohol haze. 11:45 at night, drinking alone and watching my entire world fall apart in slow motion. Alexandra's gone. Nicholas is gone. The woman I love and the son I barely got to know vanished into the night because my piece of trash brother couldn't handle being caught. I take another drink, then another. The skyline blurs, lights bleeding together into one indistinct smear of gold and white. Somewhere out there, Alexandra's probably tucking Nicholas into bed in whatever hotel room she found. Reading him stories, kissing his forehead, being the mother she's been for 5 years without me. And I'm here, drinking expensive whiskey in an expensive penthouse, surrounded by expensive things that mean absolutely nothing. My phone sits on the desk beside the bottle, its sleek black screen reflecting the dim lamplight, dark, silent, mocking me with its absolute lack of messages, notifications, anything that might suggest she's thought about me even once since hanging up. She said she loves me. Right before she hung up, right before she took our son and disappeared into the New York night, she said the exact words I've been waiting 6 goddamn years to hear. The words I'd convinced myself I'd never get. The words that were supposed to fix everything, make everything worthwhile. Prove that all of this, the fighting, the tension, the constant push and pull between us, actually meant something. And I let her go anyway. Because what choice did I have? Let Leo destroy her reputation with whatever fabricated evidence he's already cooking up? Drag a 5-year-old kid through the tabloids? Splash his innocent face across every gossip rag in the city? Watch my brother systematically dismantle everything Alexandra's built, every achievement she's earned, every shred of professional credibility she's fought for, just to prove he can? Just to hurt me? I drained the tumbler in one long pull, the whiskey burning a familiar path down my throat, scorching away nothing. Damn. The word echoes through the empty penthouse, bouncing off the floor-to-ceiling windows and coming back to haunt me. Damn. I should eat something. Should drink water. Should hydrate like a responsible adult who hasn't spent the last 3 hours drowning in premium liquor. Should do any of the sensible, mature things that might prove I'm not completely falling apart at the seams. Instead, I reach for the bottle and pour another drink, watching the amber liquid splash into the glass with a sound that's becoming too familiar. The elevator dings from the foyer. I don't turn around. Probably building security checking on me. Or maybe Leo, coming to gloat about his victory. Either way, I don't give a damn. Eric! Sebastian's voice cuts through the alcohol fog. I spin, tumbler sloshing whiskey onto my hand. My youngest brother stands in my living room. The bruises have darkened since I saw him earlier, spreading across his jaw in shades that make me wince just looking at them. You should be resting, I say, hearing the slur in my words, not wandering around the city at midnight. And you should be sober. He walks closer, taking in the bottle, the glass, the obvious state I'm in. But here we are. Here we are, I echo, raising the tumbler in a mock toast. Want a drink? Might as well celebrate Leo's complete and total victory. Put the glass down. Why? Got nothing better to do. Nothing left to fight for. Might as well. I said put the glass down. The steel in his voice cuts through my self-pity. I've got big news. Something in his tone penetrates the whiskey haze. I set the tumbler on the desk with exaggerated care. What kind of news? Sebastian reaches into his jacket pocket, pulls out a small black object, a USB drive. Alexandra backed up everything, he says, holding it between us like it's made of solid gold. Every file, every transaction, every piece of evidence. Leo got her laptop, wiped her cloud storage, but he didn't know about this. The words don't make sense at first. I stare at the drive, my alcohol-soaked brain struggling to process what I'm seeing. What? She made a backup. Forgot about it until after Leo deleted everything on her laptop. Sebastian presses the drive into my hand, his grip tight and urgent. It's all here, Eric. Everything we need to bury him. The small piece of plastic sits in my palm, and suddenly I'm stone-cold sober. The fog clears like someone threw ice water in my face. Everything? Everything. I move to my desk, shoving the whiskey bottle aside with enough force that it nearly topples over. My laptop sits closed, the sleek silver surface reflecting my disheveled appearance back at me. I flip it open, jamming the USB drive into the port before the screen even finishes loading. Sebastian moves behind me, watching over my shoulder as files populate the window. Transaction records, authorization trails, offshore account routing information, forged signatures. Every single piece of evidence Alexandra spent weeks compiling, meticulously organized and documented with the kind of precision that makes my chest ache. She's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Damn. My hands shake as I click through folders, opening spreadsheets and documents that lay out Leo's crimes in excruciating detail. This Enough to send him to prison. Sebastian's voice carries grim satisfaction. Enough to prove everything to the board and then some. I keep scrolling, drinking in every detail. The amounts Leo stole, the elaborate shell companies he created, the forged authorizations using my signature, Sebastian's signature, even our dead father's old credentials that should have been deactivated years ago. It's all here. Every damning piece of evidence we need. The Friday meeting, I say, already pulling up my email. We can still do it. Present everything to the board exactly like we planned. You canceled it. I'll uncancel it. My fingers fly across the keyboard, typing out a message to the board members. Short, direct. Friday's meeting is back on. 2:00. Please confirm attendance. Critical company matters require immediate board action. I hit send before I can second-guess myself. You think they'll come? Sebastian asks. After you already canceled once? They'll come. I'm already making copies of the files, backing them up to my own cloud storage, my external hard drive, everywhere I can think of. They've been demanding answers for weeks. This gives them exactly what they want. My phone buzzes almost immediately. Jackson confirming attendance. Then Reynolds. Then Morrison. One by one, the board members respond. All confirming. All ready to hear what we have to present. I turn to Sebastian, and before I can think better of it, I pull him into a hug. Carefully, mindful of his bruised ribs, but fierce enough that he knows what it means. Thank you, I say against his shoulder, for getting this to me, for not giving up when I already had. That's what family does. He returns the embrace, his grip surprisingly strong despite his injuries. We don't quit, not on each other, not on what's right. I pull back, gripping his shoulders. Alexandra gave you this? Met her in Central Park earlier this evening. He touches the pocket where he'd kept the drive, like he still can't quite believe it's real. She was scared, Eric. Terrified of what Leo might do if he found out. But she gave it to me anyway because she knew it was the only way to stop him. The only way to stop him. The only way to keep Nicholas safe. The only way to prove that leaving me wasn't necessary after all. I need to call her. I grab for my phone, already pulling up her contact. Wait. Sebastian catches my wrist. Think about this. If you call her now, if Leo somehow finds out we have the evidence before Friday, he'll run. Destroy whatever he can. Disappear with whatever money he's already hidden offshore. So what? I just let her think we've got nothing? Let her and Nicholas keep running? For 2 more days. His grip tightens. 2 days, then we present this to the board. They vote to terminate Leo, we bring in law enforcement, and it's over. Really over. No more threats, no more leverage, no more fear of what he might do. He's right. I hate that he's right, but he is. She loves you, Sebastian says quietly. She told you that before she left. 2 more days won't change that. I look down at my laptop screen, at all the evidence Alexandra compiled. The work she did to protect my company, my family, even after Leo threatened everything she holds dear. She didn't give up. She found another way. The least I can do is wait 2 more days before I drag her back into this mess. Okay. I release Sebastian, turning back to the laptop. Friday. We end this Friday. Friday, he agrees. We stand there in my penthouse, both of us battered and exhausted, staring at a computer screen filled with evidence that will destroy my brother and save everything else. 2 more days. I can survive 2 more days without hearing Alexandra's voice, without seeing Nicholas's smile, without holding the family I didn't know I had until it was almost too late. 2 more days and then I'm getting them back. Both of them. For good this time.
Chapter 27. Alexandra. The snow falls thick and relentless, blanketing Central Park in a pristine white carpet that crunches satisfyingly under Nicholas's boots as he runs ahead of me. His laughter rings out, bright and pure and unshadowed by the weight I'm carrying. Cutting through the quiet afternoon like music, The sound should ease the knot in my chest, but it doesn't. Mama, look. He spins in a circle, arms outstretched, catching snowflakes on his mittened hands. His face tilts up toward the sky, mouth open to catch the falling flakes. It's like we're in a snow globe. I force a smile, the muscles in my face protesting the effort. It is, baby. It's beautiful. I pull my coat tighter against the cold that has absolutely nothing to do with the weather and everything to do with the anxiety eating me alive from the inside out. We've been at this park for over an hour now. Maybe closer to 2. I've lost track of time somewhere between Nicholas's third misshapen snowman and his attempt to catch a pigeon that wanted nothing to do with his enthusiastic affection. Nicholas has been building snow creatures that look more like lumpy blobs than anything recognizable. His creative vision apparently far exceeding his 5-year-old construction skills. Me? I've been watching, waiting, my nerves stretched so thin I might snap at any moment. Wondering if Sebastian actually got the USB drive to Eric. Wondering if the emergency board meeting happened like it was supposed to. Wondering if Leo's finally facing real consequences for everything he's done. My phone sits heavy in my pocket, silent all day, no calls, no texts. Nothing from Eric, nothing from Sebastian, nothing that tells me whether the evidence I risked everything to preserve actually mattered. Mama! Nicholas waves frantically from his position near a growing mound of snow, his mittened hands moving in wild arcs through the air. Come help me make a snow fort. In a minute, baby. The words come out mechanical, distracted. He frowns at me, his little face scrunching up in that way that usually makes me cave to whatever he wants. But instead of arguing, he turns back to his project with a huffed breath that creates a small cloud in the frigid air. He starts piling snow with the single-minded determination only 5-year-olds possess, completely absorbed in his architectural vision that will probably end up looking like another lumpy blob. I sink onto the nearest bench, my legs suddenly unable to hold me up anymore. I brush snow off the wooden slats with numb fingers before sitting, the wet cold immediately soaking through my jeans. The chill seeps into my bones, but I barely notice. Can't notice. My entire body feels like it's vibrating at a frequency just below visible, anxiety humming through every nerve ending. My hands shake as I pull out my phone again, the screen lighting up my face in the gathering dusk. I check for the 100th time today. Maybe the 101st. I've lost count. Still nothing. No calls. No texts. No emails. The notification screen remains stubbornly, devastatingly blank. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the evidence wasn't enough. Maybe the files were corrupted somehow, or incomplete, or maybe Leo found some way to spin it, to discredit it, to paint me as some vengeful woman trying to destroy him. Maybe Sebastian never made it to the building. Maybe Eric didn't believe what he saw. Maybe. Alexandra. The voice stops my heart. I turn, and there he is. Eric, bundled in a black wool coat dusted with snow, his dark hair catching white flakes that melt against the warmth of his skin. He's approaching slowly, deliberately, like he's afraid I might bolt if he moves too fast. A gasp tears from my throat. I'm on my feet before conscious thought catches up, my phone forgotten as it tumbles into the snow. We meet halfway. His arms come around me, strong and solid, pulling me against his chest with enough force to steal my breath. I bury my face in his coat, breathing in the scent of him, expensive cologne mixed with snow, and something else notable about Eric that I'd recognize anywhere. We did it, he says against my hair, his voice rough with emotion. We got him, Alexandra. The board voted to terminate him immediately and press criminal charges. Leo got arrested right after the meeting ended. The words don't register at first. Can't register. Too big, too impossible after days of fear and running and believing we'd lost everything. What? Your evidence. The USB Sebastian brought me. His arms tighten around me. It was perfect. Airtight. The board didn't hesitate. Unanimous vote to fire him and bring in law enforcement. I pull back enough to see his face. He's really gone? Really arrested? Cuffed and processed 2 hours ago. Something fierce blazes in Eric's eyes. He can't hurt you anymore. Can't threaten Nicholas. Can't do a goddamn thing except sit in a cell and wait for his arraignment. The relief hits so suddenly my knees buckle. Eric catches me, holding me upright as sobs tear from my chest. Ugly, gasping sounds that I can't control. Hey. His hand cups the back of my head, fingers threading through my hair. You're okay? You're both okay now. I thought we'd have to leave. I managed between sobs. Thought we'd have to run and never come back, and Nicholas would grow up not knowing his father and... Shh. You're not going anywhere. His voice drops to something fierce and possessive. That CEO authority bleeding through even as his thumb brushes away my tears. You and my son are staying right here, with me, where you belong. The certainty in those words wraps around me like armor, like safety, like everything I've been too afraid to hope for. Daddy? We both freeze, then turn. Nicholas stands maybe 10 feet away, eyes wide with recognition and pure, unfiltered joy. Snow clings to every surface. His bright red coat, his striped mittens, those wild curls that never stay under his hat. He looks like something straight out of a winter postcard. Perfect and impossible. And so damn beautiful my chest aches. For one suspended heartbeat, nobody moves. Then he's running. Eric drops to one knee just in time to catch him, arms opening wide, as Nicholas crashes into him with all the reckless force a 5-year-old can muster. The impact nearly knocks Eric backward, but he holds firm, wrapping around our son like he'll never let go. You came back. Nicholas's voice comes out muffled against Eric's shoulder, small hands fisting in his father's expensive coat. Mama said you had grown-up stuff to fix, but you came back. You really came back. Of course I came back. Eric's voice cracks right down the middle, all that careful control shattering. Couldn't stay away from you, buddy. Not for anything, either of you. His eyes find mine over Nicholas's head, and what I see there steals whatever breath I have left. I move closer, my steps deliberate despite the snow making the ground uncertain beneath my boots. My hand finds Eric's shoulder, fingers curling into the wool of his coat, and the solid warmth of him grounds me in this moment that feels too perfect to be real. He reaches up immediately, covering my fingers with his, and the simple gesture, so natural, so right, makes my throat tight all over again. Suddenly, we're all connected. The three of us forming this perfect circle in the falling snow. A family I never let myself believe we could be. A family I was too scared to hope for, too damaged to trust in. Nicholas pulls back from Eric's embrace, his small hand still gripping his father's coat as he looks between us with those impossibly blue eyes. So much like his father's. It makes my heart stutter every single time. Are we staying? His voice wavers with barely contained hope, young enough to be transparent in his need. We're not leaving anymore? We don't have to go back? Eric looks up at me, still on one knee in the snow, our son cradled against him. The question in his gaze is clear, unmistakable. He's asking for more than just today, more than just this week or this month. He's asking for everything. I nod, unable to form words past the emotion clogging my throat, tears still streaming down my face in hot tracks that immediately cool in the winter air. You're staying, Eric says firmly, his voice carrying that note of absolute certainty I've come to recognize. The CEO voice, the one that doesn't allow for arguments or second guessing. He pulls Nicholas close again while keeping his grip tight on my hand, anchoring us both to him. Both of you, you're both staying, for as long as you'll have me. Forever? Nicholas asks, and the word comes out hopeful and tentative all at once, like he's afraid the answer might shatter this fragile new reality we're building. Yeah, buddy. Eric's eyes lock with mine over our son's head, and what I see there is promise and certainty and a future I stopped believing in years ago. Forever. The snow falls harder now, thick flakes coating us all in white, turning the world into something soft and dreamlike. But wrapped in Eric's arms with Nicholas between us, the warmth of them pressed against me, I've never felt warmer in my entire life. We're home. Finally, impossibly, wonderfully home.
Chapter 28. Eric. The cafe near Central Park is one of those aggressively trendy places that charges $8 for hot chocolate and tries to justify it with hand-whipped cream and organic cocoa beans sourced from some remote Peruvian mountain village. Usually this kind of pretentious crap makes me want to punch something. Right now, watching Nicholas press his nose against the glass display case and point at every pastry with wide-eyed wonder, I'd pay $50 for a damn cup of cocoa if it meant keeping him this happy. Can I get the one with the sprinkles? And the one with the chocolate chip? And... His rapid-fire questions bounce off the display glass as his breath fogs it up. One at a time, buddy. I crouch beside him, my knee protesting the cold that seeped into my bones. Pick your favorite. But they're all my favorite. Alexandra laughs, the sound washing over me like warm water on a cold day. She's standing close enough that her shoulder brushes mine every time she shifts her weight, close enough that I can smell her shampoo. Something floral and sweet that makes me want to bury my face in her hair and never come up for air. Makes me want to keep her this close permanently. I resist the urge to pull her against me right here in the middle of the cafe. Barely. Sebastian's already claimed the corner booth by the window, moving carefully like every step costs him something. The bruises on his face look even worse under the cafe's harsh fluorescent lighting, purple and black spreading across his jaw and cheekbone like spilled ink. There's a cut above his eyebrow that's scabbed over, and I can see the way he's holding himself. Stiff, protective of his left side. He catches me watching and waves me off with his good hand. Stop staring, I'm fine. You look like trash, I tell him bluntly, because it's the truth and he knows it. Yeah, well, Leo hits hard. He settles into the booth with a barely suppressed wince that tells me his ribs are still killing him, probably will be for another week at least. But then he grins, that familiar Sebastian smile breaking through the damage. Worth it, though. Seeing that bastard in cuffs, being dragged out of the office by the feds, worth every single bruise. Nicholas finally settles on the double chocolate chip cookie, because of course he does, and we join Sebastian. The barista brings our order over minutes later. 4 hot chocolates topped with mountains of whipped cream that Nicholas immediately destroys by stirring his spoon through it like he's conducting a demolition project. Careful, baby. Alexandra reaches over to steady his mug before he sends cocoa sloshing over the rim. It's hot. I know, Mama. But he blows on it anyway, cheeks puffing out with exaggerated effort. I wrap my arm around Alexandra's shoulders, pulling her against my side. She melts into me like she was made to fit there, her head resting against my shoulder. I'm never letting you go now that I've got you again, I say quietly, the words meant for her alone, even though Sebastian's sitting right across from us. She tilts her head to look up at me, those brown eyes shining. Good, because I'm not leaving. Promise? Promise. She presses a kiss to my jaw, quick and soft and perfect. Sebastian makes a gagging sound. Damn, you two. There's a kid present. Uncle Sebastian said a bad word, Nicholas announces gleefully, pointing his spoon like he's delivering a verdict. Damn, I mean... Sebastian catches himself mid-curse, his eyes darting to Nicholas. Then he groans, realizing his mistake. Damn it. 2 bad words. Nicholas is practically vibrating with delight at catching his uncle breaking the rules, his spoon still pointed accusingly across the table. His grin stretches ear to ear like he's just won the lottery. That's 2, Uncle Sebastian. Nicholas, stop counting. But Alexandra is trying not to laugh, her shoulders shaking against me with barely suppressed amusement. I can feel the vibrations through her whole body, the way she's fighting to keep her face stern for our son's benefit. I take a drink of my cocoa, the rich sweetness coating my tongue as the warmth spreads through my mouth. The heat radiates down my throat and settles in my chest, though whether that's from the drink or from having my family around me, I honestly can't tell. Don't really care to figure it out either. This moment, right here, is exactly where I want to be. So, Sebastian wraps both hands around his oversized mug, steam curling up from the whipped cream to fog his glasses slightly. He doesn't seem to notice, or maybe he doesn't care. His expression shifts, becomes more serious. Leo's arraignment is scheduled for Monday morning. The DA's office called me this afternoon around 3. They're moving fast on this case, said they want to make an example of corporate fraud. Good. The word comes out harder than I intended, sharp enough to cut through the cozy atmosphere of our corner booth. He deserves everything that's coming to him. More than everything, Sebastian agrees. His expression shifts, something heavy settling over his features. I never wanted it to end like this, with my brother in a cell, facing serious prison time. But he did this to himself with his recklessness, his illegal behavior, his... He stops, shaking his head. He made his choices. The weight in his voice makes my chest tighten. Sebastian's the youngest, always caught between Leo's ambition and my responsibilities. Always trying to smooth things over, make peace, find compromise. You did the right thing, I tell him. Getting that evidence to me. Standing up to him. I know. But he doesn't sound convinced. Doesn't make it hurt less. Alexandra reaches across the table, covering Sebastian's bruised hand with hers. Family's complicated. Loving someone doesn't mean excusing what they've done. You're allowed to grieve the brother you thought he was while still holding him accountable for who he actually is. Sebastian looks at her for a long moment, then nods. Thanks. Can we go ice skating? Nicholas's question slices through the heavy moment with all the precision of a surgeon's scalpel, completely obliterating the somber atmosphere we'd been wading through. His eyes light up with that particular brand of 5-year-old enthusiasm that's impossible to ignore. Please, please, please. All of us together, like a real family. My heart does something complicated in my chest, a twist, a lurch, something that feels too big for the cavity it occupies. The casual way he throws out those words, real family, like it's the most natural thing in the world, like we've been this unit forever instead of carefully reconstructing something that shattered before it ever had a chance to solidify. Yeah, buddy, I manage, my voice rougher than I'd like. We can go ice skating. Today? Right now? His whole body vibrates with excitement, practically levitating off the booth seat. I glance at Alexandra, raising an eyebrow in silent question. She's already learned to read these moments when I'm checking in, making sure we're on the same page about parenting decisions. She checks her watch, lips pursing as she considers. Then she shrugs, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Why not? We've got nothing else planned for the afternoon, and it's still early enough that the rink won't be too crowded. Uncle Sebastian, too, Nicholas insists, twisting in his seat to fix my brother with an intense stare. His small hands grip the edge of the table. You gotta come ice skating with us. Sebastian winces, one hand automatically going to his ribs where Leo's fists had connected. I don't know, kid. I'm pretty banged up. Please. Nicholas deploys the puppy dog eyes with devastating effectiveness, lower lip trembling just enough to sell the performance. The kid's got game, I'll give him that. I never got to ice skate with my uncle before, not even once in my whole life. Jesus. Sebastian's resistance crumbles like sand. Fine, but I'm not doing any fancy moves or jumps or whatever the hell else. I'm barely going to be able to stand upright on those death traps they call ice skates. Yes! Nicholas pumps his fist in the air, nearly knocking over his cocoa in the process. I catch the mug before disaster strikes. Easy, champ. I would be honored to ice skate with you, Sebastian says, And despite the pain clearly written across his battered face, he's smiling. It's what family does, right? Right. Nicholas takes a huge gulp of cocoa, ending up with a whipped cream mustache that makes him look ridiculous. We're a real family now. Alexandra's hand finds mine under the table, fingers lacing through mine and squeezing tight. I squeeze back, thumb brushing over her knuckles. A real family. 6 years ago, I had no idea something like this could exist between us. Had no idea she'd walk into my life and turn everything upside down. Had no idea I'd father a son who'd inherit my eyes and her fierce determination. Had no idea I'd lose them both before I even knew what I had. And now they're here. Both of them. Mine. Daddy! Nicholas's voice pulls me from my thoughts. You okay? Yeah, buddy. I ruffle his curls, snow still melting in the tight coils. I'm perfect. We finish our cocoa in comfortable chaos, with Nicholas chattering about all the ice skating tricks he wants to try, Sebastian interjecting warnings about broken bones and hospital visits, Alexandra mediating between them with the patience of someone who spent 5 years raising a tornado in human form. The cafe's warm. The snow falls steady outside the windows. My son's laughter fills the air, and the woman I love sits pressed against my side, exactly where she belongs. Leo's in a cell. The company's safe. The evidence is with law enforcement, ensuring he'll face consequences for every goddamn thing he's done. But right now, in this moment, none of that matters as much as the 3 people sharing this booth with me. My family. Finally. All right. I drain the last of my cocoa and stand, pulling Alexandra up with me. Let's go ice skating before this one explodes from excitement. Nicholas rockets out of the booth like he's been launched from a cannon. Yes, ice skating. Come on, come on. Sebastian follows more slowly, every movement careful. Alexandra loops her arm through his good side, helping support him without making it obvious. We step back out into the snow, the cold hitting like a slap after the cafe's warmth. But Nicholas is already racing ahead, spinning in circles and catching snowflakes on his tongue. I catch Alexandra around the waist, pulling her close for one more second before we follow. I love you. She rises on her toes, pressing a kiss to my lips that taste like chocolate and whipped cream and everything good in this world. I love you too. Get a room, Sebastian calls, already trudging after Nicholas. Shut up, Seb, I call back, grinning. Daddy said a bad word, Nicholas shouts gleefully. Alexandra laughs against my chest, the sound vibrating through both of us. We follow our son through the snow, heading toward Woolman Rink with Sebastian limping alongside us. A real family. Yeah, we finally are.
Chapter 29. Alexandra. The snow falls in thick, fat flakes that cling to everything. My coat, my hair, the boxes stacked precariously in the back of the moving truck. I watch Eric haul another box up the steps of his penthouse building, muscles flexing under his navy sweater. And my stomach does that swooping thing it's been doing since Central Park. Since he told me we got Leo. Since everything changed. Mama, can I bring all my dinosaurs? Nicholas calls from inside the truck, his voice muffled by cardboard and packing paper. Yes, baby, everything's coming. I grab a smaller box, the one labeled Kitchen Fragile in my neat handwriting. The doorman, Marcus, who introduced himself with a warm smile 20 minutes ago, rushes forward. Please, Ms. Richards, let me get that. I've got it. But he's already taking it from my hands with practiced efficiency. Mr. Gagliardi would have my head if I let you carry boxes. Marcus winks, hefting the container like it weighs nothing. Eric appears at my elbow, snowflakes caught in his dark hair. Damn right I would. He pulls me against him, one arm wrapping around my waist. The gesture feels possessive, natural. Like he's been doing it for years instead of days. I lean into him, breathing in his scent. This is really happening. It better be. His lips brush my temple, Already converted one of the spare bedrooms into Nicholas's room. Had Sebastian help me pick out furniture yesterday while you were working? My throat tightens. You did? Kid needs his own space. Batman sheets, dinosaur lamp, the whole 9 yards. He pauses and I can hear the smile in his voice. Sebastian insisted on the glow-in-the-dark stars for the ceiling. Of course he did. Nicholas tumbles out of the truck, clutching his stuffed elephant and trailing a long piece of bubble wrap. Is my new room ready? Uncle Sebastian said there's going to be stars. Your uncle's got a big mouth. But Eric's grinning as he says it, crouching down to Nicholas's level. Yeah, buddy, it's all set up. Want to see? Yes. He bounces on his toes, vibrating with barely contained excitement. Eric stands, extending his hand. Nicholas grabs it without hesitation. In the sight of them together, my son's small fingers wrapped around his father's larger ones, makes my eyes sting. Come on, Mama. Nicholas tugs Eric toward the building entrance. Hurry up. I follow them inside, Marcus trailing behind with the box. The lobby's all marble and modern lighting, the kind of place that probably costs more per month than my old apartment cost in a year. The elevator ride is quick. 32nd floor, because of course Eric Gagliardi lives on the 32nd floor, and then we're stepping into a space that makes my breath catch. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcase the snowy cityscape. Everything's sleek lines and expensive furniture, but it doesn't feel cold. It feels lived in. Real. Damn. I breathe, then immediately clap my hand over my mouth. Sorry. Mama said a bad word, Nicholas announces gleefully, and you're gonna forget you heard it. I give him my sternest mom look, which he completely ignores. Eric leads us down a hallway, past what I assume is his bedroom, past a guest room, and stops at a door covered in dinosaur stickers. Sebastian got carried away at the craft store, he says, almost apologetic. Nicholas pushes the door open and gasps. The room's perfect. A blue bed shaped like a race car sits against one wall. Shelves line another, already stocked with books and action figures. The promised glow-in-the-dark stars cover the ceiling in constellations. And in the corner, a dinosaur lamp casts warm light across everything. This is mine? Nicholas's voice comes out small, awed. All yours, buddy. Eric ruffles his curls. Think it'll work? Instead of answering, Nicholas launches himself at Eric's legs, wrapping his small arms around them in a fierce hug. It's the best room ever. I turn away, swiping at my eyes before the tears can fall. But Eric sees anyway. He always sees. Hey. His hand finds the small of my back, warm and steady. You okay? Yeah. My voice cracks on the word. Just overwhelmed. Nicholas is already exploring every corner of his new room, pulling open drawers and examining the bookshelf with intense concentration. Eric guides me back to the living room, his hand never leaving my back. Second thoughts? He asks quietly. No. The answer comes immediately. Certain. Not even close. Just trying to process that this is real. That we're actually... I gesture helplessly at the apartment, the boxes, the evidence of our life merging with his. That we're doing this. We are. He turns me to face him, hands settling on my hips. You, me, and Nicholas. Together. Here. Where we belong, I finish, echoing his words from Central Park. His eyes darken, that intense blue deepening to something that makes my breath catch. Exactly where you belong. Then he's kissing me, and it's not rushed or hurried. It's slow and thorough and deliberate. Like he's memorizing the shape of my mouth, the taste of me. One hand slides up my spine with agonizing patience until it cups the back of my neck, fingers threading through my hair. I melt into him completely, my fingers fisting in the soft fabric of his expensive sweater, pulling him closer, even though there's already no space between us. The kiss tastes like snow and promise, and everything I've wanted for 6 years without admitting it, even to myself. It tastes like coming home. Ew! Nicholas's voice cuts through the haze, sharp and horrified. Gross. Stop kissing. We break apart, both of us laughing breathlessly. Eric doesn't let me go, though. His arms stay locked around me, keeping me anchored firmly against his solid chest, while Nicholas makes exaggerated gagging sounds from his bedroom doorway, clutching his throat like he's been mortally wounded. Get used to it, kid, Eric tells him, his voice warm with amusement. I'm gonna be kissing your mom a lot. Why? Nicholas wrinkles his nose in complete bewilderment, like we've just suggested eating vegetables for dessert. Because I love her. Eric's voice goes serious, sincere, even though he's still talking to a 5-year-old who thinks girls have cooties. The words hit me square in the chest, simple, direct, devastating in their honesty. I love you too, I manage, my voice thick, double gross. But Nicholas is smiling, that wide, gap-toothed grin that lights up his whole face. The next hour dissolves into organized chaos. Boxes pile up in the living room. Marcus makes 3 more trips with furniture from the truck. Eric directs everything with the same efficiency he probably uses running Neon Investments. And Nicholas helps by unpacking his toys and scattering them across every available surface. By the time we've managed to haul most of the essentials inside, the sun's already starting its descent toward the horizon. Orange and amber light streams through those massive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting everything in a warm golden glow that makes the penthouse feel less like a showroom and more like an actual home. I find Eric in the kitchen a few minutes later, unpacking my dishes with surprising care and attention. He's carefully removing each individually wrapped plate from the box like it might shatter into 1,000 pieces if he so much as breathes wrong on it. His large hands move with unexpected delicacy, peeling back the newspaper wrapping with the kind of focus he probably reserves for multi-million-dollar deals. You don't have to do that, I say, leaning my hip against the pristine counter and watching him work. I want to. He doesn't bother looking up, still completely focused on the task at hand, as he arranges my mismatched collection, thrift store finds and hand-me-downs from my mother, on his expensive granite countertops. The contrast between my chipped ceramic and his luxury kitchen should be jarring, but somehow it works. Want all your stuff here? Want this place to feel like home for you and Nicholas, not just some fancy apartment you're crashing in? Eric --. I'm serious, Alexandra. Now he does look up, and the intensity in those blue eyes nearly takes my breath away. His jaw is set with determination, his expression fiercely sincere. I know this is fast as hell. Know we're still figuring our stuff out, still learning how to be together again. But I need you to understand something right now. I wait, my heart suddenly pounding against my ribs, hardly daring to breathe as I watch him straighten to his full height. This isn't temporary. You moving in here, us being together, this is permanent. Forever. I'm not letting you go again. Not for anything. The words should feel overwhelming, should trigger every warning bell about moving too fast, about jumping into things without thinking them through. Instead, they feel like relief. Good, I tell him, because I'm not leaving. He sets down the plate he's holding and crosses to me in 2 strides. His hands frame my face, thumbs brushing my cheekbones. You mean that? Every word. I rise on my toes, kissing him again. Softer this time, sweeter. We're home, Eric. Finally. Finally. He echoes against my lips. Daddy, Mama. Nicholas's shout echoes from his room. Can we cook dinner together? Like a real family? Eric pulls back just enough to grin at me. What do you say? Want to make dinner together like a real family? Yeah. I take his hand, lacing our fingers together. I really do. We find Nicholas surrounded by unpacked action figures. His stuffed elephant perched on his new bed like a throne. "What should we make?" I ask. "Spaghetti and meatballs." He jumps up, already heading for the kitchen. That's what families make. Eric catches my eye over our son's head, and the expression there, tender and fierce and absolutely certain, steals my breath. "Spaghetti and meatballs it is," he says. Nicholas races ahead, chattering about how much cheese we need and whether garlic bread counts as a vegetable. Eric keeps my hand tucked in his, thumb rubbing circles over my knuckles. "This is my first winter with you," I say quietly. "First winter as a family. First of many." His grip tightens. "Every winter from now on. Every season. Every day." "Promise?" "I promise." He stops in the hallway, turning me to face him. Snow's still falling outside the windows, blanketing the city in white. "Every winter hereafter, I'm spending with you and Nicholas. No more separation. No more missed time. Just us. Just us," I repeat, the words settling into my bones like truth. From the kitchen, Nicholas calls out questions about where the pots are, his voice bright with happiness. Eric kisses my forehead, then my nose, then finally my lips, brief and sweet and full of promise. "Come on," he says, tugging me toward the kitchen where our son waits. "Let's make dinner. Together." We step into the kitchen, into the warm light and Nicholas's laughter, and the life we're building. All three of us. Finally.
Chapter 30. Eric. Nicholas's bedtime routine takes longer than I expect. The kid's got energy that doesn't quit, bouncing between asking for another glass of water, needing to pee one more time, insisting his elephant needs to be positioned exactly right on the pillow. But I don't mind. Not even a little. This is what I've missed. 5 years of tucking him in, reading stories, being the one he reaches for when the monsters under the bed get too scary. Never again. "One more story?" He looks up at me with those blue eyes, my eyes, and deploys the puppy dog expression with devastating effectiveness. "Nice try, buddy." I pull the Batman comforter up to his chin. "Your mom said one story. We already read 2. But no buts. Sleep time." He pouts for approximately 3 seconds before yawning so wide his jaw cracks. The glow-in-the-dark stars Sebastian insisted on are already starting to emit their soft green light as the room darkens. I lean down, pressing a kiss to his forehead. His curls smell like the strawberry shampoo Alexandra uses on him, and something in my chest tightens. "Love you, Nicholas." The words come easy, natural, like I've been saying them his whole life instead of just these past few days. "Love you too, Daddy." He snuggles deeper into his pillow, elephant clutched tight. "This is the best day ever." "Yeah, buddy. It really is." I watch him for another minute, his breathing already evening out into sleep. Then I ease out of the room, leaving the door cracked just enough that light from the hallway spills in. Alexandra's in the master bedroom when I find her. She's changed into soft sleep shorts and one of my old Columbia t-shirts that she must have stolen from a box, the fabric hanging loose on her frame. Her hair's down, those gorgeous curls falling past her shoulders. She's curled up against the headboard with a mug cupped between her hands, and the sight of her in my bed, our bed now, makes my manhood instantly hard. "Got him down?" She smiles over the rim of her mug, out like a light. I close the door behind me with a soft click. "What are you drinking?" "Hot cocoa. Made you one too." She nods toward the nightstand where another mug waits, steam curling from the surface. I grab it, taking a sip. Rich chocolate floods my tongue, and I groan. Damn, that's good. Language. But she's grinning. I set the mug down and climb onto the bed, crawling toward her with deliberate intent. Her eyes darken, pupils dilating as she tracks my movement. You look so sexy right now, I tell her, voice dropping low. In my bed, wearing my shirt, drinking cocoa like you belong here. I do belong here. Yeah, you do. I pluck the mug from her hands, setting it aside so I can cage her in with my arms. And I'm gonna spend the rest of my life making sure you never forget it. She reaches up, fingers threading through my hair with a gentleness that contrasts the heat building between us. Eric, I want to marry you. The words spill out before I can stop them, raw and unfiltered. I want to put a ring on your finger and make this official. Want everyone to know you're mine. Want you to be Mrs. Gagliardi. Her breath catches and I watch those beautiful brown eyes go wide with surprise. Is that a proposal? Not yet. I shake my head, thumb stroking along her jaw. Don't have a ring, and I'm not going to half-ass proposing to you. You deserve more than me blurting it out in bed like some desperate bastard. I lean down, brushing my lips against hers in a feather-light touch. But soon, real soon, that okay with you? More than okay. She pulls me closer, deepening the kiss until I can taste the chocolate on her tongue. When we break apart, she's breathless. I want that too. All of it. Kids? I pull back just enough to meet her eyes, searching for any doubt. Want to give Nicholas siblings? Grow our family? Yes. No hesitation. Not even a flicker of uncertainty. I want everything with you. The words ignite something primal in me. I kiss her hard, pouring 6 years of wanting into it. Her mouth opens under mine, tongue sliding against mine in a rhythm that makes my manhood throb painfully against my jeans. I break away to strip off my shirt, tossing it somewhere behind me. Her hands immediately find my chest, nails dragging over skin and muscle.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I roll us onto our sides, still joined, and pull her tight against my chest. Through the windows, snow continues to fall over the city, blanketing everything in white. Every winter from now on, I murmur into her hair. You and me and Nicholas. This is our life now. Our life, she echoes, her hand finding mine and lacing our fingers together. I hold her as our breathing slows, as the city sleeps outside our window, as snow transforms the world into something clean and new. This woman in my arms, our son sleeping down the hall, our future stretching out before us like fresh powder, unmarked and full of possibility. Finally home, finally whole, finally exactly where we're supposed to be.